Hello and welcome, marhaban, to the Bahrain International Kart Circuit pre-finals day here at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. My name's Henry Baudet, joining me as always, Jen Wade. Jen, yesterday was a superb day of heat racing. Today we really get down to the serious business. We lose 144 drivers, their chance of victory has gone, and what's more, we're back under the lights, racing at night. It's going to be special.
Well, it's been special up until now. The racing, as you say, spectacular. Under lights is brilliant. A little bit cooler in the evening, but the drivers tell me it's just like driving in the daytime. And really, I think they're loving this circuit. The competition, honestly, is so close. But yeah, as you say, today, we're going to have to say goodbye to some of the drivers. They'll still be here, hopefully watching. But in the meantime, we're getting ready for the driver's photo.
Yeah, so what we've got in store for you today, first things first, is the famous Rotax Grand Finals driver photo. 378 drivers from 60 different nations, all assembling in one place. You are going to be interviewing them on the grid. It's always really exciting to get the emotion. Then we go into the pre-finals. Each driver, one race. Now, they've scored points in their heats. They're going to score more points in their pre-finals. At the end of the pre-final, the grid for the final in E20, in Micromax and DD2 Masters will be set. And at the end of the pre-finals in Junior, Senior, DD2 and Minimax, the top 36 drivers will know that they have gone through. The remaining 36, their road ends here. Under the lights, fantastic racing. One thing though, at the moment, up here on the gantry, it's very nice breeze. Yeah. Down there in the pits, it is the hottest day I think that we've had since we've been here.
Yeah, I'm sure some of the drivers are struggling a little bit with that heat because coming from winter, it's been really cold. A lot of those guys, you know, from Europe and Northern Europe also, and over in Canada, it's a little bit of a shock to the system. You see the sweat just running off, and that's before they're getting the go-kart. So yeah, that's one element. But remember tonight, if you're lucky enough to be racing in the evening, the temperature goes down, and with that breeze, it's quite cool. So this is also going to change things a little bit as to who handles the heat. And of course, as you say, pre-final, so important to see who's going to be here on the grid tomorrow.
After racing, don't forget, we've got our studio show with Jen. Lots of guests lined up. Very exciting. We'll speak to some drivers. We'll see some great films. A lot of fun, a lot of games. And also, thank you very much to everybody who's been commenting in on social media. Keep telling us where you're watching from, who you're cheering on. We will get you out on air. The drivers are saying they're watching the live stream back in the paddock after the event, and it's really helpful for them to see family members and friends who can't be here supporting them. So please keep your support coming in. The night time is the right time. We're going to find out who's going to shine bright like a diamond and who will fade to black.
Standing on the front
the questions. Second in qualifying.
Yeah,
Tell us what it's like to drive here in Bahrain, all the way from Austria.
yeah, it's pretty good track. I like it. It's very fast. Unfortunately, it's a long flight here, but I really enjoy the track.
Okay, we're going to say good luck. See you in the driver's photo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey. I don't think your teammates want to speak to us.
Yeah, no, he won't speak. Yes.
Team Brazil, great.
To Brazil. Yes.
Great to see you here again.
Okay.
How many grand finals?
9. Yeah, it's good. Oh, it's an honor to be here. Event is a very good event, and I'm gonna try it every year.
Okay, we're going to see you next year then.
Okay.
Where's it going to be next year?
Yeah, for sure.
In Brazil?
Yeah, maybe. Why not?
Oh, I don't know. They won't tell us yet.
Okay. I hope you're gonna be in Brazil.
Okay, I better let you go catch up in the lane.
Okay.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Keep walking. I don't want to stop you.
Okay.
Driving the E20, how is it?
It's just amazing. It's incredible, the experience for the E20.
Did you expect it to be like it is?
No, I didn't expect it. and we are talking with Helmut and Stefan to take some E20s to South America, if we can.
Wow. South America is looking at going electric.
Yeah, sure. You know that is, last year was defined Olympic sport with electric, the karting.
So we go to the Olympics.
That's what we are trying to do.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. We'll keep watching you.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Leon, you are the only Team Croatia driver.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Coming from the Croatia since 2017, I'm the only one.
Okay, so good luck and hi to everyone in Croatia. You want to say hello?
Hi. I don't know. My family and friends from the school only. Nobody else.
Okay, see you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Dennis Ladervogel, how many grand finals?
7, I think.
7.
Something like that.
Okay, how's the track? What do you think?
Yeah, I really like it. It's very technical, fast, and very fun to drive.
Good to hear. And how are you going in the racing?
Could be better. For some reason I can't find the speed, but it's okay.
Okay, maybe.
Fun of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Great to have you here, Dennis. We're going to catch up with you later.
Thanks, Jen.
Team France. Nicolas, how are you?
Fine.
How's it going in the racing?
Well, just it's difficult, but not good qualifying practice. But after it's okay. But one crash during one race, and now it's difficult.
Good luck in the pre-final.
Thank you.
Peter Usinger, quick hello while we wait for the next drivers. How are you?
Hello. Thanks, very fine.
General Manager from BRP Rotax in Austria. What do you think about this event?
Yeah, it's difficult to describe because the bar is getting higher and higher. It's so nice here. I have never seen such a nice setup, and we will have a lot to do to keep this standard for the future.
We might have to stay here.
That would be a good idea. Yeah, why not?
The weather's great.
The weather is great, absolutely, and everybody's happy. I have seen. I have never seen such a good mood in all the people here.
No, it's fantastic. So, Peter, I know you've got lots of work to do. Great to have you here, and thank you very much for bringing us to Bahrain.
Yeah, thank you. It was the whole team. I did the least one, so.
Okay, you just signed off.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Ben Pinto and Daniel, keep walking. How is it to be here all the way from Israel in Bahrain?
Good. We start the weekend at practice. For me, the practice went well, and in qualifying went much better. I got P10 in my group.
We're going to go that way on the side road. P10. Wow. What about you, Ben? Last year driving the E20. This year, not driving the E20?
Yeah, no, the weight is too problematic, but it was fun. The E20 was fun experience. Being here as Israeli and in Bahrain, it's very special, you know. It's also our country really support us for, you know, doing that that step. We had a car problem, so it's really destroyed our chances, but we're coming optimistic. We did solid job in the heat, though we were involved in a lot of incidents, but hopefully we are with a good shot in the pre-fun to show our true pace, and hopefully I will go a lot of position up.
I hope so. I'm going to wish you well. Daniel also, well done. Fantastic speed. Good luck, and hi to everyone in Israel.
Hello. Thank you.
See you.
Hola.
Hola. Hi. Team Hungary?
Italy.
Italy. Okay, get it mixed up. Buongiorno. Team Japan just holding up the proceedings a little. Okay, Team Japan, please. Okay, I think they're studying the tires. Arigato. Lucky I speak a little bit of Japanese. Okay, so here we've got the Latvians. Oh, the Latvians have gone ahead a little bit in speed. Christopher Fagali, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, and you?
I'm real good. I heard that you featured in a little movie that we're going to get to see tonight. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right.
Minimax driver, international trophy champion, MENA champion.
Yes, we won in Micromax in the international trophy in Portugal, and in Le Mans in 2021 we won in Minimax.
Crazy. So you're hoping to add one more title?
I hope so.
Yeah. But it's tough.
It's really tough, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Okay, good luck. We're going to see you in the photo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Chris. Thierry, how are you?
Yeah, good, fine.
I see you're in the E20. How's it going?
Quite well, actually. I'm a little bit overweight, like 10 kilos, but I'm still like in the pack and fighting, so it's a great week for me until now.
You're having lots of fun here in Bahrain?
I'm having lots of fun here in Bahrain. Maybe a little bit too much, but I won't tell anybody.
Never too much with the Dutch team. And what about Max?
Yeah, it's amazing, of course. We expected it already, but after a couple of laps we were all like, oh no, and then in the end it was all okay, so very happy for him.
And a little bit of party party going on there in the hotel?
Yeah, a big one. Not a little.
Okay, good luck today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, I've got, what's your name?
My name is Sebastian NG.
Sebastian, first time Panama. I've got Tanya from Rotax giving me a little bit of a helping hand here. Now, what's it like for Panama to be represented on the grid here at the Grand Finals? First time ever.
Yeah, no, my country, Panama, it's really actually pretty happy with me. First representative of Panama in the Rotax Grand Finals, and especially in a really nice place as Bahrain for 2021. I'm just gonna give my best because, you know, my people is really happy for just be here and just good driver. Not the best actually, I think, but one of the best. Yeah, and I'm here and just to represent my country the best.
Would you like to say hi to anybody?
Hi, hi to all my family, friends and cousins, everything. So you can keep me watching live. Just
and keep
cheering
your
me.
fingers crossed.
Keep cheering me, yeah.
Keep
just my
cheering him
fingers
up.
crossed.
Well done,
yeah.
Sebastian.
Thank you.
Great to see you've got your flag.
Yeah, thank you.
Zandaru, don't want to hold you up too long. Tell us, purple sectors I saw in the qualifying, but a little bit of a hold up.
Yeah, I mean, in qualifying we got hold up a little bit. Some heats were a bit more difficult, but the last one we managed to get to finish second. So we start later today 5th, so everything is still possible.
Fantastic, Zen. Last time in Sano, we saw you on the podium. You've come so close so many times. You're feeling lucky?
No, I mean, I don't have any predictions anymore. It's just so many things can happen. I mean, it's material, luck, what other drivers are doing. I mean, we can just do the best that we can, and what the result will be. I mean, you know, after so many times coming so close, it's bad to say, but you learn how to live with it. So, you know, it's just focus, do the race, and we'll see where we end up.
2 questions. How many grand finals?
This is number 9 and qualified 10 times.
Okay, and what do you love most about being here?
I mean, it's always a special event. We race against the best of the best. It's very nice that we are all equal, let's say, because the chassis and the engines are all the same. And, you know, when we come to locations like this, it's very special. Okay, we have some in Europe, but the ones out of Europe, they are even more special, so it makes it even nicer.
Okay, we're going to say good luck. See you on the grid.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Thank
Jen.
you.
Bye-bye.
This way. Hamburger. Just one question.
Okay.
What's it like to be here in Bahrain?
Yeah, fun, huh?
Lots of fun.
It's beautiful, and people here are friendly. Yeah.
And what about your mum and dad? Would you like to say hi?
Yeah. Hi.
Taiwan.
Yeah. Taiwan.
Good luck.
Good luck.
See you. Hey, look who I found. Ella Spiezia, how are you?
All good. Getting ready for the pre-final today, and lots of build-up, I think. So looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Now, of course, you're in the E20. We've seen you this year doing everything. You only do electric most of the time. What about being here at the Grand Finals?
Yeah, I think to be here for the first time, to have the electric kart here is really fitting after the year we've had. Especially last year it was supposed to be at Portugal, but that got canceled. So to finally be here and get to drive the E20, I think it's really special. And to say that, you know, we were the first ones to drive here, only 18 drivers can say that now. So really awesome.
I know I think you've topped the numbers on social media with the number of people in America watching. Would you like to say hi to anyone in particular?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's always too many people to name, but PLR back home from RPM in New Jersey, you guys really got me ready. Started with you guys in indoor, Audubon Palisades, and basically everyone back home, you all know who you are, so we've got quite the following here, and looking forward to keep growing it and growing Elysium Racing.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is go home wrong. I think it's probably already gone hardly wrong. You just get out of the speed of the speed of the outragement. Japan, can you hear me? Say yes. Japan, can you hear me? So yes, Japan, okay. Well, let's see if Finland can hear me. Finland are okay, the VIPs. Well, Alex will stand as up there. Yes, lovely. Dominican Republic, so welcome for the first time ever to Dominican Republic. There's Mr. Reyes. Now, how about Ecuador? Ecuador. Estonia. Mr. Quinn, hello to Paris. Hello, Estonia. Now we're on to Viva France. Well, thank you, Nicolas. Still not much to achieve, though. Georgia. One side from Georgia, where is he? Sweden, Georgia. Okay. Germany. Deutschland. Perfect unison, well organized. Greece. Smash a progress. Hong Kong. Hungary! Hey! And now India! How about Ireland? Come on, come into this way! Israel! Thank you, Ben. Italia! And now Japan again! Japan! Okay, stay there. Jordan! One side from Jordan! Welcome. One side is from Kuwait. Look outside that way. Now about Latvia. From Lebanon. Lithuania. Macedonia. First editor from Macedonia. Malta, Italy, Greece, Mexico. You can try to find that Mexico. Australia, Netherlands. That was good underlining. Right. One more time, just as I'd like to tell around. Netherlands. Yeah. Norway, the Vikings, look at this again, Oman, biggest team ever from Oman, up to you now, up to you Emily, thank you, Panama, first ever time finish, Panama, one more Jordan from Paraguay, and now Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russia, don't talk like you, Saudi Arabia, the first time ever, welcome, Serbia, making our first of the breakthrough round, Slovakia, and Slovenia. Thank you. 5 drivers, including the doctor, South Korea, and now Espanol, Sweden, Switzerland, Sweden, Switzerland. Chinese campaign in Irish Poland. Thailand. 4,000 Thailand. 742 weapons to 300 million. Ukraine. The United Arab Emirates. Last week, 2 Paris and the People's Republic of Galerie. qualified. I have never been so embarrassed in all my life to the Channel Islands. Great Britain! Wales! Where's Wales? Thank you, Wales! Where's the People's Republic of Nigeria? Still not after to the Stuart brothers. Now that's USA! And last but by no means least, Uruguay! Okay, got it? Chile, easy to Chile. So, drivers, now we introduce the 60 nations of the people. Can you please have it all? Races stand up. Please stand next to your box on the floor of your presence. We'd like all other media members of the circuit. You're used to that. We'd like all media members of the circuit, please. Races stand up. Now, the official Rotax photographers are in the survey. Nurse doesn't photograph. Out. No survey, no photos. Out the shots. Okay. Everybody please, move the flag down and we'll take the shots. First of all, please, one official photo up to your drivers. All up to now, if you have the photos, if you have a flag, put your flags in the air. Flags in the air. Hands in the air. Is that correct? Excuse me, young ladies. Hello? That little young lady in the black robe is... It's Panama! Trying to get the roots off, it's moving that photo. Stop photographing Panama. The band. Flags in the air, hands in the air. And now, can you please have all your hands in the air, could you please welcome and put together this event that's not to make possible, obviously like the fashion partners and everything else that's going in it. But drivers, families, teams, Bahrain, karting, please come down the front and everybody please give our wonderful staff, our hosts here at Bahrain International Karting a round of applause. Okay, between all these leaders of the Bahrain, Leslie Brown, and Sophie, I think the event it's been the most difficult of all events to organize. We have all been able to so welcome. Thank you, Bahrain International Karting. Okay, one more photo. Drivers, hands in the air. Team Bahrain Karting, front and center. Up we go, 50 years independent. Best car on the display I've ever seen last night. Worst traffic jam I've ever seen. Team Bahrain and the drivers, thank you drivers. Wait for us now. We good? And also the rehearsal, the secretary, Sandra Mohammed, fighting. Now, please welcome our wonderful session partners. Galerie ARC, Soulcar, get off the phone. Soulcar, and Private ITK, our session partners. Does this see a true collection put on the person on the photo station? Yes. So he goes Beryl to the left, Soul to the right, Private second in the middle. Right, Hassan down, hurry up. Once again, thank you for this. I know it's obviously a lot different than our usual food photos. I do really appreciate it. Well, Father such radio, come on, pass. Pass out now to the Italian crossing. That's right for the score for that. And then final round of applause for the team at Rotax, Adrev. Time you're on the line. You stay our photo, you stay there. Okay, now drivers, with crash helmets, to the eye of the photo, all drivers, crash helmets in the air. Mexico, put that down, crash helmets in the air, please. If you forgot your helmet, crash helmets in the air. The Rotax moving, Rotax, quickly. At the last, quickly. There we go, lovely. Now in a minute, in the air right now. Down by there, Helmets in the air. Size the shorts in the back, can't see you. Never mind. There we are. Hang out like that. I know it seems difficult. I know families are a bit far away. The only way that is to do it. One more time. Thank you. Rotax Chevalier is going to cheer in 3, 2, 1. If I was smart, I'll stop there and set it around and just have a back to you. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Riordon, Rotax, still there. IPK Driver, Sonicast, Kimo, Ladies, National Party, all the family members, friends, some of you there, thank you for your sacrifice, and make the effort to be here. You have to have the best teammates ever. Drivers, don't open the boxes. We can ask our social partners and the team to move aside. We will start the evening service in a nice, orderly fashion. Well done, photographers happy. Camera crew happy. Car station happy. Galerie happy. Thank you very much. Enjoy your next race. Good luck in the pre-finals. We will see you soon to start making your way off the circuit, roll by roll. So, who's that? What's that? Argentina. Start leading, roll by roll, leading off elimination. Thank you very, very much. We really, really do appreciate all the effort that you have made just to be here. Roll by roll, from home to roll by the spot. Look, USA, Uruguay, you were last time, you're not going to get bonus round on the track. Thank you very much indeed. Can you get down over the border there? Can I be a pen? And a rock?
Yeah, very nice. With the Rotax on it, and also the track Bahrain.
Wow.
Yeah, really nice.
It's really, really special.
Yeah, nice to have.
Very nice. What a great souvenir.
Yeah, really nice to have it. Thank you to Rotax.
All the way from Bahrain, made here in Bahrain.
Yeah.
Musicale helmets.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that.
Really nice. I think I doesn't fit.
No, I was going to say, I think they've kind of underestimated the size.
Yeah, maybe it needs to be a bit bigger for me.
Okay, but what a fantastic souvenir. Kai Rillet's European champion this year. Won absolutely everything.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Great. Had a great day yesterday and the day before. And starting first in pre-final B, so we will see what we can do and we will work hard to win. And
You will work hard. Whatever happens, you're a champion and that's why you're here.
thank you very much.
Well done. Thanks for letting us have a look because we were wondering what's inside the box.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
once more. get some more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
get some more.
To ride is to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
And to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together, we will win.
To ride
is to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
And push themselves to focus.
And to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together we will win.
Race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
And to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together. Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together, we will win.
to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
And to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together, we will win.
Well, hello, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, marhaban. Wherever you are in the world, this is pre-finals day at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit, the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. My name's Henry Baudet. We have 11 races lined up. Those 11 races will decide where our 378 drivers will start for the finals tomorrow. Not all 378 sadly will qualify. Today we lose 144 drivers from Mini Max, from Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2. As you can see, the floodlights are on here at this wonderful 1500 metre venue in the town of Sakhir in the south of the island of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Yesterday, Bahrain celebrated their 50th year of independence. What a party that was, but we have the party lined up for you today. E20 will be up next. They're down on the dummy grid. My colleague Alex Goldschmidt will be joining me on commentary for this next race. The pre-final, 18 drivers on the E20 karts, electric powered karts. The first time that the E20s have had a grand finals all to themselves. It is going to be a cracking race. Now, I'd like to welcome Alex Goldschmidt into the commentary box. Alex is going to be one of a number of guest commentators that's going to be joining me over the next 2 days as we try to bring the most colourful event in karting into even brighter Technicolor. Alex, hi, welcome again. Pre-final time, 10 laps, 18 drivers, an excellent race lines up under the lights. A night race here, Friday night. Night time is the right time.
And we're going to bring the party to the masses, Mr. Henry Baudet. Welcome, everyone. Yes, Project E20. No drivers went out, well, apart from a couple, Alexei Alava and Elish Bietzi went out just basically to see what the circuit was doing.
Yep.
And just literally parked it into Parc Fermé, and that was it, job done.
Not many drivers out in warm-up this morning. That's because they're trying to save their tyres. Here's a look at the starting line at pole position from France. Oscar Pelemel, pole position in qualifying. He had a win and a second place in the heat race. Alongside him, Theo Kakati from the United Arab Emirates, Malte Edrup and Alexei Alava from Denmark and Finland, respectively, start on the second row. Row number 3, David Oleshner from Poland via Kafili and Mirtha Maur. Hannes Morin from Sweden on the outside of row 3. Ella Spezia from the United States, now based in Germany, and Victor Nielsen from Denmark. They are your top 8. On to row number 5, Frederico Peters from Portugal and Matilda Olsen from Sweden, who will be joining me later on to co-commentate on the junior Max Reef races. Teddy Sin from Canada and my favourite German, Mats Johann Overhoff. Why is he my favourite? Because he brings me donuts. Good lad. Row 7, Thierry de Jong from the Netherlands and Austria's Karina Kamper. Row 8, the first of our 4 Chilean drivers. It's Matias Pacheco ahead of his brother Nicolas Pacheco. And the final row of the grid, the 2 oldest drivers in the field, 62-year-old Jose Vidal and 66-year-old Hector Ramirez, the Chilean Rotax distributor, who has brought 3 of his local drivers from the Chilean DD2 Championship to sample E20 power for the very first time. There we are. We join us here in the commentary box, Alex. It's going to be it's been very, very warm. We've had the drivers' parade.
Yes.
Now it's time to get down to business.
I think also one of the nice little touching moments of the all of the drivers here at the grand finals here in the Kingdom of Bahrain getting a nice little gift courtesy of the organisers.
Courtesy of Bell helmets as well.
Bell helmets as well. I mean, I took a gander at one of them and I went, oh, where can I get one of those? Then I realised...
I like the way that Kai Rillarts opened it live on air when Jen was doing the interviews and just went, oh, it's lovely, it's amazing. I'm not sure it's fit me. Humour. Good humour on the lad.
Yes, good to see that the Belgians are in fine form as always. Good to catch up with Koen Lemmens, who's actually here, one of the family owners of Karting Genk, the home of champions. And
there's the VIP section. Hope they're enjoying their prawn sandwiches. Although I have to say, the food here at the circuit has been absolutely exquisite.
It has.
While we're talking about Belgium, I think we look there in the white cap. That is Dave Ritson.
Yes, indeed.
We wanted to say everyone from the BNL, a lot of people from Belgium have asked me to say thank you to Dave Ritson. He's been the organiser of the BNL Championship. He's been runs the Genk kart circuit in Belgium, and he's leaving the job at the end of this week. His replacement, I'm told, is just as efficient and a lot better looking.
Esme Rosman used to run in sort of like local DD2. She's the event manager currently for Karting Genk, but she's going to move into the role as of early next year, and then Dave is going to help with the transitional process. But I've got a little bit of some interesting information about the future of E20 for 2022.
Oh, please, pray tell.
Well, the good thing is Project E20 will be moving into a dual class format for the first time. I had a chat with Steve Chapman earlier on this week. And there's going to be a total of 40 carts. There's going to be grand finals tickets available, both on the Project E20 tour on the Euro Trophy, which will be running in April at Genk, May at Adrev, and then Marienburg in July. There's going to be tickets for the grand finals for 2022 up for grabs, both for the vice champion and champion in senior and junior, and then also.
You can't carry on. I'm going to trump your bit of inside information.
I know you will. You've had the heads up on me before I've even gotten in this commentary box this evening. But then the German Electric Kart Championship, 4 rounds, Mulsen, Oschersleben, Mulsen and Wackersdorf, all running with the Rotax Max Challenge Germany, the ADAC Kart Masters, and of course the Deutsche Kartmeisterschaft for the last 2 rounds of the championship. And also there's 2 tickets available for the champions in seniors and juniors.
Fantastic stuff. Well, there's a look at the drivers and the fans and the fans are in a separate grandstand, but the family members and team members going up to the top of the race control building. Fantastic facility here in Bahrain. The grandstands of the Formula 1 circuit loom behind them. My world exclusive to you, Alex, and to you, the viewers, is that I've just received word that the official bid for the 2022 Grand Finals has been put in by Landau International Raceway in South Wales. Global home of world motorsport, birthplace of champions. So a win each for Pelemel in kart 701 and Kakati in kart 708. Edrup in P2. We've had podiums for David Oleshner in kart 715. He started racing at Landau. Of course, there is a view for our onboard camera. That will be Alexia Lava with our onboards. Pelemel has been very, very quick, very consistent, but he hasn't been able to dominate. Can you see Kakati or Edrup or Ilava or any of the other drivers challenging Oscar when we get going in this 10-lap race?
Well, actually, I have found out through a definitive source from one of the French shows here that it is Oscar Pelemel's birthday today.
Nope, yesterday.
I saw the spreadsheet that you got from Team France. So I wished him a happy birthday and all the very best of luck, as I did with.
Did he smile politely?
He did indeed, behind the mask of his. So
yes, he smiled politely. I thought I heard it was yesterday, but I could have been wrong. My spies out on the circuit. Well, anyway, happy birthday, Oscar! If it's your birthday today, yesterday, we've got a couple of birthdays today actually, but we'll get to them a little bit later on. Here we go then, on to the rolling lap. We're coming into turn number 8 here. This double apex left-hander. Key overtaking place, Alex. Up the hill as well. We've seen some great moves going into the turn we know as the corkscrew. The drivers just warming those tyres. Well, they're checking the steering because tyre warming is not strictly allowed in karting.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more.
Yes, say no more. So the key for Theo Kakati is just get either a great start and get around the outside of Penamel, or here's a new camera, our rail cam. We'll be able to track the carts all the way down from the corkscrew down towards team turn 12. I think it's called the rail cam. It's called something cam. It's a good camera.
It's
what it is.
Probably a hover cam or whatever.
It's on a wire.
Ah, there we go. So
wire cam.
We could throw as many.
Candid cam. No.
Well, as long as it's not you being framed, you're all right.
That's all right. No Jeremy Beadle fans in here. Here we go into the starting line. The only standing start of the day. The only class that does a standing start. So it's Penamel from France, Kikati of the United Arab Emirates, Denmark and Finland on row 2, Poland and Sweden row 3, United States and Denmark on row 4. Red flag in the air. Now we wait for the lighting gantry and then we are off. Penamel from France on your left. Kikati from the UAE on your right. Lights are out. It's a good start for the two front row men, neck and neck. But Penamel's going to have the inside line. He moves across to cover the racing line. Good start from Penamel. Kikati right on his rear bumper. Yalava in 4th place. They're all through turn 1 cleanly. Now through this beautiful undulating roller coaster section up towards turn 5 at Mossport. Penamel defending, and we're all through cleanly. That's a great start, Alex. And now we can go right. Oh, somebody in the back there getting a bit leery. One of the Chilean drivers. Penamel under pressure. Kikati under pressure. That looked like Hannes Morin.
That did. He got a lightning start from 6th on the grid. So Hannes Morin, the 2018 Rotax Euro Trophy senior Rotax champion. As it looks like we've got one of the Danes going up the inside of Alexei Yalava through this right-hand sweeper.
Imagine, that's Edrup.
Yes, so Evdrup has always, he got 2nd in the last qualifying heat as well, as they're all flotsam and jetsam coming down into turn 12.
Yeah.
But at the minute, Pelmel leading the way, Kikati in 2nd, Hannes Morin rounding out the top 3. Looks like Malte Evdrup as they cross the line to complete the first out of 10 laps this time.
Yep,
and it is Evdrup in 4th place, Outbaner rounding out the top 6.
And so the boost button, you get 5 seconds of boost once a lap?
Yes. No, it's 5 seconds, but then the system recharges over the next 30. And then when all 5 blue lights flash on the dashboard, then you can engage it. And the drivers seem to be using it on the start-finish straight coming out of turn number 14.
Right.
There's a couple of places here, like, say, coming out of turn 2.
Oh, was that a movie? As Hannes Morin goes, could he possibly have used the boost button there just to get up the inside of Kikati? Very tactical, on board with Yalava now in 6th position. Was 5th, Oleszna from Team Poland moves into P5. Oleszna's been very quick. A quick glance at his heat results. He has had, in the first race, he was 3rd, and then a 6th place in heat number 2, so he is quick. Hasn't quite got the pace of the leaders yet, but this race, and of course the final to go, you want to build your momentum, don't you?
Yeah, Yalava sweeps to the inside coming out of the final corner, turn number 14. Elish Vietz is about 2/10, and it looks like the pair have gone wide.
Yeah, that's going to slow him down.
Yeah, there's a bit of sideways action going through turn 1, now into turn 3, then up into the right-hander here, well, up to 5 at Mossport. And of course, the corkscrew, anyone might remember Laguna Seca by any chance?
That is correct. Top 4 trying to break clear. Penamel, Morin, Kikati, and Evdrup. Then a gap back to the 5th, 6th, only a small gap back to the 5th, 6th and 7th race drivers. Oleszna, Yalava, Spietza. Then it's Frederico Peters in 8th, Victor Nielsen 9th, Matilda Olsen rounding up the top 10, Teddy Sin is 11th, followed by Thierry de Jong, Mats Overhoff, Nicolas Pacheco, Matthias Pacheco, Hurtado Vidal, Hector Ramirez, or Karina Kamper, the Austrian lady. She's 11 years out of karting, does a bit of TV presenting on the Formula 1 coverage in Austria, down in 18th place. This is her return to karting, really, after 11 years away, and she's had a decent run. You can see her there in the orange and well, sort of like an iridescent red Austrian race suit. She had a decent run through the heats, a 12th and a 14th, but down in 18th place at the moment. I would imagine that was half spin, as you can see she's catching a couple of the Chilean drivers at the back, but what's happening?
Yeah, well, Thea Kikati's right on the back bumper of Hannes Morin. Could have had a look up the inside of turn a little bit further down through turn 12 on the previous lap, as we're on lap number 4 out of 10, but it is nose to tail between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's Morin followed by Kikati and Evdrup. Alkmaar has just set the fastest first sector of anybody in the race, and Frederico Peters from Portugal. But Oscar Pelmele has now got a lead. It was 2/10 at the end of the previous lap. It's now half a second.
Sorry, as the camera sort of swung back to look at turn 12, that I always think, oh, is that because they've spotted somebody launching it into a tyre barrier? Palamel, though, starting to stretch away, and this is very significant. We're halfway through this Project E20 pre-final. Morin, of the drivers that have competed in the grand finals before in other classes, Morin is the only one. I think there's 4 drivers that have competed here before.
Kakati up the inside, brilliant move up the inside of Hannes Morin to now regain second position, but the train is expanding, so it's no longer the Hannes Morin train, it's the Theo Kakati train, so you got at the back of that, outlaner up the inside of Yalava, and the pole gets through to take P5. Nice move there.
Great move, and we're on board now with Yalava. He's got a nose full of Polish rear bumper as they come out of turn 13 here, now into turn 14. I was going to say, of the 4 drivers that have competed in the grand finals in this class, in other classes before, is now Olejna really having a go up the inside of Adrev, and Olejna suddenly finds himself in 4th place. Kakati's got a 4th place finish as a Minimax driver in 2017. Morin was on podium finisher in senior Rotax.
And that's a great move just there by Alexei Yalava up the inside of Malte Adrev, who was 4th, now P6, and it looks like there's going to be another change here up the inside. Bumper carts at night here, Henry.
Well, that was Adrev, I think, getting sort of fed up of being overtaken and fighting back against Yalava. Here comes Hannes Morin again on Theo Kakati. Kakati gets shuffled a little bit wide, almost lost 2 places. Morin, good move, decisive move up the inside into turn 10, the start of the corkscrew, but this battling is allowing Oscar Palamel to pull away 0.8 of a second on the last lap as we start lap number 7. That gap has grown to 1.3 seconds. Time is ticking away, Alex, and I don't think...
Kakati was looking at a nosedive going up the inside of Hannes Morin through the cambered left-hander at turn number 2, and the train is growing. The train is growing. I spotted nearly at one point from 2nd to 9th position, rounded out by Matilda Olsson, the former 2-time Euro Trophy champion. That is a great move. Olejna up the inside, and
onto the podium.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, a provisional podium at this particular moment in time, because we've got the grand final tomorrow, which is going to be a total of 13 laps. But one of the other things about this race is not just about the conservative use of the boost button, but also the energy and the tyres as well. Like you said, strategy is going to be key. Hardly anyone went out for morning warm-up, or afternoon warm-up, because the track didn't open until 11 o'clock.
Defending now for 3rd. This is allowing Morin to get away. Yeah, and you say about the conservative, these carts are heavier than all the other carts.
In the meantime, Spietsia's got the inside line. I think has just taken 6th position, and he's sporting his brand new 2021 Grand Finals USA threads, and my goodness, do they look nice.
Change for, what is it, 3rd place now, or was that 4th place? It was 3rd place. Olejna, Kakati down to 4th.
Oh, it's 3 wide coming out as Spiezia got one launched up the inside courtesy of Malte Adrev, and that's getting a bit dicey there, but really good racing between them. So Spiezia's 8th behind Frederico Peters from Portugal, and you know,
this is fantastic. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Olsen up the inside of turn 12. That was lunge. Did it work? Yes, it did. Although it's cost them a little bit of time. You can see now the last couple of carts in this group have sort of faded a little bit. Trying to catch them is Victor Nielsen from Denmark as we move on to the penultimate lap. Palamel now by 1.8 seconds over this fantastic battle for 2nd. Coming into turn number 5 now. Lap 9 out of 10. Morin's got it. Olejna wants it.
Yep, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, literally line astern. Elish Spiezia is trying to close in, but he got compromised a little bit. Nice defence there from Hannes Morin going into his turn number 8.
Messed Olejna's momentum up and allowed Kakati to gain a place. Kakati up the inside, 2 for 1. Theo Kakati back into P2. Really, sort of impulsive driving there from Theo.
The thing is that you can be just as impulsive on one of these Project E20s.
Hang on, 3 wide. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. It does work somehow. That's why they're the best in the world.
And a little bit of a touch there. Left front wheel onto right side pod, courtesy of Alschneider versus Morin, and that was close. So it's 3 wide going into turn 1. Who's up the inside there? Oh, that might have been. That was Spiezia. Was that Spiezia there that got through on the inside, 3 wide into turn 1?
7:08. Theo Kakati, 2nd. I mean, that's at 3 wide, Alex, at 100 plus kilometres an hour. This is the last lap. Fantastic racing from Project E20. Palamel's going to win and start pole position for the final. provided he gets through post-race scrutineering. But it's Kakati second, Morin in third, the first of the red carts, the red and white sort of liveried Rotax carts. And then it's Auleshna, Adrev, Spezia, Olsen up to 7th place. Oh my word, that's Auleshna getting over the grass, over the greenery, the stone runoff area here.
And up the inside, Spezia, that was the launch up the inside of Yalava, I believe.
3 wide, 4 wide.
Oh, coming out of the final corner, but Pelmele takes it by, 2.826 seconds ahead of Theo Kakati. Hannes Morin in third, David Alschleisner, and then it's Elish Spezia from the United States of America, the Stars and Stripes, rounding out the top 5. Top 5 covered by 5.4 seconds.
Let's have a look. So firstly, it is Auleshna exit stage left. Keeps it buried. Good job, son. Gets back on. Did he gain anything? He didn't gain it. Well, did he gain a position? He sort of gives it back. No, well, and then Yalava on the outside getting squeezed, a bit more than squeezed by...
shoved.
Well, so it was a robust move.
Yes.
That was Spezia going past him in that white race with the white crash helmet. Yalava now has to defend, and he's sort of lost momentum because here come the cavalry right behind Yalava, and they go 3 wide. That would be Ebdrup, Olsen, Peters and Teddy Sin getting involved with the back of that group, Victor Nielsen in 10th. Well, it's nice to see that, as you would say in the UK, the E20 drivers certainly had their Weetabix for breakfast this morning.
Yes, they did indeed. I think it's definitely not just the Ready Brack, it was the Weetabix plus the additional touch of honey as well.
It was certainly one. There was maybe some spicy honey because there was some spice in that one. A little bit further down the order, Thierry de Jong finishing in 11th place, Mats Overhoff in 12th. Max Overhoff, just talk about him. He finished, what number is he? He is number 712. The driver, he's only 15 years old. He was 5th in this year's DEKM, so he's giving away an awful lot of experience to some of these other drivers, finishing in 12th place. Nicolas Pacheco wins the battle of the Chilean quartet, and Karina Camper, who recovered very well, did Karina, to finish 14th after a spin earlier on. Jose Vidal beats Hector Ramirez to 15th position. Matias Pacheco finishes in 17th, and the Alexia Lava didn't actually finish, so that move, hang on a second, we just watched Alexia Lava come across the track, didn't we?
Yeah, well the thing was, I mean, earlier on we saw the battle of Outlander going exit stage left, but there was contact, I think, with another, a slight bit of touching, maybe sidewall to sidewall with another driver, so that spat the pole out left. And then Yalava had Spezia going up his inside to go for P5, so Spezia, as you said, sort of squeezed him a little bit towards the outside of that, I think it was turn 12, if memory serves me correctly. So the thing is that these drivers are battling for the first ever champion.
Absolutely.
In the role of honour of the Rotax Max Challenge.
So let's bring the viewers up to speed. So E20 has been a guest class, a demonstration class in the last 2 grand finals, but for the first time ever, it was actually launched at the 2017 grand finals in Portimao.
Yes.
For the first time ever, they are an official class. Now, Marion Kramers was supposed to be joining me, but he might have got lost. So Alex is going to hang on for the next race as well.
Okay.
In Micromax. And that will be coming up very shortly. Micromax, their longest race of the weekend so far. A total of 9 laps. And 36 drivers set to go. They're on the dummy grid. We'll pick up the action very shortly. While I'm on the subject, I will do some shout-outs. So please keep your comments coming in. Message on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. Andy, our social media guru, will tell you who is, well, will tell me, and I will tell you, we'll get to them in a minute, because here's the grid. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, and Zdenek Babicek from the Czech Republic on row number 1. Row 2 is Dragos Avrasaquite and Zain El Homsani. Leonidas Peruzzi and Manuel Gayoso are next, then David Madlak and Anthony Ochepa on row number 4. Row 5, Tom Pappenberg and Harukazi Suzuki. Row 6, Taigen Sakano and Kenzo Craigie. That's your top 12. 36 carts then is Alexis Bayerjon from Canada and Daniel Voinov from Russia, Paul Schön and Albie Friend from the UK on row number 8. Row 9, Sebastian Rist and Santiago Granados. Then Vanessa Silkunate, one of 14 young ladies in the 2021 Grand Finals. Ines Vivianatis is next. Oh, there's a gap there behind cart number 5. I don't think Owen Pankovic is out there. No, there he is. But it's João Barros and Bautista Panetta on row 11, Boaz Maximov and Noah Janssen on row 12. Row number 13, we'll see the Hungarian driver Nimrod Nagradi, cornrows in his hair, it is stylish, Juros Bogdanic, Owen Pankovic and Santiago de la Vega. Then it's Oivi Ventenrata, the pole sitter from qualifying down in 29th, William Strupp Nilsson, Shonal Kunimal and Jacobo Esquivel. Final 2 rows, Branislav Rentka and Chen Kan Seng and Travis Dew and Adam Alwan from Oman round out the 36 kart starting lineup. A glance at the heat results. Well, opening heat race was won by Zain El Homsani. Fantastic round the outside manoeuvre at turn 12 to win the opening heat. Nikita Lubimov won the second heat. Cham Das is saying go Carol. That is Carol.
Is that K with a Carol with a K?
Carol with a K.
That probably might be Carol Stout, who'll be running in Minimax.
Imagine so.
Yeah.
Who else has been in touch? Leslie Plim is watching little Osley Travis Dew in this race. We're missing him lots, but we're so proud of him to be over there as he's from a country town, and our country town doing us proud. Someone's supporting Ronnie Sala, probably the Birrell team. Julian Scott Williams supporting Macy Williams out in Team USA, and João Carvalho is cheering on Gabriel Cacciolo from Portugal.
I have to do a little bit of a shout out to a good friend of you and I.
Oh dear.
The father of one Tom Adams, Chris Adams, sends his regards. He said, they do a cracking full English in Landau, and then
they do indeed, Chris.
He mentioned to me earlier, and Chris, shame on you for saying this. How much do we have? Who do we have to pay to keep Henry up in the forklift for doing the driver's photo?
Well, Chris, it's I'm glad you're watching. Of course, his son Tom Adams, multiple English champion and grand finalist, and he's moving over to KZ2, which is going to be really exciting. Can't wait to see that in 2022. But that can wait. This kart, 36 Micromax drivers, 9 laps. We've got Estonia and the Czech Republic, Austria, the UAE, Spain, Serbia, Poland, the Netherlands, Japan, United Kingdom, Canada and Russia. That's just the first 7 rows. The United Nations of pre-teen karting is on your screens now. Into turn number 12. The red and white of the Birrell ART chassis glistening in the Bahrainian desert night sky. Tram lines, red lights, not green lights. Yes, green, no green lights.
Oh, false start. Cool.
False start lights now. We did have a very well done. That young man there at the back. That would be Adam Alwan. You can see him hand in the air very clearly, saying he's slowing down. He's forgotten there's no one behind him, but good lad. He's listened well, because that's what these young drivers are told, that if there's a false start, then you put your hand in the air, swivel your finger around, because that tells everyone around you that you're not at racing speed.
But at least it's also good to show Ramiro, our race director,
Ramiro Brito from Portugal.
Yeah,
yes,
from Portugal.
Indeed.
To say that, right, okay, it means that it's the universal sign of, yeah, I know I need to go around for another formation.
So we'll try again. Lubimov won the second heat, so he's finished 3rd and 1st in his 2 heats. Zdenek Babicek, 2 runner-up finishes, very consistent. Dragos Avrasakwite finished 3rd in the heat number 2, but 7th in the opener. Zain El Homsani won the first heat, then dropped to 11th in heat 2. A 4th and an 8th for Peruzzi, a 9th and a 7th for Gayoso, 8th and a 9th for Matlak. They're the only drivers to have finished, well, apart from El Homsani, to have finished in the top 10 in both their heat races. Very, very, evenly matched field. We've seen some drivers come storming through. Notice that Kenzo Craigie gaining nearly 20%, getting out of the way there. So overtaking very possible indeed. Into the tram lines, lights are out this time. We're off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter. Lubimov leads them into turn number 1. Now we hold our breath. Somebody going around the outside there. That's a great move from David Matlak by the looks of it. Oh, they're 3 wide into turn 2 and 3. Let's hope they all manage to stay hold your breath. The inhaling through your teeth there of breath there, that tells you it's very, very close. But the pole sitter has got a great start. Lubimov, it looks like Avalos Akwite and Zdeněk Babicek battling over second, and it's allowing the poleman to get away. Great stuff.
Yeah, well, obviously Kultai got up the inside of Babicek on the start phase through turn 1, but Babicek has just managed to pull ahead.
Yes.
And it's lead 3 abreast here, and it's Zainel Homosani up the inside. It looks like going up past Avisil Kultai for P3 as they're now making their way down the hill through into the corkscrew area here at the circuit. But look at the train here. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Micromax never fails to amaze me, considering what I've been commentating on over the past few seasons.
Well, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to this sport, then the Micromax drivers are 8, 9, 10 and 11 years old. Most of them are 9 and 10. That's incredible. The speeds, 55, 60 miles an hour.
Approximately, yeah.
Approximately, so inches off the ground. So skilled indeed, and I love the fact that racing at night, they've got the clear visors on, so when you're looking straight at them you can see their eyes focused, looking for that next apex. Here's the battle for second again. Babicek holds on, El Homosani in third, Avalos Akwite in fourth, then it's Peruzzi fifth. Taigen Sakano, if there was an award for the most excited driver at the driver's photo, Taigen Sakano from Japan would win hands down. The driver of kart number 23, he's got Japan shaved into his hair, the 9-year-old from Yokohama. He was bouncing around, well, I would say like a Mexican jumping bean, but like a Japanese jumping bean.
Edamame bean.
Oh, there we are then.
There we go.
It was one of them.
There we go.
But what, they're closing in on the leader.
Yes, they are, because we're now on to lap number 3 out of 9. I mean, Zhubimov from Estonia leading the way, nearly 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of Zdeněk Babicek, but it is getting a bit dicey out there, Henry, because second, third, fourth, and fifth, rounded out by Leonardis Peruzzi from the United Arab Emirates. I mean, that's getting close. But Taigen Sakano from Japan, you could look at, I mean, Kenzo Craigie already up 4 positions, as is Alexis Bargeon from Canada, and there could have been a possible move from Dragos Avisil Kultai. He's actually forcing the issue here and has gone side by side on Zain El Homosani, and he's just nipped ahead, but it's going to be a right-hander, and El Homosani will have the racing line. I think he's kept it at the moment, and through goes Leonidis Peruzzi, I believe.
All I'm going to say, Alex, is this is getting tastier than the chicken korma I had last night, and the consequences are better. Lubimov,
well, the less said about that, the better.
Babicek second, El Homosani in third, Avalos Akwite, Peruzzi, Sakano, Gayoso, Craigie, Bayerjon, Matlak, Ochepa, Voinov, Suzuki, Friend, Porsche. The top 15 separated by 4 seconds as we start lap 4 out of 9. Half distance, halfway round this lap, so in about 3 corners time. Now, these 4 drivers in second, third, fourth and fifth, they've got to organise themselves. They were closing in on Lubimov, now they're falling back.
Oh, Babicek is actually...
And they're
3 wide going into there, and running wide with 2 of the drivers. I think Zain El Homosani was one of them, so I think Peruzzi's managed to get through there, and look, it's 2 wide. Avisil Kultai around the outside, whether that's Peruzzi, I'm not 100% sure, but Babicek doing a very good job of trying to keep a hold of second position, the Czech Republic driver, but again, El Homosani pulls to the outside going into turn 12, looking for the cutback, but on that particular occasion, it did not work out.
The driver you're looking at now, the white crash helmet, predominantly blue race suit, that is UK's Kenzo Craigie. Races Cadet Honda in the UK.
Yes.
Great Britain, we do a one-off qualifying race for Micromax. Kenzo and Albert Friend came first and second in that. They got the tickets, and so he's only driven a Micromax twice now, and it's getting 3 wide into turn 5. Hold on to your seats, guys and
Mosport is rocking right now as Babicek has held on, and it looks like possible. Well,
oh wow, 3 wide, and wow, Avalos Akwite came back on the track very quickly. That makes me nervous. Craigie passed him. Craigie's got the momentum. I mean, look, this is frustrating for these drivers, their mechanics, because they've just handed this race to Lubimov on a silver platter.
But still, with even us being on lap 5 out of 9, we're going to go to a bit of a replay here. So going through into the approach into Mosport, 3 wide, And then all of a sudden, Dragosavi Silkultai slots in behind. It's 3 wide. Babicek sideways coming out of the exit. Still defends going into the right-hander at turn 6. Then it's 3 abreast. Avisil Kultai is on the outside of it. Looks like Zainel Homasani was in the middle, but Avisil Kultai...
Now watch this. This I rule. That was coming back on. That was fast. Back to the action now. Lap 6 out of 8, and the train is growing. Well, Lubimov exit stage left. It's Babicek, Peruzzi, Helmasani. That's changed for 3rd place now. Craigie is 5th, and it's Avosakuite. And the back of this group now, the red and white race suit, is number 25, Poland's Anthony Oczepa.
Yep, and still the battle rages on. Zdenek Babicek is actually backing off people. And I think, looking at it, Babicek wants to be on the front row for the grand final tomorrow. But you look at how well Kenzo Craigie has just literally got up 7 places from P12 to P5.
I have to say, though, a nose cone penalty for any of these now, because the group is so big.
Yeah.
Between second, well, Babicek is 2.3 seconds behind the leader. There is, you have to look back to Santiago Granados is in 19th. 5 seconds between 2nd and 19th.
Oh.
One mistake is game over for the grand finals.
El Homasani's just gone up the inside of Babicek. Nice.
Oh no, a spin, he gets tipped round. That is Kenzo Craig getting turned around at full speed. Somehow, is it Kenzo Craig?
No, it isn't.
Not.
No, it isn't.
That is the number 34 cut of Daniel Voinov. No, it's Leonidas Peruzzi. I do apologise. It was to say, play white crash helmet. Let's have a look at this. This could have been huge, Alex.
Yeah, well, going through up the inside. Great placement from Kenzo Craigie. And you can just see, a little bit of a touch from back. Oh, it was Peruzzi in front of Craigie.
All credit to Oczepa. Look at this reaction there from the driver of car 24. He sees it. Rear wheel to front wheel contact. Right. Powers, you can see the rubber that he's laid down. And, that's a shame that that's happened. So we're on lap 7 out of 9. Lubimov, 3.5 seconds up the road. Look at that. And here's, Babicek is defending for his life. He's got El Homasani behind him. In 4th place is now Oczepa. So Oczepa's gained ground after that near disaster. Craigie is 5th. Avalos Acuite is 6th. Gayoso 7th. Albert Friend up at 8th. Good job, Albi. Then it's Sakano, Voinov, Vribrianatis, Bayerjon.
Scrap and a half for 2nd position. And Zdenek Babicek still leading this. El Homasani has Oczepa up the inside. But El Homasani has to run a little bit wide to counteract it. The pole's been squeezed coming out of the right-hander, or the left-hander at turn number 8, but great spatial awareness by a lot of these drivers here. Albi Friend at the moment, 16th to 8th position. You've then got the likes of Lithuania's Ainis Vibriantis, 20th to 11th place. Paul Schoen's now up into 13th from 15th, the youngster from Switzerland. But it's all changed as we're about to go, I think, onto what's going to be a rather exciting final last lap.
I mean, normally I save my tablets for finals day. I think I'm going to have to crack the bottle open early here just to calm my nerves. Here we go, turn 1, last lap. This is the battle for 2nd. This is only the battle to see who starts on the outside of the front row for the grand final itself. Babicek has it in the green and yellow crash helmet. He defends at the inside coming into turn number 5. El Homasani will try the undercut. Can he get there? No, because Babicek covers. Then it is Kenzo Craigie in the white crash helmet, blue and red race suit for Team UK in 4th position, hugging the white lines into turn number 8. Then Babicek comes over there. There's a little bit of a nudge. I couldn't see who that was from. Somehow Babicek comes out in front. The 9-year-old Babicek in car number 25 from Grolov.
And it's 3 wide going through that right-hander there. My goodness me, that is
going to
crazy.
Get round. Now, I mean, you're not, the leader's gone. Lubimov's going to win this by 7 or 8 seconds. Babicek on the anchors. Lubimov wins for Estonia. Fantastic drive. Brilliant stuff for Nikita Lubimov. Here's the race. Who's it going to be? It's Babicek. What a spinner that looks like a Dutchman, is it? No. It's a red and white race suit. We'll find out that. It's Tigan Sakano. Poor Tigan the Tiger. And look at that, he taps his helmet. No, he knows. That's what we said, Alex. One mistake. He was 7th or 8th. He crossed the line 33rd. Last corner, he was going to start in the 4th row of the grid for the final. He's now starting at the back. Your chances can disappear in a whisker. what a race. Let's have a look. I mean, I thought that was the finish for second place because it was about just as close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the start here, going into turn 1, Zhubimov puts it perfectly on the racing line. Because Babicek was on the other side, he got a great launch off the start, got through, and then we're going 3 wide here into turn 5 here at Mosport. And just seeing the composure of these drivers, Babicek holding off the likes of Zain El Homosani, Kenzo Craigie.
Yeah, this is 9-year-old Zenek Babicek, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
There's that spin. And look at this. Well, the 2 drivers there went. I mean, the other driver on the left, great reactions. I mean, you talk about, athletes, and that was El Hamsani outbraked himself and then ran wide as well.
But also one of the other things I noticed there is we see Zhubimov cross the line. There was Kenzo Craigie actually mounted the curbs with the left wheels going into that corner, and so that might have unsettled him,
well,
and thereby
it certainly wouldn't have been anything with like an absolute
exactly.
That. And look at this, and there's Sukarno exit stage right. Across the line. Look at that. That could be the start, but it's not. It's the finish. They're 3 wide. Who's that? That's Tom Pappenberg celebrating, beating. Oh, and someone slapped me the steering wheel there. That would have been Pappenberg, I think, beating Barros and David Matlack for 14th place. Here is a look at the provisional results. While you at home or at work or in the car workshop, not in the car because that would be illegal, or anywhere you are. Taking the dog for a walk, who knows? Well, I'll give you a rundown of the current Nations Cup standings. Now, each nation gets points based on the highest placed finishing driver from that nation in each race. So obviously it does favour the countries that have got drivers in every class and then have got drivers that are drawn in even and odd numbers, so they're covered in every heat race. France lead at the moment with 2,078 points. The Netherlands are second with 1,888. Then it's the UAE with 1,684. Great Britain with 1,661. And the USA are fifth with 1,659. There are 61 nations. I have to say, sorry, fans of Ireland, 61st. Strongest team in the field, holding everybody else up. Thank you very much for joining us, Alex. We can't wait to read your daily report from the action. I'll look at the Minimax starting lineup for pre-final A, and we will be back with Alex Goldschmidt tomorrow for E20. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup for Minimax pre-final A, 36 drivers. Now it gets interesting. Boris Lisan, pole position from Poland, undefeated so far, 3 wins out of 3. Matej Radenkovic from Belgium, P2, a win in the last heat race of the day yesterday. Then it's Jensen Burnett from Canada and Marcus Silkunas from Lithuania. Row number 3, Hugo Marti and Gage Korn representing Spain and the USA. Then Artemi Melnikov and Max Sadursky representing the Netherlands. Row 5, Jan Meissner and Rotislav Kostina, who's very quick but got a penalty yesterday. He starts 10th. Watch for him. George Nassar and Kyle Drysdale on row 6. Row 7, Christopher Elfagali from Lebanon and Petar Bogatinovsky from North Macedonia. Mis Uban and Luca Houghton on row number 8. Row 9, Dieter Kamat and Matteo Baruti. Then Santino Panetta and Aikos Kermachi, Hungary and Austria, and Argentina rather. Nicolas Sotsoglu from Greece, Siliket Silimongol Kasi from Thailand, on row 11, Ewan Charman, the Charmander, and Luis Alejandro Umana Sanchez on row 12. Row 13 is Nicolas Casarino from Germany and Timothy Vladimirov from Ukraine, Lucas de Longchamp and Caden Higgins on row 14. These are now the drivers that need a miracle. Some of them have been automatically eliminated already. Alexander Van Meerven, Saitari Leitenen, Lawrence Anderson, Charles Goddard. This will probably be their last race in the Grand Finals. Doubtful any of these drivers on your screen are going to make it. Oliver Kerg is not with us. He has broken a bone in his hand, and we hope that Oliver is okay. Yun Hun Choi, Lorenzo Salazar Escamil and Jacob Cobera are your remaining starters. Now, the current standings, points rankings. Matteo Baruti is 35th in the point standings, and Marcel Zibo is 36th. Santino Panetta, who starts the number 109 kart from the inside of row 10 is the 37th place driver at the moment. He needs to score well to get in. He at the moment is level on points with Marcel Zebo, who's not in this race, he's in the next race. But Zebo takes the tiebreaker based on the fact that Zebo qualified 19th overall and Panetta qualified 20th overall. Look out in this race for the likes of Kamachi, Sovatsoglu, Siriman Golkase. They are all looking to get a good finish to to force their way into the top 36. Those looking rather nervous. 35th in points is Baruti, Kamat is 33rd, Houghton 31st, Uban 29th. So the stakes are raised. Minimax, pre-final one. Oh, and there's someone slowing down. It's number 156. And it's a false start. What has gone wrong for Mies Uban? A spark plug cap. Look at him trying to get that spark plug cap going now. He can do that. You know, no one's helping him. He's trying to do his own mechanics to see if that spark plug cap has worked loose. Now let's try again. Try again. There's something on the top of the engine has come off. There's work loose. Oh no, Mies Uban, the Dutchman from the 12-year-old from Heerlen, second in this year's gold trophy, so he took one of the last tickets for this event. He was teetering on the brink. If he doesn't get going, he's not going to make the final. He's not got enough points. This is the drama. This is from elation to despair in the space of a split second. 30. We've also got Lawrence Anderson not out there. Nicolas Sovatsoglu doesn't seem to have started, and neither has Oliver Kirk. So Anderson and Sovatsoglu, hopefully they're okay. We have had a couple of injuries. There are the people in the VIP room balcony watching on keenly. The Dutch contingent hoping that Uban can get his kart restarted, but I don't think he can. So 32 karts. Nicolas Sovatsoglu, hope that Nicolas is okay. Lawrence Anderson from Denmark, hope Lawrence is okay. Oliver Kirk, I know, has broken a bone in his hand. He's here, but no longer racing. And I'm looking, and it's back there, number 129, Jakob Kubera. Uban will not take the start. 32 drivers remain. Someone's going to benefit. One driver that's currently outside the top 36 is going to make their way in. Oh, we're slowing down an awful lot. We're going in an absolute crawl. Is Uban going to get back in? Where? I can't see the car. No. Oh, Uban kneels. The desolation for Mies Uban as the race gets underway. He can't even watch, and that was a tardy start, but we are going. There's going to be some start penalties after that one, I'm sure. Oh, it's two drivers spinning, three at the first corner. The tension rising and mistakes are being made. That was, oh, I can't quite see who that was. I think that, well, we'll catch up with those drivers as they come around, but leading the way, Boris Lisan, the Polish driver, number 130, undefeated so far from Srebrenica. He was 11 on Monday. What a birthday this would be. 3 wins, 3 heat races for Boris. The rest of the field tucking in behind. It looks like it was, who was slow on that first sector? Christopher Elfagali was one of the drivers that was spun around. So was Petr Bogdanovsky. So one of the pre-race favourites, the Rotax International Trophy winner, Christopher Elfagali's got his work cut out for him now. The only driver from North Macedonia, the first driver from North Macedonia, also in trouble. Who else is dropping down the order as we go on to lap number 2 out of 10? Adita Kamat. So 3 drivers who at the start of this race had qualified for the final, now find themselves down at the back, and it's looking doubtful whether they'll make it in. They have a lot of work to do. Charles Goddard is 29th. Lisan leads from Marcus Silkunas. Then it's Jensen Burnett. No, it's not. It's the Belgian driver, Matija Radenkovic, up into 3rd position. Burnett 4th, and the driver with the black, it's actually dark blue, but race suit and white crash helmet, that is number 141, Artemi Melnikov from Russia. The top 5 trying to break away with Nassar 6th, Sadursky 7th, Kostina in 8th, Marty 9th, Meissner in 10th, and Drysdale, Panetta, Gage Korn, and up 9 places already. Ewan Charman in kart number 1, 2, 3, making his bid to get into the final. So is Lucas de Longchamp from Team Canada, up from 27th to 15th. Charman in kart 1, 2, 3 was 45th in points coming into this race. De Longchamp 53rd. While De Longchamp is a long shot, Charman, if he carries on marching up the order, this could be one of the drivers that capitalises on Mies Uban's heartbreak. Such is this karting life. Lisan leads. Radenkovic up in the P2 now as they come through the corkscrew up on the curbs of 3rd place driver Marcus Silkunas. See with a gold crash helmet in 3rd position, but it looks gold, it's a rich yellow, the colour of yellow on the Lithuanian flag. Over the shoulder looks Lisan, just in case he needs to defend. He doesn't. May do soon, as Radenkovic has got help from Silkunas through the roller coaster section. Up towards turn 5, and there's the move. Radenkovic on Lisan, Belgium lead Poland. Now this will be interesting. Boris Lisan has done a very good job of leading from the front. Now he's in a battle. How can he cope when he's got somebody in front of him and another driver nibbling away at his rear end? Marcus Silkunas in kart 162 is that driver. Oh, and Silkunas again up and over the curb. That unsettles the kart, and it's cost him a couple of kart lengths. It's going to cost him 3rd place. It's going to cost him 4th place because Artemi Melnikov and Jensen Burnett come through. Melnikov with the white crash helmet, then the white, black and red race suit of Canada's Jensen Burnett. And we've got a yellow flag at post 14, so somebody has gone off about turn 12. I'm looking at it's Lucas de Longchamp. All the hard work that de Longchamp did, and it's gone out of the window. De Longchamp out of the race. Now behind this lead group, George Nassar is 6th. Then it is Rotislav Kostina, Hugo Marty, Jan Meissner. Sadursky is 10th. Gage Korn has slipped to 11th. Drysdale 12th. Luca Houghton is 13th for Bahrain, the leading Bahrain driver in this race. Ewan Charman still 14th. Santino Panetta is next. Cinnamon Golkassi is up 6th place to 16th. Are we going to get a tie driver into the Minimax final? We shall see. Also gaining ground is number 144. That is the Colombian driver, Luis Sanchez. Casarino was next. Kimichachi down. Christopher Alfagali is only 23rd. He's going to make ground. No, he's 21st now. The red race suit of Fagali, you can't quite see him on your screens, but he's battling for his grand final life now. So is Matteo Berruti, who's dropped to 23rd. He was the last driver in. Berruti was 35th in points coming into this, and he's not gaining ground as we've got a battle for the lead shaping up. Bogdanovsky and Dieter Kamat also right down the order to the Longchamp running 29th. The 32 karts at start of this race are all still running. Radenkovic leads Lisan on lap 6 out of 10. Out of the corkscrew, down the hill towards turn number 12. Radenkovic in the yellow and red of Belgium. Lisan in the white and red of Poland. Then the deep blue of Russia's Melnikov. Artemi Melnikov. Kart number 141, 12 years old, Russian champion, lives in Moscow, and we've now got a gaggle of 9 drivers, all in a row. Well, make that 2, 4, 6, 7. Nassar in 7th place, with the black and gold of the UAE. Kostina from Poland 6th, Kunas 5th, and we had a cheeky little look there, Boris Lisan, he's sort of messing around with Radenkovic's peripheral vision on the run down towards turn number 8. Further back, the Still 7 drivers battling for the lead, and a slight gap back to Meissner and Martin, and a bigger gap back to Sadursky, Korn, Houghton, Charman, Panetta, Drysdale, and another gap back to Cinnamon, Golkassi, and the 144 of Sanchez. We complete lap 7. See no defending from Radenkovic. He's confident that Nissan will work with him. Radenkovic knows if he starts defending now, that group of 7 will quickly become a group of 9, then a group of 11, then a group of 13, and then a group of everyone, and then he's in trouble because one mistake, he can go from 1st to 21st, like we saw in Micromax. And Lisan, he has a little look now and again, but nothing serious. Change behind him, I think that was Burnett losing a place to Silkunas, so Silkunas up into 4th position. Now, and that has helped the top 2. As Melnikov, Burnett and Silkunas squabble over 3rd. It allows the top 2 to pull clear. As we say that, Radenkovic starting to edge away slightly from Boris Lisan. Well, Radenkovic, 2/3 and a 1st in his heat races. Lisan undefeated so far, 3 wins out of 3 in the heats. Thomas Dolsomanis is also undefeated. Everyone else has lost at least once. No one else has won all their races so far. Are we going to see Lisan's undefeated streak come to an end? Well, none of he's got anything to do about it. But again, it's not a serious look. It's just sort of, you know, moving it around because the drivers they can hear the engines behind them, and if they hear the engine move, as we've got carts 3 wide coming up the hill in towards turn 9, enter stage left there. They all somehow keep it straight. That's the battle for 5th place on back, and that battle is currently led by Rotislav Kostina, who has got past Jensen Burnett. So it's Radenkovic and Lisan, 1 and 2. Then Melnikov and Silkunas, 3 and 4. And then it's Burnett leading and Burnett and Rostina leading the charge for 5th. Last lap, board goes out. Is Boris Lisan going to make a move, or will he sit behind Radenkovic? At the moment, a 2nd place for Lisan should be enough to secure pole position for the final. So I think he's just going to let Radenkovic take this one. See, kart racers are kart racers, never quite know what they're going to do. It's a change for 3rd. Melnikov repasses Silkunas. Melnikov in the white crash helmet, Silkunas in the yellow, up towards the corkscrew. Oh, and there was a little bit of nudging and pushing and barging there. Side by side, Silkunas comes out in front. Melnikov thinks, I'm not having that, the old chestnut. And he comes back. The crossover at turn 12 is on for those 2. But Belgians, Matej Radenkovic will take the checkered flag and the win. Lisan thumbs up. Radenkovic looking over his shoulder. Lisan going, good game, good game. I think Radenkovic knew that Lisan wasn't going to push and force the issue. Now they're flooding across the line behind, and a big, big celebration. Well done that drive for the celebration. I believe that may have been, can't quite say, I think there was a 6 in it. Maybe Petr Bogatinovsky. I should have a look. No, it was Nicolas Casarino in kart 168, who was very happy because he just beat by 300ths of a second Caden Higgins and Alexander Van Meeuwen for 20th position. Well done, Nicolas Casarino. Why was he celebrating, you might ask? Well, because in the heat races, the German driver didn't finish any higher than 22nd. So he's not going to qualify for the final, but he ends his grand final journey this time with his best ever finish, and he was quite happy. So, Radenkovic takes the win. This is a provisional result. Looking at some of the drivers that right on the cusp. Top 11, Ewan Charman finished 13th from 23rd of the grid. Is that enough for Ewan? He started the race 45th in points, 10 points behind a 36th place driver. But Serpis Uban, couple of others had a poor result. Now, further down the order, these are the drivers who probably going to say goodbye to at the end of this race. Casarino, Higgins, Van der Meulen, Baruti. So Matteo Baruti in 23rd position. Ooh, that's going to be very, very tight indeed, because he started this race 35th in points, and that was the 20th, the 15th and the 22nd. He's just had his worst finish of the entire week when it counted most. Christopher Alfagali, nervous wait for Christopher, 18th. Here is your grid meanwhile for the second pre-final. Arata Endo from Japan and Julius Ochepa from Poland on row number 1. Tom Strela from Latvia and Matisse Karnajak from France are on row number 2. Then it's Dovydas Gudravicius from Lithuania and Yunya Kaneko from Japan. Scott Marsh from the UK and Thiago Falivene from Argentina go from row number 4. Nikita Sidyabok from Belarus and Alexander Klugel from Germany. And next, Yu Delu. No, I don't need Delu, I'm fine. He starts on row 6 alongside Mika van der Pavert. It's Paul Grissel and Tom Langlois, and all French 7th row. 8th row, Salvador Trinidade and Masuki Inoue from Japan. Row number 9, Sebastian Bach from Denmark, Marcel Zebo. So, Zebo 36 in points. Everybody in front of Zebo on the grid currently in the final. Everyone from Timothy Clark on back, they need to make something happen to get enough points to get in. Clark and Jackson Walney are the first 2 outsiders looking to get in. Then it's Arango from Colombia, Rayan Manemne from the Lebanon, now living in Colorado. Happy birthday to Rayan's dad, who's the paddock, and I have to say I said happy birthday to him before his own wife did. Not to say, but it was midnight over in Colorado, so you can blame her. She was in bed. Gracie Grantham and Jakub Gasparovich are next. On row number 12. Row 13, Riku Akeda and Rasmus Koskinen. Then it's Carol Stout, who has had some support online, and Chevalier Sina, 12 years old. Her birthday was yesterday. The young Omani lady, 28th on the grid. P29, these the real outsiders now. Matthew Davernier, Lawrence Sadikia, Adam Wooden, Khalid Najjar. Enjoy the race, guys. It might not happen for you this year, just enjoy the experience. Mate Gobahidze from Georgia, Alexander Jacoby's got Oliver Hodgson mechanicking for him, the 2013 Junior Rotax World Champion. It's not going to happen this year for Jacoby. Shantosh Kumar, and sadly Harrison Crowther is being mathematically eliminated. Harrison did a grand total of 0 laps yesterday. His car broke down in both his heat races before he even completed a lap. He can't mathematically qualify, but world exclusive. We're going to hear a little bit more from Harrison tomorrow. Say no more, say no more. There is a look at your dummy grid. 119, Scott Marsh. Younger brother of Sam Marsh, former British champion and grand finalist here in Rotax. Scott is currently 14th in the points standings. Driver who hails Lillerton in Devon, second in this year's British Championship. So, for those of you trying to calculate who's in and who's out, the drivers in this race that are teetering on the brink of qualification, you have got, well, 50 points, it's Salvador Trinidadi, 30th overall, Masuki Inui, 32nd overall, 54 points, then it's Sebastian Bach, 56 points. Now, the higher the points, the worse. You get 0 points for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, so it's lowest scores go in. I know, it's tradition, who am I to say? But Sebastian Bach, 56 points, is currently in. Marcel Zebo, 59 points, currently in. Timothy Clark, 62 points, currently out. Already we've seen heartbreak in the first race. I'm looking to see if we've got 36 starters or if we've got anyone missing from this grid, and the answer is all present and correct. Put the register away. Time for some studying. Today's topic, go-karting at the highest level. Japan, Poland, Latvia, France, Lithuania, the top 5 then Japan, United Kingdom, Argentina, Belarus, Germany, China, the Netherlands and France. The rail cam follows them down the hill from the corkscrew. See how much this track plunges into it, kinks right, and you've got to set the cart up hard on the brakes for turn number 12. The marshalling team in here, well, the marshalling team here at Bahrain have been superb. Some of the best I've seen. And now Endo leads Chepa, Strella, Carnajak, Vicious, Kaneko, Marsh, Palavenier and the rest to the line. Are we going to get a clean start first time around? The answer is yes. Offered racing we go. In turn number 1, great start for the post and a poor start from Ochepa, who slips back to 4th, going through turn number 1. Hold your breath, 36 cars, all make it through cleanly. Right at the back, look for the driver with the blue and red race suit and the white back. That's Harrison Crowther. Let's see if he can actually get a lap in. He's done so little racing this weekend, he can almost go get a refund on his tyres. Down towards turn 7. Into 8. All the leaders through cleanly. Somebody in the middle, oh, somebody running very wide at the back. But then somehow they all make it up. Now, I noticed Mizuki Inoue from Japan in kart number 127. Inoue, who came into this race in 32nd in points. I think he's got a problem. He's right down at the back and he's going very slowly. No, he's picked up someone. Off-track excursion. Watch for Inoue. He's put a purple middle sector in, but he's dropped from mid-pack and safely in the final to right at the back and not qualifying. But the good news is he's got 9 laps now remaining to make something happen. Through turns 2 and 3 come the lead duo. The lead pack is Doviedas Gudalevicius from Lithuania, who now leads the way. White crash helmet, sort of dark race suit with red and green flecks on it. Endo is second. Strella third for Latvia. Then we've got Chepa from Poland. Oh, that looks like Matthias Karnajak now into 4th. And it's a Chepa with the white top half of the race suit, red bottom half. Then it's Karnajak in the French tricolour, followed by Van der Pavert, Sonic Van der Pavert. Well, I think it's Mika Van der Pavert, but he's got Sonic the Hedgehog on his crash helmet, because Sonic apparently is very fast. And posts 4 and 5, that is the run up towards Mosport Corner, I believe. What has happened up there? I think Pedro Arango may have had a problem. Waved yellows in this sector, so no overtaking. Can't see who's gone off. Oh my word, I don't believe it. It's Harrison Crowther. Oh, Harrison Crowther, the driver from Southminster. Well, he must have walked under a ladder or kicked a black cat or something. It has not gone well, to say the least. Poor Harrison Crowther out of the race. My colleague Anthony Jordan of the UK says, Das Go-Kart ist kaputt. As they say in Russia, Go-Kart ist kaputski. Anyway, Gudalevicius, Endo, Strella, Ochepa, Karnajak, De Pavert, Palavenier, Sinyabok, Marsh and Udaloo, the top 10. Palavenier drops to 10th place, I think, with Udaloo moving up. Looking down, yep, Arango is retired. No, Arango's still out there, so 35 carts still running. Harrison Crowther, sadly not. Now, of the drivers, Matthew Davernier up 8th place to 21st. He's got a little bit more work to do, but he's going in the right direction. Paul Grissel slipped to 17th place. Mizuki Inoue is still down in 32nd. But the good news is he's catching people. Chevalier Senior's up to 25th. Timothy Clark was the first driver out. He's dropped to 27th, so the young Canadian number 122 doesn't look like he's going to qualify. Front pack as we reached half distance. We just start lap number 5 out of 10. Gudalevicius under pressure now from Strella and Endo. Got Chepa is fourth. Karnijak, 3 kart lengths behind him in fifth. Then it's that Van der Pavert, the Netherlands. Behind Van der Pavert, Marsh, Sinjabok. Well, I mean, if Makita Sinjabok can get in the final for Belarus, that'd be a great result. If Udaloo can get in from China, that'll be equally a good achievement. And it's Falivenier, Walney, Jackson Walney from 20th to 9th. There's a driver, Walney, who started this 40th in points. He's going the right direction. The American in kart number 164, the driver who hails from Glendale in Illinois, trying to put his machine in the main event. Raya Menemne is up into 19th place. Junya Kaneko slipping back to 16th. Gracie Grantham up to 15th. Well, last night on the studio show, and I would advise everyone to watch it at the end of yesterday's stream, Gracie Grantham was being interviewed on by Jen Wade, and she goes, Jen Wade, what do you want to do with your career? And she goes, I want to be a woman in motorsport that makes history. Well, we haven't had a lady racer from Bahrain get into a final. Is that going to change? At the moment, Gracie Grantham, well, she started this race 46th in points, 10 points out of it, but she's up into 15th. She's gained 8 places. She's doing all she can as the front group on lap number 6 continue to circulate. Gudravicius defending from Strela, and then it's Endo into second place now. Strela drops to third with the dark red racer with the gold crash helmet. Team Latvia's Tom Strela. Hello to Harold Kaklis. Watching this on the live stream, the Latvian mechanic, team manager, entrant, former driver, who is, well, they might let him out of his cell before long, as long as he tests negative. Change up at turn number 5. That is Chippa from Poland, passing Strela from Latvia. Yellow flagged at post 14, and that could be Rayan Menayner and Timothy Clark have come to grief. So Clark's hopes have gone. Rayan Menayner's hopes gone. Oh, what a shame for the Canadian and the American driver. Not a happy birthday for Mr. Menayner. He's going to have to take a go-kart part now tonight before he leaves the circuit to give it back to Praga. Such a shame. 5 in a row. Gudravicius, Endo, Strela, Ochepa and Karnijak. Then a small gap. Back to Van der Pavert, Marsh, Sinjabok, Delou and Falivenier. Walney's up into P11 for Team USA. Stars and Stripes moving forward. Lap 8 out of 10. Scott Marsh puts in the fast lap of the race. Marsh at kart 119 is now the first kart of this second group. There is the white back on the red and blue fronted race suit. Marsh at kart 119 running in 6th. Now got, we've still got a 6-kart lead train, so Marsh has caught this lead train, and Van der Pavert and Sinjabok are only a couple of kart lengths off, making it an 8-kart battle for the race lead. Through turn 13. Start lap number 9 out of 10. And Gudravicius begins to defend. Oh, and a change, but a bit of a front to rear contact there between Cheppa and Strela for 3rd place going down the main straight. They gather it together, lose a bit of time momentum. Now Strela has to defend 4th place coming into turn 5, and Scott Marsh grabs 5th from Karnijak. Karnijak trying to do the undercut move, left the door open, and Scott Marsh went, thank you. However, looks as though, oh, and you can see drivers turning around now, hand gestures going, what are you doing, what are you doing? Well, you're racing is what you're doing. Very exciting racing, and it is too. So, Ovidas Gudravicius leads Arata Endo in turn 12 for the penultimate time. Gudravicius from Lithuania, he a 9th, a 4th and a 6th. A win would go very well here for Lithuania. Arata Endo had 2 wins and a 4th. As they start their final lap, Ochepa, Marsh, Strela, Karnijak, Sinjabok are next. But Ochepa's caught the top 3. Marsh battling now for 4th position. Through turn 6 for the final time. Now 7, it's Gudalevicius still leading. Here comes Arata Endo to the inside. No, now Arendo cuts back to the racing line. Gudalevicius hangs tough on the run up towards turn 9 in the corkscrew. Ochepa taking a wide line in. He's going to take a late apex and now get a good run down towards 12. Will we see the Polish driver dive to the inside? No is the answer. He's waiting for an opportunity to strike, but this is only the pre-final, so he sits tight. And Lithuania's Dovydas Gudalevicius takes the race win from Arata Endo and Julius Ochepa. Scott Marsh finishes 4th. Sinjabok finishes 5th. Strela is 6th. Karnijak 7th. And all 4 wide. Cross the line further back. That was Misuke. Okay, that was Misuke Inoue recovering the 24th position. Let's look at some of the drivers that are going to be very nervous. Well, Jackson Walney up to 8th place. Could that be enough? I think it might be. Mika van der Pavement finishes 9th. Alex Klugel 10th. Tom Langlois is 11th. They're all pretty safe. Udaloo in 12th. That's okay. Thiago Falavene 13th. That's okay. Now, Sebastian Bach, 13th. He came into this race 34th. Well, he's going to be keeping his fingers and toes crossed. Matthew Tavernier from 29th to 15th. Not sure if Tavernier is going to check. He was 58th. That'll be a stretch. I'm not quite sure he'll make it, but a great drive nonetheless. Then it's Yunya Kaneko from Japan. He's going to be a nervous young man. He dropped to 16th. He came into this race 16th in this race. He came into it in the point standings. I'm looking 12th, so that should be okay. Further back, looking on your screens there, you've got the likes of Akeda Zabo. So Marcel Zabo, 36th in the points. Start of this race, 20th. Ooh, that might not be enough. Gasparovic, Zdielka, Chevalier, Sina, Inoue is going to be worried. So will Paul Grissel, who fell to 26. Well, that was Mike Minimax. Junior Rotax up next. We're going to be joined by Matilda Olsen. So, as we watch the first round of junior drivers on the grid, Matilda Olsen, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you so much.
You've been in action in E20 today. How did that go?
Not really as I wanted, but we gained some positions, and yeah, I did what I could, and that's always the main point of it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, how are your tyres looking for tomorrow? That's the key point now as we look at the junior grid. Tyres okay?
Yeah, tyres is alright. I'm quite good in saving the tyres, so far so good. We'll see for the final tomorrow.
See you at the final. That's right. So yeah. On to juniors. Here's a look at the grid. Thomas Dolsomanis, undefeated during his heat races, on pole. Jaden Teen second, and Enzo Boll third. Then it's Theo Blon for France, rounding out the top two. Joop Breedveld and Frederico Rifai are next. Bruno Mulders and Rodrigo Villacha on row number 4. Row 5 sees Giacomo Machoro and Mohamed Wali from Hungary. Then Philippe Neviandomsky and Pacom Weissenberger from France, rather. Row number 7, Sebastian Ng from Panama and Rafael Renhofer. Santiago Biaggi and Sebastian Svensson are on row number 8. All these drivers currently in the top 36. Now we get down to it. Cooper O'Clair 33rd in points and Paul Alberto 35th in points. They're the last two drivers currently qualified. Row 10 on back. These are the drivers on the outside looking in. Maxim Shurko from Lithuania. He'll be boosted by Gudalevicius' win just then. Then it's Leon Ochai from Japan. Andre Pickle and Aidan Ingrata are next. Matvei Andrusha and Ollie Stevens on row 12. Now we're getting into the real outsiders. They need to have good luck and others to have bad luck. Daniel Mauler from Israel, Samuel Ifrid from Switzerland, Tito Giafoni from Brazil, Zach Skula from the UAE. Still the names keep coming. Nick Trobech, Xavier Suarez, Matthias Terlau, Milo Kaskinen. We're not going to see Milo. Hope Milo gets well. He broke his wrist yesterday. He's here at the circuit, arm in a cast. Abdulkader Kassam. Then Chaniach Budrasakio, the young Thai lady. Nicolas Fuka from Argentina. Jens Christiansen from Denmark. And out of contention, these ones at the back there. So just enjoy the final. What you saw yesterday, Matilda, Thomas Tolsomanis, Jaden Teen, the front row drivers looking very, very strong. But back in the back, your countryman Sebastian Svensson raced very well, but he's only 31st in points. That's going to be nervous.
Definitely, it's going to be a tough one. He had one really bad heat yesterday when he crashed, and
stupid boy.
and I hope he's getting this one right, and because this counting for the final, he needs the point.
Yes. So again, for those of you that are just tuning in, 0 points for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, etc., etc., etc. Lowest combined scores after the 3 heat races and your pre-final. Putting a ranking at the end of this race and the next one. Top 36 are in. The bottom 36 go home. 11 laps of junior racing. A couple of extra laps yesterday. We've seen already drivers make their way in to the final from non-qualified positions. We've seen drivers who were in safely drop out. So Stolsomanis and Thien, no need to panic, keep it nice and calm.
Yeah, for sure. Save, don't do anything stupid out there, and just be careful.
Is this the type of race where if you were in, say, Jaden Teen's position and you were behind Stolsomanis, would you just sit there knowing it's going to help you? I mean, Stolsomanis has pretty much got pole position sewn up, provided there's not an incident and he doesn't drop right back. So,
to be honest, like, if I had a chance to go for the move, I would do it. But I wouldn't take a risk if it was too riskful.
Yes.
Obviously, because you need the points. Or you don't need the points.
No,
yeah.
you don't need the points.
Yeah.
But the racing driver in you insists upon you having a little look.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course. Okay, into turn 13. All 36 drivers made it out. No, 35 did. I'm not sure what is up to our timing screen. False start. And let's have a little look now as they come across the line. Yeah, we've lost Jens Christiansen, unfortunately. So hope the Danish driver is okay. There were a couple of accidents yesterday.
It's a restart as well.
And it's a restart, it's a false start, yeah. So 2 Scandinavian drivers not competing, Milo Kaskinen and Jens Christiansen. So if you're now in the position of the drivers that are like 37th, 38th, 39th in points, how are you feeling?
I think it's like when you're in the middle of the pack and further down the order. I think it's a lot of things can happen down there.
Yeah.
It's quite messy, but like how I'm thinking is just let them line up, don't do anything stupid, and take one by one as safe as you can, and keep also the bumper safe so you not get a penalty for it.
Yes.
It's not worth it.
Keep your nose clean and attached to the bracket.
Exactly.
So the drop down nose cones, for those who are tuning in for the first time, the nose cones of these carts have got a bracket that attaches to them. If there is contact between the nose of your cart and the rear end of the driver in front of you, or the rear end of the driver's cart in front of you, the bracket drops and it's a 5-second penalty. Simple as that. So, for the second time of asking, Stolsomanis on the left, Teen on the right. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Good start for Stolsomanis, comes across to take the racing line. Teen slots into second. Enzo Ball and Theo Blanc run in third and fourth. In fact, Blanc, the Frenchman, moves to P3. And looking there's a couple of drivers tripping over each other in the middle of the pack. One driver taking to the sand, rather. I can't get used to saying not saying grass.
It looks like we're having a quite clean start here, to be fair.
Yes, and Stolsomanis, well, this is great news for Thomas Stolsomanis, and now that the onus is on these drivers in the middle of the pack, you're breathing a sigh of relief now. If you were starting right in the middle, you've got through the first couple of corners cleanly, you get into a rhythm and start picking people off.
Exactly, it's very important to get into your rhythm and just be focused all the time. It's very important for the drivers.
Drivers streaming down the hill side by side, mid-pack. But Stolzman is leading J18 by 5-6 kart lengths to number 237 of Theo Blanc now moves into P2. Blanc, the Frenchman, head of Teen, who's third. Enzo Ball is fourth. So we got Dutch drivers third, fourth, and fifth. Teen, Ball, and Van Breedveld trying to make a move in that pack, as well as Federico Alrefi, Bruno Mulders. Well, we've got 4 Dutch drivers now battling together. Bruno Mulders trying to get past Federico Alrefi. This now, as a team, it's not as a team, but as a nation, Mulders is dropping back. But you've still got 3 young Dutchmen, Teen, Ball, and Breedveld. You can work together and drive safely. That's the ultimate in this type of competition, where it's nation again. When you drive for your nation, not a team. They are your teammates, they're your countrymen.
Yeah, it can be like good to have your countrymen next to you when you're racing, but also it can be a battle in the battle.
As in, I want to be the leading Dutch driver.
Exactly.
No, I want to be the leading Dutch driver.
Yeah.
But in the tent where all the drivers from each nation are together, you would think the mechanics would have maybe had a discussion saying, okay lads, here's the thing. We don't want to have a late night tonight and have to pack a go-kart away because you boys went out and didn't make the final. So behave. Something like that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're saying in the tent. But when you go out on track as a driver, you're not really thinking that you want to win.
So what you're saying is that everything, instruction that you're given goes clean out the window, the red mist comes down, the racing driver comes out, and off we go.
As soon as you put the helmet on.
I was looking at it, it was a shadow behind Stolzmanis' cart. I thought that there was maybe something hanging off, but no, it's a shadow playing tricks on my aged eyes. Teen and Ball now beginning to pull away. Blom in 4th position under pressure. Theo Blanc's got his hands full here, hasn't he? Because look at the queue of carts behind him, and if he gets passed by one, he could get passed by a lot. Lap number 4 begins. Stolzmanis leads by 7/10. Then Teen, Ball, Blin, Breedveld, Alrifai, Vilacha, Mulders, Mohamed Wali up to 9th. Nawiam Dobsky 10th, and it's Svensson 11th at 5 places. So for Sebastian Svensson, he's securing his place in the final.
Yeah, for sure. He's doing a really good job out there so far. He's doing exactly what he has to do out there.
Now further back, Giacomo Macchioro has dropped to 17th position. Macchioro was 17th in points, he's down in 17th now. Ollie Stevens has gained 6 places up to 18th. The British driver, can he squeeze his way in? He was looking down at the 47th. That's going to be a tough ask. You've raced in this type of competition a lot of times. Intermediate classification, as we got a battle for 3rd, 4th place rather. I'm going to ask Al-Rifai defending, can you recall the lowest position you've been in after the intermediates where you get into the final? Have you ever been sort of after the heats, have you ever been sort of 45th in points and then made it into the top 36 after a really strong pre-final?
Yeah, for sure, you can definitely do it. It's definitely possible, but it's always on the limit if you're gonna get to the final or not. And
then you're nervously waiting. Oh dear, and that's a big one, and a driver a driver on his roof, coming out of turn number 7. 2 drivers coming together. You never want to see that. We're not going to show a replay just yet. We'll see. We'll make sure that the driver is okay first. Couldn't quite catch the numbers. I have a feeling it was Mohamed Wali and Bruno Mulders. Was that Mohamed Wali? Exit stage left. I hope that the Hungarian driver, who's originally from South Africa, is okay. Yellow flags at post 10. Right, we're on lap 6 out of 11. Not something you want to see, but again, that was coming up. Let's have a look at the replay now. Mohamed is okay. So drivers on the outside there, Vali in the black race suit there, just being tipped and pirouetting on the 2 sides, and over he goes. And Mulders there, so Mulders running out wide. I mean, Mulders, Wali was there. It was side by side. That's a tough one to call. Wali unlucky. You can see the cart just bouncing on the Hungarian. Hopefully Mohamed's okay. He's up and out of his cart. That's the main thing.
Exactly. It's the main thing, the driver is okay.
When we're never trying to portion blame, but when it's side by side, you're coming out of the corner, you've been the driver, you've been in Bruno Mulder's position where you've just sort of eased wide. You've also been in Varley's position where you're on the outside. Nobody's going to give, especially when the stakes are high.
No one wants to give away their position, but when you do hold around the outside, so things like this can happen.
Yeah.
Not often happening, but
no,
when it happens, it happens.
Yeah, well, Mohammed Varley out of the race and probably out. He was 19th and he's going to finish 34th. That I don't think will be enough. He had 40 points. The cut-off was 57. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now, watching lap number 7, Sebastian Ng from Panama has dropped back quite a bit to 19th. He's lost 6th position. So he was 25th in points, down in 19th place now. That's going to be a nervous time. Cooper O'Clair is dropped to 18th. He was right on the cusp. Aidan Ingrata moving up. Sebastian Spencer, he's still 15th. He's lost a couple of places. Giacomo Marocchio is moving back up towards the front. This is quite a sedate race to the front. You've got Stolsomanis, Ball, Tien, Al-Rifai, Breedfeld, then Vilacha, Blom, Weissenberger, Rafael Renhofer and Filip Neviandowski at top 10. No real battles amongst the top 7 or 8. This is drivers, do you think, just being nice and calm and sensible?
Yeah, definitely. They're taking quite calm out there. I can see that. And there's no really any bad battles going on out there.
As you say that, we've got 2 Dutch drivers shaping up. Jaden Teen, kart 259, running in 2nd place. Does he have a go? We're into lap number 9 out of 11. Does he have a go at Enzo Ball running in P2?
Stolzman is strangely the gap to 1 second now.
But the fastest lap of the race goes to Federico Al-Rifai in kart. And look at that, the dark race suit. Now, here's a wild card. He doesn't care about what country he's from. He's thinking, right, I'm going to have a little good go here. 216 Al-Rifai, 17th, 5th and 7th in his heat, so he's got pace. Here he goes, up the inside. Good move there, and there is Mohammed Varley at the side of the circuit, helmet off, nursing his elbow, but he's okay. But Al-Rifai now looking like the aggressor.
Now the last lap's coming up, so it's going to be a battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, so we're
even
on lap 9
position.
now, yeah, and of course this is helping Joep Breedveld. Well, the Joepsters fan club, headquartered in, where are they headquartered? The Berkel en Rodenerts, you think? Well, whatever you are, stand to attention, because Joep is en route. Well, Rifai will defend. Enzo Ball is gone, and there we go. So penultimate lap. If you're out Rifai, he's going to start. This is where things could get interesting. Oh, the 2 Dutch drivers, wheel to wheel.
Wow, the bouncing wheels there.
I mean, that was not ideal, but luckily disaster averted. Jaden Teen, I think, ended up on the taller of those 2 drivers, ended up on the losing side of that battle. Behind them a gap to Blom, Vilacha, Weissenberger and Renhofer, but your leader Thomas Tolsomanis, undefeated so far, 4 wins out of 4, and really you've got to say, Matilda, he hasn't been challenged in any of the races that we've watched.
Very good challenge.
So, through to, but now we're on the last lap. Okay, talk us around the last lap as we follow the leaders. Up towards turn 5, what are you doing with the kart? Setting it up, of course, is different with the, the E20 car. It's a very different driving style, but you're staying off the curbs, making sure that we don't run the risk of knocking something off.
Exactly, you just keep it safe, relax and have a breather, and just not do anything stupid on the last lap. It's not worth it when you have this big of a gap.
Yes, indeed. Through the corkscrew, Thomas Tolsomanis. Now we're looking at his lap times. A 55.0 is his best, a 55.1 last time around, so he's not backed off to save the tyres too much.
No, definitely not. He's doing good.
Checkered flag comes out. Thomas Tolsomanis from Latvia takes the win. Enzo Ball 2nd. Federico Al-Rifai for the United Arab Emirates 3rd. Here's a battle. Some of these drivers have just fought their way in, and some others have just managed to race their way out. We'll have a look down the order. Tien is 4th, Breedveld 5th, Villacha 6th, Blanc 7th, Weissenberger 8th, Renhofer 9th. They're all safely in. Now from 20th on the grid to 10th, Leon Ochai, that driver from Japan, number 238, started 39th in points. That's, I would say, a top 10 there. That's safely into the final. Then Paul Alberto, Sebastian Svensson. Looks like we're going to be seeing Sebastian in the final.
Yeah, it looks like that. He did a good job here, and I think he's definitely making it to the final.
Nevium Domski from Poland, 13th. That should be enough. Santiago Biaggi, 14th. Okay, first of the drivers we're really not sure. Ollie Stevens from Great Britain, driver number 219, came into this race, where was he? 47th in points. He was 14 points out of the final, but he moves from 24th on the grid to 15th.
That's a strong race, but it can be on the limit to get through to the final. It's like,
if you've got any fingernails, Ollie, now's the time to start nibbling away on them.
Cross fingers for that.
Maxim Shirko, maybe from Maxim Shirko from Lithuania, 37th in points, but he only gained 3 places. Well, now we get into the drivers that have lost ground, because Shirko will be gaining points, the likes of Giacomo Machoro, down to 18th, Sebastian NG. Oh, Panama, you're on the brink. You're on the brink. Tanya in the race office. Ooh, she's going to be bouncing up and down. Wait to see, because the first Panamanian driver, that could be right on the limit. Now, the drivers that we probably won't see again: Nick Trobech, Matthias Terlo, Andre Pickle, Tito Giafone, so on and so forth. Bruno Mulders finishes down in 28th. That could be really, really close for Bruno Mulders. Now let's look ahead to the second pre-final. Kai Rillarts. Now this was some really good action yesterday with Rillarts. Rillarts from Belgium and Edgars Vilkans from Latvia. Well, Latvia just won the last race. Can we have a clean sweep? Edgars Vilkans, over to you. Matej Konik, and then Martti Rittonen is next. Mara Rittonen, Kukamura. Marai Nishida, Farin Mega, Kamal Murad and Harry Linden. Harry, 2 wins and a last in his heat. Now he starts 8th. He'll be hoping not for another last. Mark Koziev and Edwin Knesser are next. Then it's Guillermo Diaz and Leon Zelenko. Again, ladies and gentlemen, these drivers are in the top 36 at the moment. Aaron Krepsik, he'll be hoping to avoid having one. Then Antoine Brogio, Ruan Alva and Pietro Pons. Row 8. Row 9, this is the real dicey area. Rio Sakai, Neo Clark from the UK, he's 36th in points. He's the last man in at the moment. His countryman, Ethan Jeff Hall, first man out. Then Magnus Pedersen in 20th place from Denmark. All these drivers until they've still got a really good chance. Vic Stevens, we saw Vic crash out. It dropped him from a top 6 to potentially not making the final. Megamo Suzuki is next. Then Yutai Chan from Hong Kong. Christian Sobranes from Mexico. Sem Argun, George Kafantaris from Greece, Balas Lantos and Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay. I don't think we're going to see Paraguay in the final. We'll see though Yu Ching Kyu, Gaston Irasu, Tai Misha and Kyu Ho Lee from Korea. And now the drivers who we just wish they have enjoy the race, get home safely, come back, try again next year. Touch Yonsai, Rafael Tehran, Thailand and Ecuador, Paul Lazarescu from Romania. Sadly, Elio St. Paul is not going to be racing. He broke, he had a laceration in his hand. That means he cannot race. So we should have 35 drivers. Paul Lazarescu had a crash yesterday, but I saw him this morning and he's okay. Game on. This could be a little bit more tasty. I mean, Rillarts, a win, a second and a third. Vilkans, a second and an 8th. Now, yesterday, if you remember, our camera car number, well, we're looking at the rear end of Ruhan Alva there, and that is Rio Sakai, our camera car. We saw him have a crash yesterday, and that crash has put him right on the edge.
Yeah, this is a very strong field we have here with a lot of fast drivers coming from the back, and we're going to see what they're able to do and capable of doing in this race. I think it's going to be a very interesting race, this.
As a former European champion yourself, the current European champion, albeit as a junior, Riordon, you can just see him there just adjusting his side of his cart. Your confidence levels are sky high.
Yeah.
Because you've been the boss all year.
Exactly.
You've been the daddy. Well, in your case, you've been the mummy all year. But, you know, you are absolutely in the zone, and that sort of attitude may be well, you wouldn't be settling to finish second, but that's just you, isn't it?
Yeah, even if you have built up this confidence during the year and have really good results, you're still nervous when you go out there, and you always want to do your best. And I mean, this is racing, and everything can happen in the end that you cannot affect. So I think it's a good thing to have good confidence when you go out on track, but you should still be careful, looking after everyone else, like not do anything stupid out there. And you
now, great point. Looking back behind the first couple of rows, anybody on the grid that you think we're going to see moving forwards who had misfortune in the heat races but are quicker than their grid positions suggest? Who to look out for? Possibly Leon Zelenko, possibly Neo Clark, possibly Ethan Jeff Hall. What about Vic Stevens?
I think he can do a very good race here. Just keep it clean here as well. Like I said before, you have to think smart.
And of course, you've got drivers from the outside of countries. India, Ruhan Alva, just got to keep it steady. It'd be great to see an Indian driver, someone from India, again, karting growing in India, to make the final against this world-class field. Here we go. Last pre-final in juniors. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Riordon checking over his shoulder, moves across. Great start. Who's that looking at the inside? Possibly Matej Konik. The leaders all get round cleanly. Do they? Do they? Yes. Okay, Riordon, and up in the second place, I think that's Konik. And at the back, that's looking very, very, very close. 3 wide at turn 5 of a Mosport. And is that Kamal Murad in the bright green Australian race suit? Getting sandwiched around there, but okay so far, no incidents. We're all through turn 8 cleanly. Well done, juniors. 2 clean first laps, but look at the top 2 go. Konik in second place, I believe. Mirai Nishida on a good lap as well. So, perfect first lap so far, Matilda. We haven't got the end of it yet, but so far so good.
So far so good. We have a very clean start, very fair racing so far, what we've seen here.
Yep, Kamal Murad has made a good getaway. First change for the lead. Konik up into first position. Driver number 227, Matej Konik from Slovakia. 2 fourth places in his first 2 heats. And I haven't got any info on Konik. And the fact that he finished 11th as a Micromax driver back in Sarno 2 years ago. Riordon didn't fight it though.
No, he shouldn't be panicking already here. Just if Konik is faster here, let him go and just follow and see what he's doing and try to push and strength the gap. That's the only thing he can do right now. And if he's faster, go for the overtake.
It certainly is. There's a bit of dust in the air, so someone's been off. 35 drivers still running. Riordon though doesn't mean so. Riordon will Kai be sort of thinking, okay, give me a lap behind you, Konik. If you're not quick enough, and if I see Mirai Nishida in third place closing in, then I'll go.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna go if Konik is making a mistake or if he's not fast enough. Definitely Riordon's gonna go for the move.
Speaking of moves, here's the number 247 of Magnus Pedersen passing Antoine Brogio. Well, going in right in front of our camera cart on board. Oh, and now there goes Sakhir at the inside at Mosport, and round the outside. Oh, that was close. Well, I've got to say, Sakhir learnt his lesson there. That was exactly the same situation he was in with Vic Stevens yesterday, and he backed out of it this time. Oh, and smart move, because then he was able to crossover, and he's just got past both Brogio and Pedersen, who tripped over each other. They continue, and Nishida now looking a little bit closer in third. You've got Edgars Vilkans and Kamal Murad 4th and 5th closing in. Koziev is 6th, Mega 7th, Linden 8th, Rittinen 9th, Krepsik 10th, then Zelenko, Pania Diaz, Pons, Brogio, Sakhir, Ruan Alves slipped back, so is Neo Clark. They can't afford bad races. The other thing I've noticed, Matilda, is that the race is now quite spread out, which is going to make...
Oh, they realised go for the move on Konik. It was a good, clean move from Raylats.
Yep, up the inside.
Up the inside.
Riordon
Exactly.
again. And you can see, I think Riordon, you can see Nishida closing in, time to go. You can sense that as a driver, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. And now also we have Nishida coming up to Konik and Raylats. So now it can be really interesting from now on. We also got Wilkins and
Edwin Knessa from Lebanon. Well, Edwin, he's up 5 places. Driver number 254, the last car in this league group, is his third. Sakhir really wide. It's his third grand finals. Pietro Pons having a nosy up the inside. Knessa, he's finished 12th in Minimax next year, but he's never been in a class with 72 karts in before. Oh, that's tight from Sakhir, and he backs out of it. And
I think honestly that was the right thing to do, back out of it, otherwise it could have been crashed there.
Now we can't see behind them, but I imagine that behind Sakhir you've got Brogio, Pedersen, Clark, Alva, Stevens, Jeff Hall, now right on the reverber, but suddenly 5-kart battle for the lead. Well, actually, maybe a 4-kart battle for second, because Riordon has checked out a little bit.
A little bit, strengthening the gap a little bit here, but it's not over until the last lap obviously, but it's good, he can have a little breather here and just calm down and get into the
get into his rhythm.
Rhythm, yeah, sorry.
Apologise, this is far better than my Swedish.
Exactly.
Yes. Konik second, Nishida third. No, sorry, Nishida second, Konik third, Wilkins, Knessa, Harry Linden is up into P6. There's Linden with the white back to his race suit. He has got Russia's Mark Koziev pushing him along. Then it is Farin Mega in 8th. All these drivers doing what they need to do. Krepsik 9th, Kamal Mrad slips to 10th. Then it's Zelenko 11th. Pernia Diaz in 12th. Rittinen has slipped back to 30, but again, you still think they're all pretty safe. Sakhir, Ponce, Pedersen, Clark, Brogio, Stevens, Alva. That's the group who are going to be nervous as we've got to change. Who's that? Is that Edgars Wilkins? I think it is. Up in the 3rd place. But that movement, Hilda, it's cost them. You know,
definitely.
Nishida.
Now we got a move again here from
Knessa in the red race suit.
Exactly.
Well, Edwin Knessa looks over his shoulder, green helmet, changed the lead. Brave move.
Brave move from Nishida going on Raylats. Very brave move from him, but he was still clean. He kept it safe. But now the battle's starting.
Now the battle's on because lap number 8, lap number 7 rather, and Nishida defends. He thinks, no.
I'm gonna win this one. That's what he's thinking now. He's defending again from Raylats.
So you can just tell this is now a bun fight from here on in. You've got 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers together, and you just hope that all 7 get home and get home without a nose cone penalty, because the way Nishida is driving, and this is not a criticism, he is doing, I mean, don't forget Nikita 10th in points, he hasn't finished higher than 7th, so he's got a chance to win a race, he's going to take it. But he is going to back everyone up. Riordon. So Riordon now knows Nishida is going to make it difficult. Put yourself, put yourself in Riordon's shoes. What's he going to do?
Now, if I would be him, I will keep it calm here and just wait what's happening. And if you have the chance to go for a move, go for it. But don't do anything stupid out there. It would cost so much for you.
Yep, and Nishida runs it and misses the apex up at Mossport. That slows him down a little bit. Here comes Edwin Knessa.
He's backing off there.
Yeah, but Knessa sensibly has a little look, thinks nope. But behind him, they're 3 wide for 5th position. So the order is Nishida, Wilkins,
So we got a move for the lead, didn't we?
Yep, we did. Well spotted. At the inside, at the corkscrew. So Wilkins now leads. Knessa up to 2nd. Nishida down to 3rd. Riordon in 4th. And this looks like Harry Linden now in 5th position. And with defence here on in. On to lap 9 out of 11. 2 laps to go. It's going to be elbows out.
100% elbows out. You can also see Linden now. This is positive thing for him that they're scrapping a little bit in front so he can get the good heat or pre-final as he needed.
Yeah,
he had
he was
a
coming
bad
from
one yesterday.
Yeah, he had a mechanic. He was coming from 16th in points. This is going to help him, but again, because of the defence, now Edwin Knessa takes the lead. Knessa has never won a race the Grand Finals before. I'm racking my brain, has Lebanon ever won a heat race? But are they going to win one now? Here comes Vilkans again, wheel to wheel. Edwin's just going to let him go. He's got the inside line. Vilkans back in front, but Knessa's got the crossover.
It's a very tight race here. It's like so many in the front. Everyone can win this.
And of course you're looking, so let's have a look. There's 5 seconds separating the top 13. Any of this group of 13 karts gets a nose cone penalty, and it's going to take them pretty much out of the top 20.
You definitely don't want to have a bumper here.
No, Rillart's dropping back. I think this is where Rillart's thinking, okay, I'll back out of it. I'll take start in third. Change again, crossover.
Change
Knessa.
again.
And it looks like Linden in 4th place. Nishida back in 3rd. Here comes Linden. Nope. If you're in the middle now, you can't move out flying without getting past, so it does get tricky. We've got a lap and a third to go. Vilkans leads Knessa, Nishida, Rillarts and Linden. Your top, in fact, Linden 4th. Then it is the dark race suit of Mark Koziev from Russia next. We got another change. Crossover. Yes, another crossover. Ooh, on the curb, 3 wide. 4 wide, is it? Who's going to get the lead here? It's Nishida and Harry Linden up the P2. Last lap board goes out. Nishida leads and he's going to defend from Harry Linden. Anything can happen. We got a group of 13. Just got to cross your fingers and hope for the best. No, but you've got to keep your eyes open. You've got to hear commentating. But it's you've got to close your eyes and thinking, oh my goodness, this could go wrong. Nishida still leads into turn number 7.
It's so tight between everyone. I would say like top, I don't know how many they
13.
are. 13. Everyone can win this. Everything can happen still, and it's not over until the checker flags come out.
Well, Mirai Nishida, kart 258, the driver who is 14 years old from Hyundai in Japan, will lead them out of the penultimate corner. Linden in 2nd. Everyone stays single file. No one wants to risk it. Japan take the win from Harry Linden in 2nd. And in 3rd place, Edwin Knessa. A top 3 finish for Lebanon. Now, we didn't have a look back further down the order to see who was running the risk of not qualifying, for the simple reason that it was so exciting up at the front. Let's have a look. Talk us through these last couple of corners. Oh, this was the lap before. This is the crossover. Knessa in red. Look, it's the inside.
It's
and
a
this
very
is what
smart
happens.
move from him, because he knows the one on the outside is going to lose this. And when you have bouncing wheel like that, you know for sure you're not going to have it. And now the other one's coming behind, and you see them drags out off the circuit, and then it's easy for the 3rd man here to go and get the lead.
At 4 wide, and because Harry Linden there, he had momentum because he was just far enough behind that to not sacrifice his line. Helped so much. He went from 4th to 2nd at the start of the final lap. Well, Mirai Nishida wins for Japan. We're going to see the provisional results. So, Matej Konik dropped back to 10th there. We saw him up in the battle for the lead early on. Nishida, Linden, Knessa, Koziev, Rillarts, Vilkans, Aaron Krepsik finishes in 7th. Look at that. We've got the top 13 separated by 2.3 seconds. Great racing.
Very tight racing out there.
Now, Farin Mega finished 8th. Guillermo Diaz, Matej Konik, Kamal Murad, all these drivers safely in. You'd like to think Zelenko in 12th, Mark Tiritanen down in 13th, but still you think that's probably enough. Pedersen, so here we go. Pedersen 14th, Pietro Pons 15th, Ethan Jeff Hall up 3 places to 16th. That's tight.
He needs to cross the fingers to make it to the final, but he did a quite good race here as well.
Brogio in 17th, drops 3 places. He may have enough of a buffer. Vic Stevens gaining 3 places to 18th, not sure about that. George Kafantaris to 19th. Tem Argan, Ruhan Alva dropping to 21st from India. That might not be enough. Megamo Suzuko touch Yonsai. Well, there we go, from Thailand. Out of contention, but a great race. So touch, that's a nice touch.
That's a nice touch.
Balas Lantos, Neo Clark, sadly down in 25th. Now, we'll move on to seniors. Sanne van Valsteen is going to join us in the commentary. Dr. Matilda, thank you very much once again for joining me. Good luck tomorrow. We'll see you back here in the commentary booth for the final, when you might be a grand final champion. Who knows?
Exactly. Thank you so much.
So here is a look at the starting lineup for the first of our senior. I think, oh, well, we're going to replace a double European champion with a grand finals champion in the commentary box. Right back with you as you look at the starting lineup for senior road. So I'm pleased to say that I'm joined in the commentary box by 2018 Senior Rotax Grand Final champion, Senna van Volstein. Senna, factory Sodi kart driver now, looking like a really good set of exciting senior race. If the junior races were anything to go by, then the senior ones were going to be, just say hi up in the corner of the screen there we are. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be good, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. If I saw the last race of the junior max, the pressure is on, I think.
Yes, you know, again, we've got a situation. So let's look at the grid. Teresa Babikova, double race win yesterday. Paul Percussive, P2. Then Kai Hunter, the younger, the two Hunter brothers. Andres Petrovic in the outside of the fourth, the second of the grid, in fourth from Serbia. Lachlan Robinson from the UAE. Kuwait's Fahad Al Khaled in P6. What a drive so far for Kuwait. From retirement to seventh on the grid for the pre-final, Mario Novak from Austria, then Uranisic Balas from Hungary. Again, all these drivers safely in the top 36 at the moment. Wilgot Edquist and Thomas Ritchie, Francesco Grimaldi and the Diamond of Dalray, the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, Victor Frost Bay and Pedro Souza, then Enzo Calderas and Daniel Ali. Daniel Ali is 31st in points. Nicky Gauci and Zombor Kovacs are the last two drivers currently qualified from this heat, from this pre-final. Mai Sadar and Mario Sidler are 37th and 39th respectively. Stylianos Patrisis from Greece and Joanna Hassoun, they are 41st and 43rd. Ayato Iwasaki and Gabriel Cacciolo, they are on the 12th row of the grid, and they've still got a chance, but they need to move forward. Griffin Dowler, Maurizio Gamma. Now we're getting into the outsiders. Kenta Komaji, Leon Mandel. They need to go from the 14th row up into the top 10 to make it in realistically. Miska Kaskinen, Chen Han Lin. Hopefully the Han Lin is better on his kart now. Valeria Vargas Garcia and Matej Sika on row 16. So, like we said before, these last few drivers, Seun Young Kang, Ben Pinto, Christian Estasi, and Ashutafon Yaruin Lapronara, enjoy your race, because you're not going to make the final. Enjoy the experience, learn from it, come back stronger next year. What do you spot there, Senna?
Yeah, definitely. Just take all the experience you got from this race and just have fun. You know, it's your last race, I think, this weekend then, and basically on this track for most of the people.
Yes.
So yeah, just have fun, and hopefully we'll see them back next year.
Now, what have drivers been asking you in the paddock? Because you've been at your own hand to sort of give advice. What kind of questions have you been fielding when they come up to you and go, "Oh, what do I do here?"
No, yeah, obviously, because I'm now coming out for Sodi kart, a lot of people are asking me, what about the chassis, what is the setup, what you need to do, or what you want to have, and as well for the track. They've been asking me what's the best way to go around, basically. So yeah, this is the most questions I've had so far.
Yeah, but it's obviously that's what you're here for. You're here to as obviously help with the chassis partner, but to give that insight to the drivers. Now we're looking at who has got up. We're on our rolling lap. We're just checking to make sure that all 36 drivers are here, and yes, they are, which is always good to see. We've had a couple of drivers have had to withdraw. Teresa Babikova, she beat Paul Verkremmen yesterday, which we saw. You commented on. Kai Hunter Petrovic. Looking back in the drivers that you sort of know, or the drivers that you saw yesterday, anyone in sort of the mid-grid you think will see it have a charge? I mean, Zombor Kovacs maybe?
Yeah, him, and for sure I think Lewis Gilbert, we can see him moving up the The ranking, I think. We saw him yesterday catching up with them in a battle. He had a strong pace as well, so yeah, I think he can be surprising this race.
Well, so far, Teresa Babachova, a second and 2 wins. We've racked our brains. We can't remember, between myself and Jen Wade, another female race winner in the grand finals. So you were here for history.
Yeah.
But turn 1 is where she was aggressive, 3-4-4. Does Teresa now need to calm that aggression a little bit?
No, I don't think she has to calm her aggression. You saw yesterday she didn't make any strange moves. So yeah, she just has to get the best places possible.
It's going to be a false start. We did have that game of shut up and listen yesterday, so well that's one strike. Get it right next time for Kwemin. Babakova and Paul Kwemin, they went head to head. Babachova came out on top. You've been in a situation, I'm sure, where you have had a battle with someone in a heat race and beaten them, and then you suddenly find yourself, you know, for the final. How much of a confidence boost do you think yesterday I had your number? Do you know what? I've got your number again.
Yeah, I think definitely they have been battling before, so they know a bit about each other. And for sure, if you beat them before, you're feeling more confident. But on the other hand, I think the other driver that has been beaten, he has more motivation or more strength to get them back even.
So for Kwemin's thinking, right, okay, yesterday, 1-0 to you, time for the equaliser. Kai Hunter, we know Kai, very aggressive. If he gets a sniff of victory, he will go for it. Petrovic in car number 325, the Serbian driver, 2 runners-up finishes and a 6th in his heats. Kai Hunter, a 4th, a 3rd and a 2nd. Oh, that's just begging to be a win then. A 4th in his first heat, 3rd in his second, 2nd in his 3rd. So obviously he's thinking to himself, yeah, a win would be nice here. At the moment,
just counting down the races.
Yeah, just counting down the races. At the moment, Mads Rees is the next race, 57 points. 57 points is the cut-off. You've got Mai Sadar in this race on 58 points, Sidler on 62, Stylianis Petrisis on 64, Hassoun on 64. I mean, Edwin Knesser from Lebanon was doing really well. Joanna Hassoun, to get a Lebanese young lady in the final would be great. Here we go, lights are out this time, and you can see, Babachova and Paul Kwemin almost came together, but that's going to open the door for Hunter. Babachova was making sure she was aggressive, and Paul Kwemin, like you said, not willing to give best, and that was almost disastrous.
Yeah, that was definitely aggressive coming into the first corner. I think Teresa had a bit of a better start than Paul Kwemin. He dropped down a few places, so he needs to make sure he doesn't lose too much to get back in front.
Yes, and Babachova was again determined to do the same thing, and Paul Kwemin had the same idea, but again just shows lightning reactions. Here comes Kai Hunter though to the inside of Babachova, and not this time, up into 3rd place, Lachlan Robinson, the very tall driver in the black and gold race suit. Great view coming through the top of the corkscrew down the hill, and at the top of the hill, somebody in the barriers right at the top. They were at the back, and sadly we were saying that those drivers just enjoy themselves. Not an enjoyable evening for that young driver. We'll see who it was later on.
Ooh, and Kai Hunter going for the lead now, and Teresa dropped back to 2nd.
Yes, again, Hunter, we know Hunter's aggressive. You've possibly got 2 of the most aggressive drivers in the field in this race. Babachova, based on this week alone, and Kai Hunter, Lachlan Robinson. Now, you'll have seen the racing going around as a driver. If you're Lockie Robinson, you'll know that Hunter and Babachova are just really aggressive. So you do what? Oh, hang on a sec, we'll have a little replay here. Here's the move, and Babachova thought about cutting across.
Move. Yeah, but basically what you can do, you can have like 2 choices. Otherwise, you're doing a step back and waiting for them to make some kind of mistake and have the advantage of that, or you're going to be with them in a fight and just trying to push it to the front.
Now, yellow flags up the corkscrew. I can tell you that the driver that we saw crashing,
and Teresa is back in the lead.
Yes, and they sort of slowed down the corkscrew, and they backed everybody up because it was Mauricio Herrera Gama, Matej Sikart and Ashitafon Yarono Palapa. Unfortunately, Ashitafon has had one. Teresa Babachova leads, Lachlan Robinson 2nd, Kai Hunter back to 3rd. I think Kai Hunter thought we were going to full course caution.
I'm not sure what happened. He dropped down quite a lot of places, so it could be that he was thinking that. Now Teresa and Robinson having a bit of a gap, so are they going to work together or not? Like, they can do and push each other up to get away from the rest, or are they going to have a fight with each other and and that's when Mario Nova can get up
Yep. Oh, there's somebody there.
Guy Hunter went over the ribbon strips on the inside.
Ah, right, okay, missed that. Oh, he's gone over again. Oh, that's disastrous. You can see him. Right, so he ran wide at the exit of turn 12. Oh, dear. Exit stage left there, and there's 4 and 5 wide. That's back in the pack. We've lost. Wilgot Edquist is involved. Oh, Wilgot Edquist, who came into this race 17th. I think the Swedes' chances have just gone. Let's have a look. You can see that second group. Oh, and yeah, the dark race suit, the yellow badge. Oh, I'm lucky Matilda Olsen's not in here. Her countryman has just gone out there. I can't see who the driver bouncing up over the top is. Whoever it is, there's almost certainly got a drop nose cone. And look there, maybe Urancic Ballas. It was a white race suit, possibly Team Hungary's.
Yeah, you saw they're going too wide into the corner. I think they've been touching wheels.
Yeah, so this is a 14-lap race. We're on lap 4. Babichova, Robinson trying to break away, but Novak with a bright green crash helmet on. He goes, I retire. I retire, but I have to,
directly up to speed.
Yes, yeah, directly up to speed. And that's impressive, though, because when you spend 18 months out of the seat, it's impossible to get back at the speed quickly. Well, it's not impossible because Novak's doing it.
Yeah. Yes, clearly see as well when you don't drive so much, physically is definitely more hard than you used to have.
Well, behind Petrovic in 4th is Francesco Grimaldi from Argentina, up into 5th position, and he's got Forquemin in 6th and Lewis Gilbert. Okay, so you said Lewis Gilbert would be moving forward. He's up in the 7th place. Then there's a big gap. There's a gap of 1.5 seconds, and you can see here comes the train from 8th place on back down the hill. You don't want to be in that train because that contains all the drivers that are teetering on the edge, that aren't comfortably into the final based on their points.
Yeah, on that place is basically all of nothing. This is the last race to get into the final, so everybody will give it their best try to get it in. So yeah, we'll be chaotic there.
Well, Kai Hunter there in 9th place, so it's Pedro Sousa from Brazil leading that second group. You can see at the top of your screen in that second group, Sousa, Hunter, Gauci from Malta up into the top 10. Malta looked like he could put a driver in the final. Kovacs also going well, trying to cement his place in the final. Ricci, Calderas, Ayato Iwakaze up from 23rd to 14th. Here they are, look at them. Oh my words. It's Kai Hunter now at the front of this group. You can see him hacking away at the wheel. Very distinct style. We talk about style. Kai Hunter, he's, as the NASCAR term is, get up on the wheel.
Yeah.
Then it is Victor Frost Bay. Mr. Kaskinen has gained 13 places. Daniel Ali, Kenta Kumaji, then Sidler, Patricis, Sadai, Cacciolo. All these drivers, sadly, Joanna Hassoun's dropped back a little bit, 24th. Wilgot Edquist is still in the race, but down in 30th. And Fahed Al Khaled from Kuwait has retired. I didn't see why, if it was mechanical or accident related. Fahed, Kuwait's hopes hang in the balance. He was 11th in points, but he's going to take a real hit in this one. That's not what you want, is it? You've done all the hard work. I mean, okay, so Fahed, he's got 19 points. The cutoff was 57, but he is gonna, he should be okay maybe, I think, but he's not gonna be anywhere near the front.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want. You've been working all week really hard to be, and then in the last race before the final, you're having a bit of a number. But yeah, anyway, he's still probably in the final, so that's a good thing, and can make some ground up into the final then.
Yeah, we're into the second half of this race. Babichova and Lachlan Robinson being nice and calm at the front. Novak and Petrovic behind them. 3-car battle between Grimaldi, the Argentine driver with the dark blue race suit. He's just been passed by Lewis Gilbert, very tall driver with the pink crash helmet, and the Frenchman Paul Forquemin. I imagine Forquemin is going to be a little bit nonplussed, a little bit with the way the situation has unfolded in this race for him.
Yeah, definitely when you're starting on front row, you're expecting a bit more of the heat, and dropping back to 5th it's not the worst case scenario for sure, but it's not what you expected, I think, and definitely it's not what you want to have.
I mean, that move at the start from Babichova, that was a statement, wasn't it? Oh no, green flag waving at the start line means yellow flag waving at turn number 13. Who has gone off? The answer is, Valeria Vargas Garcia has gone off, and behind them also Mario Sidler and Gabriel Cacholo. Oh dear, Sidler in cart number 3, 4, 5 was right on the brink. Where was Sidler in the points? Looking at there, he was just outside the top 10, and now he's outside qualifying. We're not going to see Sidler, sadly, in the final, and neither are we. Cacholo also going out. That's just bad luck for them. Valeria Vargas Garcia also out, so yellow flags at post 15. Another crash at turn 14 centre. Desperation kicks in, and you're just making moves, trying to make something happen, and it's
definitely what we talked about before. Now is the moment everybody is gonna make the crazy moves, the moves they want to make, but most of the time it is not possible. You're just gonna go for it because you have no choice. If you want to be in the final, you have to do it, and that's what I would do the same way.
As a driver, that's what you've got to do. You know, there's no point saying, they're being silly, what have you. No, they've got to go for it. Their whole grand finals experience, what they've worked for all year, depends on it. Pressed by Mario Novak in third place.
He's still hanging on there.
He's looking over his shoulder a lot. He's thinking, heat races weren't this long, were they?
Definitely. Maybe he's already feeling a little bit of the physical, but he's doing a good job. If he can finish in a spot like this, he is good coming out into the final.
Yes.
And we're seeing Teresa and Robinson going out. Robinson is just hanging behind her. I think he's playing it smart now. He doesn't have to make a big fight with her. Maybe the last 2 laps he can try to make an overtake, but
however, Robinson would have been aware that Babichova is in an aggressive move. I mean, Lockie Robinson, driver number 307, originally born in Australia, now based out in Dubai. This is his 4th Grand Finals. He finished 5th in Sarno in 2019, the last Grand Finals in this class. So he's got pedigree and he's got intelligence at this level.
Yeah, he knows how to do it, definitely.
Yeah, so bearing that in mind and bearing Babichova's sort of aggression levels, you think maybe he might just sit there and wait, but you never know. If he spots an opportunity, if he thinks he's got the quicker cart, he'll go for it.
Yeah, I think so. And as well, it's not on the result of this final, it's not on the result of the pre-final. It's obviously coming the points together. So he's calculating if he got the...
Well, he was 9th coming into this in the points, so this is going to do him a lot of favours.
Yes, definitely.
Now, Kai Hunter, this is going to show you this. We watched the car on its own there, just coming into turn 5 at Mosport. Behind this group, that's Kai Hunter. When we talked a few laps ago, we're on lap 12 out of 14 now. Here's Kai into your picture now, just up there. He was in that group. He's pulled away. He's on a charge right at the top of your screen. He's in 8th place. Nicky Gauci up to 9th for Malta. Malta are going to put a driver in the final for the first time in a while. Richie is 10th. Victor Frostbane. That just goes to show how quick Kai Hunter is. There he is, all on his own. Coming into turn 12 now. Aggression levels up. He went over the curbs, lost other places. If he can get track position in the final, you know he's fast.
Yeah, he definitely got the speed, and then on this moment he is like in nobody's land.
Yes.
So I think now he pulled away from the group behind and thinks, okay, now I would maybe be saving my tires.
Miss Gilbert having a little look at Novak. Novak runs wide, and capitalising was Petrovic. Petrovic up into 4th place. Paul Fokwemin likewise is into 3rd, and Paul Fokwemin moving away. Gilbert having to sort of just be easy on it, runs a little bit wide. So Petrovic in the white crash helmet, white race suit, now runs in 4th place. Novak has dropped down to 7th. Grimaldi is 6th. Gilbert is 5th, and they're battling, being caught by Kai Hunter. Fastest lap of the race goes to Victor Frost Bay, who's in 11th position as we start the penultimate lap. No, we start the last lap, sorry. So, Babichova, and here comes Novak. Backs out of it. So, Lockie Robinson, do you, don't you? Or Babichova, what do you do if Lockie does make the pass? Oh dear, that sounds like a loud exhaust out the window. I think that might be Griffin Dowler, who's going quite slowly. So Robinson's still being nice and safe. I don't think we're going to see a move, do you?
I don't think we're going to see a move. Obviously there's a little bit of a gap between, and if you want to launch that move there will be a big risk.
Yes.
And that's the thing in this position. You don't want to do that. You're in a safe spot. And it's the best way to keep being there.
Yep. So all calm at the front. Quemin in third, Petrovic in fourth, Gilbert and Grimaldi battling over fifth. But Teresa Babicova, she picks up where she left off yesterday, wins the pre-final, and could that be enough to seal pole position for the grand final? Well, yes, it will, because she was first in the intermediate standings. We have got Teresa Babicova from the Czech Republic on pole position for the biggest Rotax. What is that driver doing?
I don't know what he was.
Okay, now as a commentator, I'm not supposed to pass judgment on anything, and I don't like criticising drivers, but on this occasion, Mr. Kaskinen, driver 302, that was not clever, young man.
It was a bit risky as well for the other drivers.
Yeah.
It was not really safe to do that.
No, because if another driver went into and got a nose cone penalty, it's unappealable. There's the move at the start. For Quemin wanted to prove a point to Teresa. You did it to me yesterday, you're not going to do it today, and Teresa goes,
Yeah, she definitely put their elbows out again.
Yes. Lewis Gilbert fifth, then Grimaldi, Novak. Here we go. There's the move by
Kayonter
and Babicova. Now, we did see what happened. So Kayonter had a lead there, and the field was quite spread out. A lap later, there was a yellow flag, and there's Edquist going out, and Edquist eventually finished. Well, do you know what? Will got Edquist finished 16th. Could that be enough? He was 17th in the point standings. Do you know what Will will have got into the final with that recovery? Who knows? But further back, okay, Gauci, Malta in the final. Pull out the party banners in Valletta. Nicky Gauci goes to the final. Thomas Ritchie in the final, probably Victor Fosbay. Zombor Kovacs he started 35th. He's now in points, he finishes 12th. That is enough to get the Hungarian in the final. Then it's Souza from Brazil, Iwasaki from Japan, Aito Iwasaki, well there we go, So Aito Iwasaki started this one 45th, 10 points out of qualification, but he finishes 14th. A driver that's going to be nervous, do you think that might be enough? Who knows? Ballas dropped 10 places. Now we're into the positions where you're really risky. So Daniel Ali, one of the two Ali brothers from Canada, 31st in points coming in and finishes 17th. So he is going to be nervous.
On the risk.
He's going to be Uranisic Ballas drops to 18th. Now, Uranisic Ballas had a little bit of breathing room in terms of he was 15th in the point standings going into this race, but 18th place finish. Miska Kaskinen, a great race. So, okay, I criticise Mr. Kaskinen. They're live on air in front of a global audience, and I stand by it. You shouldn't really do that at the end of the race, but he was celebrating, going from 30th to 19th.
Yeah.
He's not going to make the final, but it was his best race. Mai Sadar is 20th. Seung Young Kang, well, the Korean driver, from 33rd to 21st. That's a good effort. And now we head to the drivers that we're probably not going to see. Griffin Dowler retired. Stelianos Petrasis retired. So did Leon Mandel, Mario Sidler, Chacholo, Vargas Garcia. A lot of retirements there.
Yes, definitely a lot of retirements. But that's what you see quite often in races like this. This is the last chance for them. So yeah, what we said earlier, it's the moment you need to do it.
Yes, indeed. So, while we look at the results to see where your driver finished, Christian Estasi, the son of former Grand Finals podium finisher Adrian Estasi. Sadly, Christian on his Grand Finals debut will not make the final, but you know, great experience, and his dad Adrian did say, we're just here to learn, that's all. So, pre-final B. Well, I won't that wasn't nothing to detract against the first pre-final, but if that was the starter,
yeah.
Well, okay. If that was the point, then this is the aftershock that goes with it.
Yeah.
Because it is Callum Bradshaw, world champion in 2020, and his countryman Clayton Ravenscroft on row number 1. Look at that. Well, Motorsport UK karting manager Dan Parker is here to cheer on the British drivers. We must be doing something right at Motorsport UK in the United Kingdom. Top 4 in the pre-final. Bradshaw, Ravenscroft, Butcher and Kimber. Concheta Porras, Colombia are next, then Kirillov from Russia, Linus Henson from Germany, Kamal Aga from the United Arab Emirates. Next is Mark Metzer from Russia and Ruben Volt from Estonia, Joao Oliveira and Rhys Hunt, the British champion, in 12th position. He's got some work to do. Adam Ali, well, his brother Daniel is just on the cusp of qualifying. Adam wants to try and make sure he gets in. Christian de Kleyen is next for the Netherlands. Lewis Smith for Bahrain. Lewis, we'd really like to see a local driver in the final. Tobias Verlo from Norway, and now the drivers that really need some good luck there. Yeah, exactly. Good luck signal there from number 335. Justin White, Mads Rees, Futa Kojima, Macy Williams. A lot of support from Macy Williams online. In fact, we're getting lots of support from Team Denmark. We've had, so Martin Fiera is next. Then it is in Ukraine. Are you listening? Daniel Kukuruzov. I was getting it wrong yesterday, and the Ukrainian young lady that deals with their media told me off this morning. It's Kukuruzov. Kukuruzov? Kukuruzov. See, even Tellen gets it right. Callum Baxter and Amir Al-Najjar are next. So Jordan may not make it in this time, Amir Al-Najjar, but we'll see. Victor Pratio and Hamish Fitzsimmons. Well, Hamish, if this is his farewell to karting before he joins the car racing ranks, got to go out with a good one. Santiago Chiarello and Rakuto Tamahashi on row 14. Then it's Luna Bloom and, outsiders. Dominican Republic, Eduardo Reyes, doubtful. Franisek Palmirski from Poland, doubtful. Junio Munito from Romania, you can see him on the left-hand screen, very doubtful. Fahad Al-Mukla, Benjamin Pacheco, Woo Jin Singh, and sadly Nicola Guerra will not be racing. His mechanic tested positive for COVID, so Nicola had to withdraw. Even though Nicola is fine, we wish his mechanic all the best. Oh, that, who would have thought 2 years ago that we'd be talking about what we're talking about, drivers withdrawing? It is what it is.
It is what it is, but it's definitely not something you want to have on the track.
Nope. No, of course not. Yeah, that would be not good, or else we're all here for Christmas, which I'm sure would be lovely, but maybe our families would not agree. So, Callum Bradshaw. Teresa Babakova has got pole position for the final, providing of course she passes post-race scrutineering, which I'm sure she will. This really is the battle to who starts alongside her, and what a final that would be if we had either a former world karting champion in Bradshaw, a former Grand Finals champion in the form of Kimber, and a triple British champion in the form of Ravenscroft. The opportunities of the various options are absolutely electric. Now, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, which is unlike me, I have to say. I'm not 100% convinced that our 4 British drivers, the friends, will play nice.
I'm not sure as well, because we saw yesterday before as well, they are making a hard time for each other as well. So yeah, we will see, and definitely they want to have the best spot for the final as well, like everybody else.
Interesting little fact. Bradshaw and Kimber drive for the same team in their European and British racing. They're teammates. Ravenscroft and Butcher are teammates.
So maybe they're going to team up against each other. We will see.
There'll be Jordan Chamberlain, who runs the Ravenscroft and Butcher side of Team UK, Welshman, second in 2010 World Karting Championships. Just thought I'd let you know. He'll be sitting nervously, and Paul Spencer will be talking like this and being nervous as well, because he runs the Kimber and Bradshaw side of things. I'm sure that with the level of experience that all these 4 drivers have, they will use the opportunity they've got to put themselves in a position. Tomorrow's the big day, but like Matilda Olsen said, the racing driver, you get told everything you want in the tent, by your mechanics and have you, and then the racing driver comes out
when
on
you
track.
step into the car and your helmet is on, it's always a different story. But yeah, definitely they're so experienced drivers, so we might see some teaming up in this race and definitely see some good battles.
So you've got the little white angel on one shoulder going, play nice, be nice, sit there, think of tomorrow, and you've got the little red devil going, come on son, get in there,
yeah,
get the win.
get in there, yeah, you definitely want to have it.
So 14 laps, the second and final Senior Max pre-final. 4 British drivers on the front row.
They're checking the steering wheels,
Yes,
if everything is alright. Yeah,
extremely well, exactly. And it's a very effective.
Yeah.
Because someone who crashed yesterday was showing me a steering column off a Sony kart, and it was very bent. Didn't check your steering as you drove into the tyre wall.
just to make sure before the start if everything is alright. Yeah.
So 35 drivers setting themselves up and ready. Bradshaw in kart 311, Ravenscroft in kart 360, Butcher 308, Kimber 334. British titles, world titles, Rotax titles, among them all, and behind them, Colombia's Diego Porras, and we got a false start. All that build up, it's so frustrating that I'm using my best lines there, and then they don't get started. But so
maybe you could expect it already. Like,
of course,
it's been the past week already. Every time it's a hard start.
But if you're Dmitry Kirillov from Russia, or even Diego Contesha from Colombia, I mean, these are the real wild cards. I mean, Checa from Colombia, Contesha from Colombia, this is his first Grand Finals. Kirillov in kart 346, it's his first Grand Finals. He won the Russian GP this year to get his ticket.
He can be a little bit like the underdog coming into this race.
Exactly. You know, if you're watching in Murmansk, where Dmitry Kirillov lives, Russia could spring a surprise here, depending on what the 4 British drivers, the head of the field. Now, if you're wondering why there are 4 British drivers, I thought you had to be a champion to qualify. Yes, you do. Bradshaw won the European trophy. Kimber came second in the European trophy. That's got such a big entry. You get 2 tickets. You've got Ravenscroft, who came second in the Golden Trophy at Genk, and Kimber finished 3rd in the British Championship. Because the grid is so big in Britain, you get 3 tickets. Questions answered. Lights are out. We're up and racing. Al Ravenscroft gets the jump on Bradshaw. Ravenscroft leads into turn number 1, and Bradshaw slots into 2nd. It looks like Kimber into 3rd. Butcher stays in 4th with a good start, I think, from Linus Hensen in the black race suit from Germany. I think the Contesha dropped back a little bit. Kirillov from Russia is there in the top 6. But Senna,
Bradshaw going for the move up into the lead in the first lap. Ravenscroft had a little bit of a better start than Callum. I think he just really didn't get off the line, but he made sure he was still in 2nd position and now back onto the lead, so it wasn't too bad for his lap.
I mean, Clayton Ravenscroft, driver from Southampton, he anticipated it perfectly. He was aggressive, and it worked.
Yeah, definitely.
No love lost. But good to see everyone through the first lap cleanly. As I say, just making sure they all come out of turn 14 in one piece. Change.
Ravenscroft's coming for the lead again, back on Bradshaw, and Mark Kimber joined him as well in the battle now. Also past Callum. Now he's going defensive. Oh no, Kimber is passing by, and Callum hops it on to
the Bradshaw above the back of his teammate Kimber. That's not going to go down well.
They lost a lot of places with this move.
I have to say, I was worried about that aggressive level. I was going to see, we saw the first big example of the Kimber lean going into Mosport corner. Is that very distinctive?
It's the Kimber lean, yes, the body language of the drivers.
The Kimber lean. And they were chopping and changing corner after corner. All 35 drivers still running. Bradshaw, Ravenscroft, Kimber, Butcher, Contesha, Aga, Kirillov, Reese Hunter up to 8th place. And it's now Sean Butcher who leads, and Butcher defends. No, sorry, Butcher's who's that in 5th position? That's Ravenscroft defending. So Ravenscroft really lost out there. Contesha is second. No, make that third. So the Colombian driver with a blue racer with the white stripes down him. Oh, he runs wide. It's Butcher, and then Kimber. Then it's Camel Aga and Contesha. So 2 drivers from the UK. Then lead Colombia, the UAE. Ravenscroft and Bradshaw down to 5th and 6th. Reese Hunter 7th. We got 5 British drivers in the top 7. Linus Henson is next. Great view from the top of the corkscrew there. They're 3 wide going down towards turn 12 in the middle of the pack. They all get through cleanly though.
Butcher and Kim are having a little bit of a gap now. They can have some free air.
And so it's calm down at the front. Butcher and Kimber. Sean Butcher. So behind Sean Butcher, Anglo-Australian driver. Dad's Australian, his mum's not. Lives in England, London, and used to have sort of the Aussie flag and the British flag on his crash helmet. I'm not sure if he still does, probably. I don't think his dad Glenn would let him get away with not having the Aussie flag on his crash helmet, and why not? Proud Aussie that he is. Don't talk about the cricket. Contesha, well, this is great from Contesha, newcomer to the grand finals. I mean, he's obviously very, very good in Colombia, but that's why he's here. Either South qualify. Oh, there's a spin at the top of the hill, and Amir Al-Najjar has had a problem. So has Woo Jin Sin, but you've got Butcher Kimber. I mean, Kamal Aga at Contesha, he's the surprise package, isn't he? No one knows who he is really outside Colombia.
Yeah, definitely. He's here, I think, a little bit of an underdog. Nobody really expected him to be coming through like this. And yeah, he shows off. He's having the pace.
Move as well.
Going for P3 now.
Yeah, from the country. And this is what the Rotax Grand Final is all about. You put 72 champions and vice champions from around the world. You put them in equal kit, with equal power, equal tyres. Can't buy your way into this event. You can't buy extra horsepower. Oh dear, there's a cart on the exit, the corner there. That is Martin Frier's cart, the Ecuadorian driver. He's not in the cart is on the side of the track. That needs to be moved. Furious waving of the yellow flags. It proves its point. You know, who's the best driver? Not who's got the biggest team or the best team behind them or the best mechanic or the most powerful engine. Who's the best driver?
No, definitely. Now it's just about the driver. And everything is equal.
Yeah, everything's equal, and Contesha is showing the world what he can do. They're going to be going nuts in Colombia. I've been learning some Colombian, but I've forgotten it. I was going to say there's a word for like beautiful.
Did it?
Lo bonito es bonito, I think that is. Lo bonito es bonito. All is good, everything's beautiful.
Oh, you got a little bit of Colombian slack, which you know.
Exactly. All is good. Butcher, Kimber, Contesha, Aga, Bradshaw, Ravenscroft. There comes Ravenscroft back now at Contesha. So, if we're on lap number 7 and 14, half distance. What an opportunity now for Diego Contesha to follow a world champion, learn.
Yeah, this is definitely good for him. Like Callum obviously have a really good pace because he's coming back to the front, and for him he just needs to try to hook it on and come with Callum up to the front, because Kimber and Sean Butcher are driving together. They don't make a really hard life for each other, but I think Callum can catch up for them, and then if he can hook on, they will gonna have a fight in the end of the race.
Exactly, you know. Oh, yellow flags waving at post number 7. That is, I think, down about turn 5, turn 6. See who's dropping down the order. Yeah, we've lost Victor Plateo from Belgium, sadly, out of the race. So we're down to 33 runners. But yeah, this is a fantastic opportunity for Contesha to just simply learn. And yeah, again, so what you're saying is that Bradshaw will simply drag him. Because Bradshaw's quick, he'll drag him up the front, although Contesha does need to stay in the slipstream.
Yeah, he is a little bit lacking a bit of pace, but like, if he can just keep in the slipstream, like on the straight, he can catch up a little bit, but yeah.
Well, and I've got to say, behind them now is Clayton Ravenscroft and Reese Hunter. So the British champion, the driver that actually won the British title, Reese Hunter, he's only 6th. 5 British drivers in the top 6. That just goes to show how strong the British Championship is. I mean, I commentate on it and I say it's a world-class grid, and people go, how do you tell that? Because when you come to the world-level event at Rotax, there they all are. And you've raced in world-class grids as well, in Belgium, you know, the BNL and things like that. It makes you a better driver because every race is intense.
Yeah, definitely. The British driver, they have like a character of being really aggressive and really good in fighting and having battles on. So yeah, definitely as a driver you can learn a lot from them, and I think it makes you only better to have races in with them.
Now that we've said all that about you, don't knock each other off, boys. Behind the leaders, okay, Kamal Aga in 7th, Joao Oliveira in 8th. I'll look at the time screen. If anything happens, Senna, you just jump in. It's Linus Henson 9th, Mark Metzer from Russia in 10th, then it's Ruben Volt, Adam Ali, Mads Rees and Macy Williams. Macy Williams, the young American lady, making a bid for the final into P14. Is that enough? Kirillov is next. Dmitry Kirilov's dropped back from 6th to 15th. Tobias Verlo, Kojima, Fitzsimmons having a good run up to 18th place. Lewis Smith, he's not doing enough. He's down in 19th. Tamahashi is next. Then Chiarello, Baxter, Al Najjar, Bloom, Duran Reyes, Jinshin, Montaigne, DeClayan, White. He's not going to go through. Nears DeClayan, Pacheco, Palmirski, and Daniel Kukuruzov has retired. Just when I get his name right, he doesn't finish the race. Sorry, Ukraine. Sorry, Daniel Kukuruzov. But his family have been watching, and hope that you're proud of what Daniel has achieved. Also, Fahad Al-Mukla out as well. 31 drivers still running. Lap 10 out of 14, and still, Senna, Kimber and Butcher working together. In fact, has the lead changed?
Yeah, no, the change. Oh yeah, Sean Butcher is coming by now. They're not really fighting each other. I think they're just being smart and having a bit of a go on the rest of the pack.
You can overtake each other and swap places without losing time tactically, can you? Although as we say that, Butcher
is going a little bit defensive now.
Yeah, you notice that. Just moves a kart length away from the racing line. Just sort of say, no, don't think about it. Oh,
and
there we go.
Kimber is going to back up onto the lead, and they going really slow out of the corner, and Callum just catch up with them now.
Yeah, Bradshaw has arrived, and Ravenscroft is dead en route.
I think Bradshaw's going to make a cross back out of that corner. You saw him running in a bit wide to get a better exit up to the straight, but we cannot see it now on the screen. Let's have a see.
Yeah, we're looking a little bit further back behind. The top 5 are all British drivers. Kontasha in 6th, Jolivera 7th, Aga in 8th, Volt, Henson, Metzger in up 11. Ho, we've got a top 5 from the UK, and they're, well, this is like a round of the British Championships.
Yeah.
They're going to go for it.
Kimber going really defensive.
Well, I mean, okay, this could, okay, Kontasha has caught them. 5 British drivers and a Colombian. There's a joke in there somewhere. They're all defending. Round the outside goes Kontasha. He picks up 1. Then he gets pushed wide.
One place. He takes her on the outside. What a nice move was that.
This could either be an absolute clinic of British karting at its finest, or it could go Pete Tom, as we like to say in the UK. I like to think that it's the former. They're about to see why Great Britain has been the most successful nation in senior Rotax the last few years. It's why our championship and Jag Rotax and Motorsport UK and Gary and Tina Shield and all the people that are involved in the British Championship should be very, very proud of themselves. Let's see what if their drivers agree. Oh, it's elbows out. Oh, over the shoulder. So, Kimber took a long look over his shoulder. Kimber's gone. Kimber's gone. That's Ravenscroft now with the P2, I think. It is Stephen Vicky's baby boy down to 3rd, because I think that's Bradshaw. And, this is Senna. This is at speeds of 80 miles an hour, inches apart. You know, it's like
it's
choreographed dancing times 100 speed.
Yeah. No, it's definitely going really, really quick through there, and they're just pedaling all the way. And I think with Kimber and Callum, they just decided now that they are having the 1st and 2nd place. But back at 3rd, there's still a big battle going on, and the whole group just come together now.
Yeah, because the more they battle at the front, the closer the rest of the pack gets. So if any one of these British drivers or any one of the front drivers get a nose cone penalty, it's going to spell disaster, because the moment as we start lap 14, the final lap, the top 19 are covered by 5 seconds, which is what you get if you get a nose cone penalty. So, Kimber, Bradshaw, Ravenscroft, Contessa, what a drive. Colombia's Diego Contessa is going to give Colombia something to cheer about in the final tomorrow if he can just hang on. But he's under pressure. Oh, the Colombian's got a lot of work to do. This is a test of your skill, Diego. Can you hold them off? The top 3 are clear. Kimber, Bradshaw, Ravenscroft. Contessa has got Hunter, Oliveira, Butcher, Volt, Agger, Reese, Henson right behind him. Through the corkscrew, we follow them down the hill. 70, 80 miles an hour. Contessa's done enough though. He gets a racing line. Are they all going to get through cleanly? It's a British 1, 2, 3 in the pre-final. Kimber, Bradshaw and Ravenscroft. And Contessa finishes 4th as they come across the line. Well, I mean, you know a lot about the top 3. You don't know a lot about Diego Contessa, but you do now.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely surprised me all the time he's going out, and it's been a really good battle. He was keeping up with the British drives, which is really intense for if you're not like know how they drive. It's completely new for you, and if you're just getting on with them, that's definitely impressive to do.
Now, of course, everybody we've just seen in that race is going to be starting behind Teresa Babichova.
Yes.
Be back with us for the final tomorrow. What an exciting race that is in prospect. Could we have history with the first lady winning a race in the grand finals? A final? Could we have our first female grand final champion, which would be incredible? Will we have Mark Kimber? He has never finished lower than 2nd in the grand finals. Or will we have our first CIK world champion, doubling up as a Rotax grand final champion as well? Don't forget Paul for coming. It's going to be fantastic, and I can't wait for you to have you back tomorrow. Thank you very much, Sarah van Volstein.
Thank you for having me again.
So, as Sarah van Volstein exits the commentary box, we'll look down at the results now. Further back, Mads Rees 10th, Linus Henson 11th, Metzger in 12th, Macy Williams, P13. She started the pre-finals in the overall points rankings 40th, and I think Macy Williams, the driver of car number 368, based out of Littleton, Colorado, has just put herself in the grand finals. Dmitry Kirillov is 14th. Adam Ali, potentially both Ali brothers in the final. Chiarello from 27th to 16th. What a great effort. Lewis Smith 17th. Bahrain, your man Lewis Smith is right on the cusp. Rakuto Tamahashi, Tobias Verlo, and then Futa Kojima 20th. Sadly, I don't think that Hamish Fitzsimmons, Callum Baxter, Amir Al-Najjar, Luna Bloom, Woo Jin Shin and Eduardo Reyes have done enough. Christian de Kleyen was in the top 36. He was 28th in points. He only finished 27th there. That could be dicey. Likewise for Justin White. White 34th. And has White been replaced by his countryman Macy Williams in the final? Nervous moments. Sadly, Daniel Kukuruzov, Fahad Al-Mukla, Victor Placiu, Martin Freire didn't finish. Nicolas Guerra didn't start. All we can say is better luck next year. So the champions in the commentary box just keep on coming, because as one champion leaves, another enters. Ben Cooper, welcome back to the commentary box. DD2 Masters up next, and well, we've had 2 wins for Morgan Riesch, 2 second places for Pierre-Luc Ouellet, and 2 third places for Paul Louveau, but it has been far from boring, hasn't it?
Exactly. The last heat, I think, was maybe a warm-up for what's going to happen today in the pre-final. It kicked off pretty hard in the second heat yesterday. I know Pierre-Luc and the two French guys have been having a few chats, gentleman agreements, shall we say, on the track.
That's good. That's good. I mean, just. And what we mean by gentle agreements, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, there's no betting in karting or anything like that. Don't get any ideas. But they just said, look, if we're going to race together, I'm not going to make a move on you on the last lap. Let's just work together, get away. Or maybe let's work together, get away, and then we'll save it until the last lap.
Exactly. Who knows? It could be gentleman agreements, and then once those lights go out, it could all be forgotten, which I think is probably what's going to happen.
Well, I would imagine so. Now, looking at the previous race, so the Ali brothers, Daniel and Adam Ali, you're obviously involved in Team Canada. What was the atmosphere like between the two brothers, both of whom were potentially finalists, but certainly no room for error? They did okay. What they needed to do there.
I think Adams made it, judging on those positions. I think Daniel was going to be tight, right on that limit, So they've done great for their first ever World Finals here, and their goal was to make the final. I think they're right on that cusp of making it, so I'm proud of them.
Okay, well, look at the DD2 Masters again. Like the proud Canadian and everything. That Scott Campbell's been on the blower on the phone, telling me, Mrs. being here. I said the deal is if Wale gets on the podium, you, Cooper and Morgado all back, try and qualify next year. He said, deal. Morgan Rees and Pierre-Luc Wale on row number 1. Paul Laveau and Derek Wang, 10th straight grand finals on row number 2. Row 3, Henry Gruber and Michael Hitchcock. Then Alex Kasparovich and Daniel Schollenberger on row 4. Row 5, we've got Rodrigo Eckel and Carl Klenibo, Joe Cunha and Slawomir Moransky on row 6. Row 7, Dennis Lalafaged, Hypersonic kids back home in Lidstrup. Nicolas Masinas, Peter Kutai, Christopher Kapitan, then Kyoto, Mata, Lakovic, Gutsi. Top 10. Now, of course, 36 drivers, they're all in the final. Massimo Cato, Mr. Grand Finals, 15 consecutive appearances. Christoph Adams, Matthias Rodriguez, Antti Olekainen, and mechanical failure yesterday. Matthias Rodriguez, a podium finisher last time out. Balestra, Bonanno, Kosakowski, Hernandez, 28th. And now drivers, well, tales of woe. Al-Shamsi has got 2 penalties in 2 races. Aloskins, cracked ribs, still out there. Gaston Hirsch, a retirement, and Tony Hogg, a crash. I've just been informed that the lad in senior Rotax just won 2nd in the Superkarts USA Super Nationals. There we are, that's why he was so good.
Yeah,
Sarai from Lebanon, Dr. Yunkun Park, Camilo Ladino, Igor Mukhin right at the back. Igor much quicker than those results suggest, even though he hasn't managed to finish a race yet. At least his tyres are being good, Nick.
Yeah.
All you can think of, isn't it, Ben?
For sure. Already I can see a bit of gamemanship for the 2 French guys with Pierre-Luc. They're trying to make sure they're on the right line before they even take the start, so this could be warming up quite well for this race.
About that gentleman's agreement that you mentioned, how long did it last? 3 corners on the rolling lap?
Exactly.
We will see. Into the tram lines, lights are out, DD2 Masters, pre-final underway, and Rees leads them through turn number 1. There's a bit of smoke there as someone locked up the tyres, going, that's about 3rd or 4th place, but they're all safely through the first corner. 14 laps for the Masters. Now, this is going to be a test of endurance of the tyres, because these karts are heavier than the normal DD2 karts, which means they put a lot more load on the chassis and a lot more pressure on the tyres, and that looks like Gruber in 3rd place running well. Wale has dropped back a little bit.
Yeah, I think that tyre puff of smoke there we saw was for the Derek Wang behind Pierre-Luc Roulette at the start, running off force. I think they had a bit of contact that pushed Pierre-Luc back for the first lap, so it's not good for us because now Morgan Rees is making the jump, but what's important is we have a good spot for tomorrow's final.
Yeah, and of course Pierre-Luc Wale, of course Ben Cooper, for those that might not be familiar, is now a team manager or just one of the entrants for Team Canada. You run the Canadian Karting Championship.
Exactly, Pierre-Luc came back racing with us this year with the team, so he's fully a member of the Ben Cooper racing family.
Yes, and those of you that weren't watching yesterday that might be tuning in today, Pierre-Luc Wale, double former Grand Finals champion, last race in 2013, terrible boating accident at the start of 2020, nearly lost both feet, spent 10 months in bed. He saved his feet. He said his goal for saving and being able to walk again was to get back in a kart, win the Canadian Championship, and then come to the Grand Finals and win. And we've We're going to be following his progress. It's all the stories, and there are many. This is the story that we are following, but please don't think Morgan Rees fans, Paul Louveau fans, that we're cheering for one driver more. Well, Ben is, because Ben's Canadian team manager, and of course he's going to, and that's fine.
I might be slightly biased.
No, that's absolutely fine. You've got born in the UK, you've still got to have a bit of British passion about you. You can't look at me. But obviously, we're just looking for a good race, but there is a storyline behind a lot of these drivers.
So we see my underdog from yesterday, Derek Wang, setting the fastest lap there. So obviously a poor start, dropping down from 4th to 7th, but I generally think he's going to be pulling all the shoes to get back up.
And there's side-by-side action. Oh, and that was Wale up over the curbs at turn number 7, and that was Wale up over the curbs at turn number 7. He's been passed now by Michael Hitchcock. So the Swiss driver and Alex Gasparovich. Well, here's another story. Gasparovich, 56 years young, from Latvia, in kart number 519, the driver who hails from Jelgava, this year's Latvian champion. He's been Latvian champion for the first time, beat the likes of Gruber and Aloskins, who are nearly half his age, so like a wine.
I wish I would be that. I wish I could drive like he does at his age.
I know, I wish I get to his age. Let's have a look at that first. But Reach, number 31, 531 rather, driver who is, well, he raced in the grand finals a long time ago. Christopher Adams was telling me that he was a junior 15 years ago. So a lot of experience, hasn't raced the grand finals since at least 2014, since I've been doing them, and great battle. He's all on his own. Louveau, Gruber and Hitchcock. Oh, sorry, the French one too, but it's Hitchcock in 3rd place now. Wale in 4th and Gasparovich in 5th. This is where Gasparovich has never been this high up in the grand finals before. This will be a concern for Pierre-Luc Wale, because Gasparovich is being aggressive, as is his right to be. I mean, looking at Gasparovich's past grand final results, 42nd, didn't make the final in 2018, 30th, didn't make the final in 2019. Certainly, this is his best showing yet.
We see now Pierre-Luc's made it back up to 4th place, setting similar sectors to Morgan Rees up front, but unfortunately now he's just got too much of a gap to try and chase down. Morgan Rees really does look like the strong contender out there right now. You know, didn't qualify on pole, but managed to win both heats comfortably, and quite now he's pulling away comfortably at the front. So some work to do for everyone else behind, I think, for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the driver has won all their heats, and then wins a pre-final, they're undefeated. You obviously, nobody is like, oh well, that's it, game over. But you do start trying things that you wouldn't normally try and taking risks, or do you just make sure that the setup you've got that's working for 2nd place maybe just tweaked slightly, or do you simply think, okay, we'll leave it as it is, a setup's what we got to think outside the box. There's a move, that is up past Hitchcock, back into P3. Yeah, you start thinking tactics. How can we beat them tactically?
Yeah, so there's two ways of looking at it. I've been in those shoes where you've qualified pole and you've won all the heats, and unfortunately you lose the final because you kind of rest on your laurels. You don't want to change anything too much, just in case you make a mistake and make the setup change in the wrong direction. Whereas everyone else behind are constantly trying to find that half a tenth, a few hundredths. So it can work one of two ways.
Oh, Hitchcock up the inside. Wale leaves him room, but Hitchcock's got the crossover. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact there, and Hitchcock 3 wide almost, with Gruber getting involved. Gruber at the inside of Hitchcock. Armchairs at dawn, handbags at dawn, armchairs at dawn, what am I about? It was getting a bit tasty there, and Gruber emerged in front, but now Wale has cleared off into 3rd place. The battle is on for 4th place, and Hitchcock Gruber has been joined by João Cunha of Brazil, Daniel Schollenberger from Germany, Karl Klerimo from Belgium, Alex Gasparovich from Latvia, and Nicolas Mazinas from Lithuania. Wang has slipped back to 11th place in kart 522, also slipping backwards. Dennis Ladefoged from Denmark down to 27th. We've got all 36 karts still running, which is good. But it does mean that if you sound me a little out the window, a little bit throaty. Antti Jolakainen only at the 21st. Got to say, that's disappointing. You would expect more.
Yeah, exactly. I would have thought he would have come through a bit more from his poor position start there. Guy on the move is Fernando Guzzi, up 8 places, just on the outside of the top 10. If he can get himself in the top 10 for tomorrow, we know Fernando has the pace when it comes to racing in front of these world finals, so that could be a shout for tomorrow as well.
So Mohamed Matar, as I talked about the reliability, Mohamed Matar's exhaust has just fallen off, and he is going to be the first retirement. So the story behind Matias Rodriguez, who finished on the podium in the last grand finals at Sarno, both he and Fernando Guzzi retired from qualifying, had mechanical failures before they set a lap, so they had to start both heat races from the back, and so it's a constant recovery, and they've been pretty much neck and neck, although in this race Guzzi is 12th, and there's somebody off the top of the hill. Oh, I think they just managed to save it coming out of the barriers. Eyes widening in the commentary box, because that's a fast area. You're flat out on the power coming out of the corkscrew.
Yeah, we've seen a few people crash there, especially in junior and senior, as they come out of the corkscrew for the kink left, and if you touch, those barriers are very close to the track.
Well, Chris Cedris from Latvia went head first at those barriers yesterday. Yeah. He's here, he's back, he's okay, he's going to race. Go-kart's going to be a second hand, but hey-ho. Matias Rodriguez up to 16th, and Guzzi up to 13th. We're on lap 9 of 14. How much of their tyres are they using?
Yeah, that is one concern I know for a lot of the DD2 guys, not just in DD2 Masters, in DD2 Senior as well. The rear tyres are wearing quite a lot, but luckily the Mojos are designed to stay on a certain pace once they pass a certain number of laps. So we've got no concern about.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, so they go off to a point and then they just stay.
Exactly, they tend to, you put the new tyres on, you have that jump in time, and after around 50 laps or so they drop off again, and then they tend to stabilise out until there's pretty much no tread left on them. So there's no concern about drop off or anything come the finals tomorrow. But for sure, Morgan Riesch, Paul Levaux at the minute would be saving tyres ready for tomorrow.
I mean, and that's the even more worrying thing. You're looking at it's the absolute antithesis. I'm completely said that at this stage of the day of the senior Rotax. I mean, English at my age, oh dear. Because you've got Riesch 2.7 seconds in front of Levaux, who is in turn 3 seconds in front of Wallet, who is now got an 8/10 of a second lead over Gruber in 4th. The first battle is that on your screen now. Gruber from Latvia, Hitchcock, Cunha and Schollenberger.
So one thing we're going to be paying attention here to, normally the guy running second tends to prefer to sit in 3rd place come the final, and obviously this is a different situation for our DD2 Masters because there's not points like the juniors and seniors and minis we've seen, so it's going to be a bit, see if we see anything on the last lap whether Levaux will back out and try and drop into 3rd. Obviously Pierre-Luc started second in this heat here, in this pre-final, and got screwed at the start, So
what you're saying is the finishing position of this race is directly the starting position of the final?
I believe so. I know maybe it's points as well, but those three have been 1, 2, 3 all the way through. So even if Paul Levaux there finishes second, I believe that puts him second for the final. So we may see a bit of gamemanship here at the end.
Yeah, and of course, that's even what I was saying. Even more annoying is that Riesch and Levaux have been able to say that Riesch especially, has been able to cruise round. If there's whoever's got, it's easy. The answer to my next question is easy. Who's got the best tyres? The answer is Riesch. Why? Because he hasn't had to really use them. He's had that edge in hand, and sometimes all the karts and all the engines are equal, but sometimes you just hit that sweet spot. Oh, and there's, oh dear, that was, I think, that was the Daniel Schollenberger telling João Cunha that he's number 1 in his book. And I think João Cunha was saying, no, I think you're number 2. Derek Wang behind them as well. 8th, Gasparovich 9th, Guzzi up to 10th. Clarimo. Now Antti Ollikainen starts making his move up into P12 for Antti, ahead of Rodriguez. Then Eccles, Moransky, Igor Mukin from the back of the grid up to 16th. Then Kepitan, Kato, Gutai, Adams, Valestra, Hogg, Massinas, Ladefoged, Bonanno, Kjeltka, Lakovic, Kosakowski and the rest. Lap 13 out of 14. Yeah, will we see anything tactical? That thing has been a cruise to the park. Can you remember a race like this, Ben, with you in the grand finals for yourself?
Yeah, quite a few years back, maybe in 2008, it was a bit more cruising around like Morgan's doing. But considering he's cruising, he's setting fastest lap after fastest lap.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure there's too much tyre saving. If there is, then everyone's in trouble come tomorrow.
I mean, there's not an award for biggest winning margin, but if there was, then Morgan Rees is about to win that as he starts his final lap. That says it all. The entire length of the front straight here at Bahrain International Kart Circuit. Rees leads Nouveau, leads Wale, but okay, we'll talk about Pierre-Luc Galway before we call them home. A mixture of frustration for him now, or happy that we're still on target?
So I think he'll be frustrated at the start. I think he'll be surprised at the aggressive nature of those first few laps, especially those guys back in 5th and 6th place fighting so hard, and it's frustrating as a driver when you see the front 2 or 3 drivers drive away when you've got the pace to be with them, but the guys behind you are fighting so hard. So for sure there'll be some frustration there. We have made a change in the kart. We'll see if he likes what that is, and then we'll be ready for the final tomorrow.
Well, the good news is, whatever changes you made, 53.3 fastest lap for Rees, 53.3 second fastest lap for Nouveau. Checkered flag comes out, Rees, an easy win. That is not something that you thought you would say at all in the grand finals. Other drivers quick there. Derek Wang puts in a good lap at the end to come 7th. So Rees, Nouveau, Wale, Gruber, Hitchcock, Schollenberger, Wang, Cunha, the top 8, Gasparovic, Gutsi, Kleribau, Olekainen, Rodriguez, Moransky, Eckholt, Mukin, Capitan, Kato, Adams, and Peter Kutaya, top 20. Watching the other drivers come across the line, let's talk about you, the other Canadian driver, Robert Kosakowski. How did you find that he went?
I think he finished roughly about where he started. I know he's been struggling in the races a little bit with the aggression of some of these drivers out here. It's the first real time he's racing a field like this. Back in the west of Canada, the D2 Masters field isn't quite as much strength in depth, so it has been a shock for him. But he's going to take this experience away and come back stronger next year, fighting for the ticket.
A used experience, like I say to all the drivers that that I know from around the world, it's their first time here. They don't get to the final, they're disappointed, but I say you become much stronger for it. Thank you very much, Ben Cooper. That is DD2 Masters. We're now going to go over to Jen Wade in our studio.
It's all happening here at the grand finals, Bahrain International Karting Circuit, and of course we're preparing for our final studio for this week. Tonight we've got a great show lined up, a social media update with Andy, and of course catching up with some of those seasoned drivers who've been to the grand finals many times, and we're going to share in some of their experiences as well. Next up we've got Helmut Vigelsam from Rotax, and he's going to talk about meeting the challenge of the grand finals. So we're going to take a look at that up until now and looking into the future. And of course Henry Baudet, our event commentator, is going to recap the pre-finals, and let's see who's on pole. Lots happening, still on track here. Make sure you're joining us from 9 PM tonight.
Okay, well, thanks for that update, Jen Wade. And we look at the DD2 grid. Thank you. Right, here we go. Looking at the first of our DD2 heats, but we've got, here's the result of our DD2 Masters. Now DD2, that is going to be great. So all these drivers on your screen will make the final. 2 races to go today here, and of course, as Jen Wade said, please stay tuned at the end of the day for our studio show, packed with films, interviews, live drivers in the studio, plenty of mirth and merriment. It's the last studio show of the week. Of course, tomorrow's finals day. We don't have one in the evening. I don't think we do anyway. Might do. Who knows? Got a lot going on tomorrow, including crowning our champions. Any of these drivers on the second screen going to be champions? Have to say, DD2 Masters looking doubtful. So, João Carvalho cheering on Gabriel Cacciolo from Portugal. And now we look down who else has. Ollie Stevens has had a tough day today. That's from his Nicky Stevens. Fingers crossed for a better one tomorrow. Well, Ollie's done his race, and he did go okay. Now, this is the Splitter Karting Academy, supporting Andrej Petrovic from Serbia, the best Serbian kart racer. So that is the Splitter Karting Academy supporting Petrovic, and he did quite well in his race. Maxim _133 _ that's a strange surname, watching from home, that would be in Slovakia, cheering on Nicolas Sabo. Well, Nicolas Sabo goes, did he go in he goes in this race. Jim Rooney enjoying the E20s and enjoying the fact that Oscar Pellemel and Teddy Sin did well. That was this morning. Here we go, 2 races to go. Here is the grid. Martin van Leeuwen, Michael Racina, row 1. Emils Akmans and Patrick Loxmelis, row 2. Charlie Anderson and Abdullah Al-Rawaki, row 3. Ethan Ho and Axel Sanyala, row 4. Philip Mwatsi and Gustavo Suarez, row 5. Mateus Najem and Ragnar Virus, row 6. Row number 7, Petra Babichkova and Max Linden. Max Jaeger and Luke Scapers, row 7. Row 8 rather. Row 9, now these are the drivers on the cusp of not qualifying. Gregorio Batoccio, Federico Panetta, Benson Major, Gonzalo Coutinho. Then Alexander Sanibekian, Rasmus Vendelbo, Nikola Tozic and Nicolas Sabo. Row 13, outsiders now, Leo Kirchenbauer and Matish Kolmanich, Mike Zerka and Noel Dowler from Canada on row 14. Maxim Dirks and Lucas Pernot, Dan Tate and Gustavo Gomez, row 15 and row 16. Row 17, Omar Alderaan and Mariana Ramirez. And the final row of the grid, Kevin Shine from Ireland and Anthony Millet from France. 36 drivers. And it looks like all 36 are there. There on your left is Kevin Shine in kart 443. Your right, Anthony Millet. The drivers that are really in the danger zone in this race, Max Jaeger, Luke Scapers, Gregorio Batoccio, Federico Panetta, and then Bensit Major, Gonzalo Coutinho. They're the ones that are on the outside looking in. The driver in 36th position at the moment, the driver taking the last place on the grand final grid is the defending champion, Petter Bazell. Who would have thought that at the start of the week? 14 laps times 2 in DD2, about to begin karts on circuit. So we try to make sure we get a good front start. So on this one, Van Leeuwen, Racina, Van Leeuwen, 2 wins, Racina, the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th. Other race wins in the heats went to Dimitris Vassileris from Greece, Antoine Barbarou, we'll see them in the next race, and Emils Akmans, will see him in this race as well. So Rosina, the only driver in the top 3 not to win a race. Patrick Loxmelis in car number 446 had a win as well. Now as we get ready to go, we'll be joined a little bit later on for the last race today by Filippo Laghi, former Italian kart champion, multiple DD2 senior Rotax driver, now a mechanic, and he's looking after Pietro Pons in juniors, but also keen interest in the Italian team. So pre-final number 1 is go, and we're off and racing. It's a good start from Van Leeuwen, and into turn number 1 we're going to get everyone through cleanly, and Van Leeuwen and Rosina up into second position, down in the middle of the pack. We've got a lot of jostling going on, but luckily looks like everything is going to calm down as we first lap nearly in the books. Oh, there's a move from Charlie Anderson. Now Gregorio Bertoccio has not gone out, sadly, but we've got 35 karts that are out there. Van Leeuwen leads Mike Rosina. Filippo Laghi, welcome back to the commentary box. It's been a while, but your Italian friends doing well there. Michael Rosina, I'm sure he's going to be on course for a good result, being very, very strong.
Yeah, Michael did an incredible grand final until this moment. Now he's in second place. Good position for him, close to the guy in the lead. Martin Van Leeuwen, I think, is the fastest driver in the D2, so it's a good position for him to close the pre-final in a good position for the final tomorrow.
Yeah, and already, but critically, Michael Rosina in second place. He's going with Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen only qualified 9th, but then drove through 2 wins in the second place in his heat races. This is good for Rosina, smart driving, good battling behind Anderson in the dark blue race suit, and then Axel Sarniala, well, last year's senior champion by the length of a transponder, literally.
0.002, I remember very well in Sarno.
In Sarno, but I mean, looking at Rosina, how have you found this week? I know that your teammate Nicolas has had to withdraw because he got COVID. It's been very tough, very challenging, but what an event so far.
Yeah, good event for all of us. Unfortunately, we have some issues with the COVID, but all the group is well compact.
Insulated, yes, so you're in your own bubble, which is good. So there's not as much partying going on here as the usual. The drivers and the teams have been very, very sensible. I have to say, they've been sensible off track, not quite so much on track, side by side down the pack. That, I think, was Philip Watsi, Matthias the Gem and Patrick Lockmelis going well, but now we're seeing Van Leeuwen pull away. Not really a surprise. Rosina, though, is doing his best grand finals yet.
Yeah, I think Rosina is in a great place at the moment. He can follow Van Leeuwen without thinking what is happening behind him. Van Leeuwen, we know, is really, really fast. Maybe the top driver in this event at the moment as a speed.
Yes.
And
3 wide, sorry. Yeah. But again, the action is back because now the danger zone. So we've got Ragnar Virus from Estonia. He's Luke Scapers, Petra Babakova. It'd be so unfortunate if Petra Babakova doesn't qualify for the final while her sister is on pole for seniors. But again, in this pack, a lot of people have been down. You've got 35 drivers still in the race.
Now pay attention to Sarniala. Sarniala is in P3. And he has created a big gap to the driver behind him, and now he's trying to catch the top 2 drivers. He did a purple sector in the first split, now another green sector in sector 2. He's closing a little bit the gap between him and Michael Rosina, and Van Leeuwen at the same time is trying to escape.
Yep, Van Leeuwen trying to escape, but Sarniala, I mean,
Sarniala is arriving with a very, very fast lap at the moment.
But I mean, this is Sarniala. I mean, okay, he's a great driver.
53.0.
Great driver, but you know, it's his first season in DD2. Yeah. He's adapted so well, but I suppose that's what made him a champion in seniors, his ability to drive.
Yeah, we know the passage from senior to DD2 is not very easy, but you know, the tire are the same, so when you do find the feeling with the front brakes and the gear change, everything goes easier and easier.
It's a small once you've found those adaptations, it's still got 4 wheels, a steering wheel, and a brain in the middle, hopefully. Petra Mavicova has spun. We saw some dust in the air, so Petra Mavicova will not make the finals. Mariana Ramirez is down the order. Leon
another fastest lap, Henry, for Sarniala. Sarniala is closing the back to Rosina. He's the fastest driver at the moment on the track, and I think he will try to make the overtake as soon as he can, to try also to close the gap on Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen at the same time is 1 second in front of the 2 drivers in second, fighting for the second place.
I mean, Rosina is third in points at the moment. Looking down to see where...
now Sarniala tries to pass Rosina. Yes, he does.
Yes, Sarniala's 15th in points. So Sarniala, he's not going to be starting, even if he wins this race, he's not going to be starting on the front row, but it's in his interest to try and take the win, because that will put him maybe the second or third row.
Yeah, of course.
I have to say that on current form, Van Leeuwen's favourite, but Sarniala motoring towards front half distance, the gap is 1.06 seconds. I think that there is still time for him to catch Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, he can try to catch. Sarniala is in a different position to the other 2 guys, because Sarniala needs to try to maximize his result, to start in a better place for the final. As you have seen, Rosina did not try to defend his place, because he knows I am in front, I have a good position now in the points, Sarniala is back, so try to follow him and try to maximize my result. Sarniala now need to close the gap on Van Leeuwen.
The chances are, I think, stay the same, or even if Sarniala wins, Rosina knows he's going to be starting in front.
Look, amazing first sector for Sarniala. Again, he's very, very fast.
It's very fast. And behind them, Charlie Anderson. There's good battling going on behind the top 3. Emils Akman's in 4th. Charlie Anderson from Sweden in 5th. Philip Moitzi from Austria in 6th. Matthias Nagem. Look at the lap time.
52.8. He feels the smell of the go-kart in front of him. So when you see that the gap is getting closer and closer, you try to do the 110%.
Like a shark smelling blood in the water.
Exactly.
And I have to say, so big credit to Jussi Laaksonen, the entrant for Sarniala, who is everyone calls him Turbo. He's the only man in the paddock that can lift a cart on its side without a trolley on his own and do the work on it at the same time. He's a big old boy, and he is muscling his way towards the front. Is Sarniala, Akmans, Moitzi, Anderson, Nagem, Lokmelis, Al-Rawahi, Coutinho, Linden, Virus, Panetta. Sarniala, be worried.
Yeah, but Van Leeuwen is trying to respond. He has done his personal best lap at the moment, and again purple lap for Sarniala, but the gap is not a lot closer than the lap before, only 1/10.
Right, here we go again. 17.7 through sector number 1. We're on lap 9 and 14. The gap is 0.6 of a second. All Sarniala needs to do is get within 0.2 of a second, and then Van Leeuwen has to defend.
Yeah, Van Leeuwen has to defend, but as we said before, Van Leeuwen knows exactly his position.
Yes.
He's leading. He has got the
points advantage.
He has a good advantage in points, so he also with the second place he can start on pole position. I think he will try to go fast, try to extend the gap to Sarniala as much as he can, but we see Sarniala getting closer and closer
to him. But of course, Sarniala knows that if Van Leeuwen starting from pole position, if Sarniala is on the 4th row, chance of victory very small. Yeah. If Sarniala is on the 2nd row or the 3rd row, chance of victory bigger. So Sarniala will be making a move. Lap 10 of 14. Last year's senior Rotax Grand Final. Last time senior Rotax Grand Final champion Axel Sarniala, looking for 2 wins in 2 Grand Finals in 2 different classes on the march. Super impressive. Talk about impressive, Gustavo Suarez. 4.69. He's dropped to 20 seconds, but he's just put in a 52.749. Now, look at drivers that are dropping maybe out of the final. Ethan Ho, Gustavo Suarez down to the top 20. That's disastrous for them. They were in the top 36. Now maybe their position in the final not so secure. Drivers going the other way. Look at Anthony Millet up to 19th. I don't think that's going to be enough. Maxim Derricks, his mate Yannick probably watching on. Maxim up into 18th place, maybe still not enough. People like Luke Schaper, 17th, Benson Major, 16th, right on the limit. Max Jaeger from Chile, driving 471. It's his third grand finals. He's never finished higher than 69th in the overall classification in DD2. He's running at 15th at the moment after starting the day, 29th in points. Fantastic for Max Jaeger. But Van Leeuwen, saying that lap 12, the gap has stabilised.
Fastest lap of the race, so this is not good for Sarniala. Is for Van Leeuwen is trying to say to everybody.
It's not good for anyone.
Yeah, for anyone, of course.
Martin Van Leeuwen.
But Van Leeuwen now is trying to say, I am the fastest driver on the track.
Yep.
You can do whatever you want, but you can't catch me.
Exactly. You can do whatever you want, but then when I want to, I'm just going to go up, and that's disheartening for Sanya. But hey, drivers at this level, you know this. You've been in this situation. You know, it's like okay, we'll go back to the tent. I'll get Turbo to pick my go-kart up with one arm and whack another setup on and go quicker. Oh dear, and that's a wheel off coming out of
this is so dangerous, Henry. This is so dangerous when a wheel is off of the track.
It's bouncing on the track. Drivers have got to miss it. Oh, this could be, oh my word, this could be really, really dangerous. Yellow flag, superb marshalling there. The driver didn't go back on the track. You can only say great reactions. Let's have a look at that. Coming out at the top of your screen, coming out of the corner. Look at the kart there coming up there. Oh, clash. Two drivers, one with a dark racer. It was Charlie Anderson who was up from Sweden. Now that wheel had come off before contact with the wall, and the tyre, it's the left rear wheel. Now, I'm not, but there were a couple of issues. The load on the corners, there were issues with the left rear tyre in Masters in practice with 2 or 3 karts. That problem was solved. There was contact. It was Charlie Anderson, and we're on to lap number 13 now. I'm trying to see who it was. It may have been Patrick Lockmellis or maybe even Emils Akmans that he had contact with. But good marshalling. Main thing is Anderson is okay, and all credit to those drivers.
Also a lot of good luck in this situation.
Yes. But
because
last lap,
a wheel gets crazy in the middle of the asphalt.
Yes.
And you have to be ready. The driver, very good. The driver, very good. The marshal.
Yes. But
good situation and a lot of good luck.
Martin Van Leeuwen seems to be slowing down, just cruising. We're on the last lap. 3 corners from home, and Sanyala will not catch him. Martin Van Leeuwen, a textbook drive, but Axel Sanyala. Almost caught up with the end. That was Van Leeuwen, really easy up. Yeah, last lap, 52.9.
52.6 for Sarniala. Purple lap
on the last lap.
In the last lap.
Yeah, that's so it wasn't Van Leeuwen slowing down. Now, you talk about Van Leeuwen setting the fastest lap. Sanyala, that's a statement. So Van Leeuwen will be happy that he won. Sanyala goes, I was faster. So yeah, Van Leeuwen, he wins the race, but he knows he's not the fastest because Sanyala is. Rossina in third, your Italian countryman. Some of your Pietro Pons and Michael Rossina, their karts almost neck to each other in the tent. You must be very happy for Michael.
Yeah, of course. Michael, we know, is young but very experienced driver. He started racing in 2012 in Italian Championship in the mini Rotax.
Oh yes.
Then jumped to the junior class. Then there was the Grand Final 2016 in junior class, Italian champion, and I think top 10 in the Grand Final in 2016. And some years in the KZ and OK class in WSK, then DD2 class. A very good driving style for Michael Rosina in DD2, very, very clean, very smooth on the steering wheel, and I really like his driving style. Watching his races, he's really fast at the beginning of the races, very, very, very fast, but from the second part of the race he starts to to lose a little bit to the guys in front. So I think they will try from today to the final tomorrow to adjust a little bit the setting or the tire pressure to be faster through all the race. We know the final is also longer than this pre-final, so it's essential to be faster through all the race long.
Okay, yeah, exactly right, exactly right. I mean, tomorrow's the big test. Now, looking on your screens there, most of those drivers won't make it through. Ethan Ho and Gustavo Suarez, they're going to be very, very nervous indeed. Lucas Pernod, up to 21st from Canada. Then you got Mike Zerka from Switzerland, Nikola Tozic, Alexander Daspakian, Nicolas Sabo, our first ever driver from Saudi Arabia, Omar Alderaan. He doesn't make the final, and Dan Tate's down there as well. There's a little glitch on the timing screen there, but obviously commiserations to those drivers. We have one race to go. Have we saved the best for last? Pre-final B, our camera cart is Gianluca Savalio, is our camera cart. Now, Antoine Barbaro in cart 435 is your race pole sitter. Glenn Van Pories from Belgium, another very experienced driver at this level. Then Savalio from Canada, Kyle Kumara, and then Zendarua and Jakob Azel, both in the top 5 in last 2019 Grand Finals. But the man that is at most at risk, the champion, that amazing race that you and I commented on at Sarno. Exactly. All 4 out of the top 5 from that race in this race. Nicola Pico is on the outside of row 4. De Rua on the inside of row 3, Jakob Azel on the inside of row 4, but then the champion from 2019, Petter Bazel, on the outside of row 8. 36 drivers qualify for the final. Who is in 36? Petter Bazel. He is 1 point ahead of Benson Major in the overall classification. It's going to be very, very tight. What do you think's been wrong with Petter Bazel? He just hasn't shown much pace.
I think bad qualifying practice for him, because during the free practice he was faster in top 5-6 places, but maybe he had a bad qualifying session, and in a race like this, everybody close. When something goes wrong during the qualifying, all the race week it becomes a lot harder.
Yes, 8 minutes of time qualifying can make or break your entire Grand Finals. It's the way of karting. It's what makes the pressure of this event so much.
Yeah, exactly. Also in a fast track like this, it's very important to be in a good track position for qualifying, to have a good slipstream, and a lot of drivers usually try to find the best place possible, and it sometimes happens that you find the traffic, you find a slow driver in front of you, and it's a question of 1 or 2 tenths of a second sometimes.
It's so close. A tenth of a second can mean a difference of 10 positions. Here we go then. Your starting lineup from France on pole position, Antoine Barbarou, and then from Belgium, Glenn Van Pories, then from Canada, Gianluca Savalio, and from India, bit of an underdog story, Kyle Kumaran. Great to see Kyle get to the final and maybe even up at the front. Zendarua and Dimitris Vasileris on row 3. Jakob Bazel and Nicola Pico, 5th and 2nd in 2019. They share row number 4. Mika Metz and Vicente Carpint on row 5. David Maslakevich and Aliska Babikova. We've got one Babikova sister not making the final, the other Babikova sister on pole for hers. Are we going to get one into the final?
Just one word for, I think, Aliska Babikova. He had a terrible crash in Adria during the WSK just 1.5 months ago.
Oh, wow.
And she's here. Okay. And I think she's doing an amazing grand final, taking in consideration what happened in Adria.
Yes, indeed. Again, I didn't know that's great information.
If you see the video, is terrible.
YouTube moment. No, but she's here to tell the tale. Tough girl. Leonardo Reis and Khaled Reisab on row 7. Matthias Dahl and Ivan Siamska on row 8. Wahib Al-Karousi and Petter Bazel row 9. Now, everyone else, Kane Cherian, Nadim Knessa, the 2 UAE drivers, they are currently outside the top 36 and won't go through the final unless they move forward. Neither will Chen Yang Sai, Martinus Morkis, Andreas Birkbach, Geronimo Berrio, French Formula 4 driver, struggling to get into the final. Fabian Bock, Manuel Tenschert, Nicolas Stien, Christopher Nagem, Matthias Nagem's brother, first grand finals. Probably going to end at the heat at the pre-final stage, but a great experience. Francisco Rodriguez, Chris Cedars had the mother and father of all accidents yesterday. He's okay and will start 30th. Alex McPherson-Wyman and David Cadenas are next. Now we're into the drivers that will almost mathematically impossible to qualify. Let's just go and enjoy them. From Mexico, Alejandro Gama, Shi Zheng from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Andres Arroyo from Uruguay, and Anshul Gandhi from the UAE. Although I'm saying that, looking at the back of the grid there, Anshul Gandhi not there. So 435 starters. Uruguay there at the back. If you're down at the back, you just want to finish the race, enjoy the experience. Try not to be too disappointed by the fact that your dreams didn't come true this year.
Yeah.
It's very, very... Sorry. Only one will win.
Yeah.
Okay. Antoine Barbaro, Bonprise, Savalio, Kumaran, Darua.
Will be very interesting, I think, this pre-final, because we have the perfect mixture between the young lions and the experienced driver, like Van Parijs, like Adrev, like the two Bezel brothers,
exactly.
Nicolas Pico.
Yes, then you've got Barbaro, Kumaran, Vasileris, Savalio, the young lions around them.
Exactly.
Say young, Antoine Barbaro, number 435, he is 18. Second in this year's international trophy, Carl Kumaran, 19. Van Parijs in Cat 409, the grand old age of 26. Oh, I just about remember what it was
same
like
as me. We did some racing in Euro Challenge in seniors as competitors, so I remember very well that moments.
Well, again, the Euro Challenge, you know, one of the best events, best championships rather, not the grand final, so strong the competition. So, on board, I mean, this track, it's up and down, it's really, really flowing. When you do a track walk, do you think, oh, I would love to drive this?
Yeah, I did my track walk with the driver when we arrived here. I think, the track is nice. It's so important to be very, very clean in driving because it's really fast in the first part. Then we have two hard braking point, and which also we have to don't be too much aggressive on the braking to advantage the speed in the exit of the corner, like the turn. Turn 8. Turn 8 is a small hairpin.
And this corner here is.
And also this corner is very important for a final overtake, last chance overtake. So also another thing is so hard braking in the out of the fast line because there is a little bit of sand on the track. So I know very well because my driver yesterday did a small mistake. So
I mean, it
happens.
I think that turn 12. Things are going to come down to turn 12 tomorrow in the final when we're back together. That's going to be it. So that looks a little bit tardy. Are we going to get a start this time? No, we're not.
No.
But I mean, people are saying the sand offline is a problem, and if somebody goes off onto the sand and then drags it back onto the circuit, it's like driving on marbles.
Yeah, it's really hard. Not only when you brake out of the fast line, but also when somebody overtakes you and then you go wider and your tires comes dirty and you don't feel the go-kart for 2 or 3 corners. So when you lose positions, it's easier to lose also more positions.
Yeah, especially when things are so close as well. And in this race, more than ever, it's the last chance saloon for some. We've seen more incidents today, I think, than in the other races yesterday, even though there's some crashes yesterday that some drivers got a couple of injuries. Today, the desperation has kicked in. Again, you've been in this situation before where you're going into a pre-final knowing you've got to move forward. It's very, very tough to balance aggression and intelligence.
Yeah, because in pre-final we have 2 different kind of drivers. The drivers in front in the ranking, they try to maximize the result and arrive in front, don't take too many risks. And like Sarniala, we see in the the previous pre-final, try
to move up,
to climb the group and to reach more position for the final. Okay. So it's really hard driving and thinking at the same moment.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's see if Lipo's prediction of drivers like Bazell, desperation kicking in, moving forward. Start looks good. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Van Parijs gets a little bit blocked there, but he goes round the outside, wheel to wheel. All Van Parijs gets squeezed, and that allows Barbarou to hold on to the lead. Not a great start for Barbarou, but he somehow holds it. Oh, we got drivers spinning and just getting avoided. There's going to be sand on the turn 4 area there, but somehow.
Amazing start for the Ruben. The Ruben is now in P2, I think. P2 for him.
There's
amazing start. He was starting in P5, so amazing start for him.
Now, Van Leeuwen's got 2 points. Van Leeuwen secured pole position. This is the battle. Who starts alongside Martin Van Leeuwen? Everyone wants to start second and third. There's Nicolas Pico. He's made a good start. He's in front of our camera cart. So Chevalier is involved. Let's look at this. Talk us through this, Filippo. Somebody at the back there, up and over and round.
Yeah. It's really difficult. A driver totally into the sand, so we have the track so dirty in that point.
Yeah, now they're coming up to that part of the track now. Here we go. Are we going to see anyone slipping and sliding through there? This is the moment. Oh, you can see the dust and the braking carts running wide. I think a couple did, you know. That is tough, but a testament to their skills. Nobody ran off. So, reset. Barbarou, De Rua, first, second, Gap, then Pico, Savalio, Van Parijs, great battle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Van Parijs getting passed by Jacob.
Bazell tries to pass Van Parijs, but not stays behind.
And that's Jacob Bazell, because Petter Bazell is at 4 places to 14th. Nicolas Pico, we're looking at the back end of Nicolas Pico's car. This is third in your screen. You're riding on board with Savalio in 4th. The top 2, though, getting away. Now, Nicolas Pico, very serious driver, doesn't say a lot, but when he says, I'm okay.
Yeah, Nicolas Pico, also experienced driver. We have seen him passing from senior to DD2, then back in senior. And that's good for Pico now. He's opening a little bit the gap on Van Parijs, so try to a little bit the gap.
Savalio there, our camera cart is getting muscled out of the way. The more these battles, now we've got 3, 4 drivers clear. The battle's now for 5th, but the battle goes on from 5th back to about 25th.
Yeah, the Ruven now is in 2nd place, but I told him because we are friends, so we told during the week he was not happy about his go-kart. He doesn't feel exactly really good, and so I think now he's very happy of his 2nd place. Try to stay as close as he can to the slipstream of the guy in front to maximize the result, because starting in a good place for the final can be important for him. He was not absolutely happy about his speed at the beginning of the free practices. Now it's good for him, the experience is coming out.
This is where his experience comes out. Now, you saw this, we're looking at the onboard camera, there's still sand on the inside of turn number 4, which will cause a problem. Now, on board there, we were with Savalio. Savalio is dropped to 6th behind Jacob Bazell. Pico is 4th, very closely matched. Now, Bazell, this lap, Jacob Bazell closing in on Pico. Parijs in third, Van Parijs in third. Here comes a move.
Bazell now, I've seen Bazell inside of Nicolas Pico. Nicolas Pico is dropping back now. Bazell is up to 4th position now. Yes,
he is now.
Also purple lap of the day, fastest lap of the race with a purple last sector for Jacob Bazell.
53.579. Now behind the top 6, Mika Metz is 7th, Dimitris Vassileris 8th, Kyle Kamara still doing well in 9th, Aliska Babikova up to 10th. The moment she's in the final, you'd think, oh, poor Petra, she might be the only family member to miss out on the final. But then Marcus Carpint, Reese, Saab, Masklevich, Peter Bazell down to 15th. He just does not have the speed this week. Then it's Dahl, Berrio, Geronimo Berrio, Formula 4 single-seater driver from Colombia. He's up to 17th. This should be enough. Then it's Birkbach, Kate Cherian, Shyamska, Al-Karusi, Stien, Zidas, Knesser, and the rest. 34 drivers still running. Alejandro Herrera Gama has gone out, and Martinas Morkis from Lithuania has dropped to 34th and possibly out of the grand final event.
Jacob Bezel, I think, is getting ready to try the overtake on Glenn Van Parijs. I think we'll try the first time at the next corner. He's getting closer and closer. Let's see the braking point. No, he stays behind here. But Jacob Bezel is really fast at the moment, fastest lap of the race, and he's trying to climbing the group, and I think will be very soon ready to pass the driver from Belgium.
Exactly, because Jacob Bezel, as you said, he's 14th in points at the moment. Sanyala was 15th. Bezel 14th. You know he's going to make the moves because he needs that top two.
Bezel has the speed. Bezel has the speed, so
and
he will try as soon as he can to make the overtake.
And there's 3 wide coming into turn number 1, half distance behind Van Parijs and Bezel. It's Savalio, Pico, Metz, Vasileris. They all get through. They're all squabbling, and again Jacob Bezel getting closer and closer. Now the Bezel brothers. Oh, and there's a move. That's looks like, was that Babikova possibly at the inside? Yes, it was. So Teresa. No, not Teresa. Eliska Babikova up into, I think, 9th position now. Karl Kumaran from India started 4th. Just hold on, Kyle. You were 18th in this event a year ago. You're in the final as it stands. Don't overdrive things. Just be calm. Other drivers are coming through. Don't throw it away. An accident now can still knock you out.
Sander Ruwe has not a good pace. He's really slower than Bezel and Van Parijs. They are closing the gap to him. And also the top 2 drivers are not, the top driver at the moment, Barbarux, is not really fast. The driver in 3rd and 4th place, Van Parijs and Bezel, are really faster than the top 2 drivers. I think they will try to make the overtake on Sander Ruwe and try to close the gap also with Barbaros.
I think what's happened there is that Van Parijs just knows he's under pressure. He's really got his head down, and that has inspired him to go quicker. Bezel, it is slipstream.
Let's see the next braking. I think in the next braking, Van Parijs will try
down to 12. And just see him go through there. No, didn't make the move just yet. Now Deroux has to defend, but Van Parijs is going to eat him up.
Inside.
Yep, Van Parijs, you can see that coming. Deroux knows he's not as quick as the drivers around him. He's used driving tactically. He didn't defend because he's going to now try. Okay, if Glenn and Jakob are quicker than me, that's fine. I'll fall in behind. Maybe we work together and close in on Barbarou.
Yeah, Deroux has not a great speed at the moment. I think he will not defend a lot also with Bezel because he knows that he can be better than this position. So he will try to stay in top 3, top 4, top 5 is good for him.
Yeah, Deroux is 10th in points. So again, a top 3, top 4, that will put him in a position where hopefully the final, you've got the likes of Barbarou and Van Leeuwen, who are faster than him. They will battle, and that will allow him to stay in contention. At the moment, it looks as though a fast lap from Dawid Maskiewicz from Poland in 12th place behind Eliska Babikova. A 52.78. Fastest lap from Axel Sanyala in the first pre-final of 52.6. That's impressive, but it's all down to track position. You know, Maskiewicz is 12th at the moment. He's going to be starting 18th, 19th, 20th in the final. That's no good. Now Deroux coming back at Van Parijs.
See the experience. This is the experience.
Yes.
The experience of Chen, because he was not fast alone, but now Van Parijs has made the overtake on him, and now he is doing green sector.
Yep.
This means that he knows that he can use the driver in front of him.
Well, the field going through, we've still got 34 drivers in the race, but up at the front, Van Parijs in second, the gap 1.6 seconds, Van Parijs and Deroux a 10th quicker. Well, so there's telling, 53.04 is Deroux's fastest lap, and he's doing it in the slipstream of Van Parijs. Everyone else up at the front, their best lap is in the 52s. Here comes De Roo.
Inside of Van Parijs, retakes back the second place.
So this is lap 11 now out of 14. Is that Zen De Roo?
Now he will try to defend everywhere.
Yes. That Zen De Roo say, okay, there's no chance we will win, so I may as well try and battle for second place.
Let's see down into the start-finish line what happens. De Roo gets closer in the inside to defend the place to Van Parijs. Now we go through the S's. We have another overtaking point in this corner, but Van Parijs takes the curbs.
Jacob Bezel gets 2 in 1.
No, I think only one.
You think oh, you get?
No, 2 in 1. 2 in 1.
But look at our camera cars. Savalio catching them, the Canadian driver, now a 4-car battle. Here we are on board with Savalio. Looking to the inside of Van Parijs. No, backs out of it. So between Jacob Bezel, Zen De Roo and Glenn Van Parijs, there are nearly 20 grand final entries between them. Bezel on entry number 5, De Roo on entry number 7, I think, and Van Parijs, I think, on entry number 4 into the grand final. So much experience. Savalio, we're on board with him. It's his first time. Barbarou leads. I think it's his first time. Oh, Van Parijs hits it. Oh, Van Parijs and De Roo.
Oh, this is an important situation because two of the top drivers
Axel gone on De Roo's cart. Let's look at that again.
Unbelievable.
Talk us through it. Van Parijs up the inside. De Roo closing in.
Wheel to wheel. This is a difficult point to make the overtake. I think they don't need it at this moment of the race. But you know, pre-final, penultimate lap. So sometimes drivers, when you put the helmet, sometimes
the red mist comes down.
Exactly.
Sarah Van Valstein and Matilda Olsen are both saying exactly the same thing, and you could see Van Parijs got on the curb, and the curb bounced him across into De Roo. De Roo then hit the curb and bounced back. 360 in the air for De Roo, and Savalio was able to get through. So new order, last lap, your race leader Antoine Barbarou leads Jacob Bezel and Savalio. Well, that takes Van Parijs and not out of the final, but they'll still qualify De Roo and Van Parijs, but they'll be at the back of the grid, I am sure. Antoine Barbarou, a perfect drive for the Frenchman Jacob Bezel. He always finishes behind his brother in the grand finals when they're in the same class, but not
the
now.
lap time of the number 455, the driver from Poland, 52.692. I think is the fastest lap of both pre-finals.
And he was punching the air as he crossed the line. Incredible. Kyle Kumaran, India, are you watching? Kyle Kumaran will, oh dear, 439 didn't look too happy. That was Ivan Skamska from Belarus. I can tell you, do you know why he's not very happy? Because he started 32nd in points, and he's only finished 20th, and he's probably saying to himself, I don't think I've made the final. We'll see. Great drive from Kumaran. India, Kumaran, not only in the final, but will probably be starting in the top 10. Nicolas Pico faded at the end of that one, finished down in 5th position. Then, fastest driver of all, Maskulewicz from Poland in 6th, Rees 7th, Vasileris 8th, Mikamets 9th in Tal, Aliska Babikova 11th, and Petr Bezel 12th. So
Petr Bezel is in the final, so I think he can be happy because he was at risk until this moment. Now he can go to the final and try to a miracle to defend his title of 2 years ago, but everything can happen.
Anything can happen, exactly. Calendry Saab is next. So Van Parijs finishes 15th. De Roo down in 19th. They will obviously be on the grid for the final, but of course you would think after an accident maybe nose cone penalties would drop them even further down. Wahib Al-Karousi, you'll see him in the final. And Chris Zedris, talk about a minute, Chris Zedris, horrible crash yesterday, missed his last heat. He's not going to make the final, but he finishes 17th. Now we put further down the order, drivers, Christopher Shane finishes 23rd, Nicolas 22nd. Some of those drivers we're not going to see again, but they all add to the colour of the event. And as the sun set, well, the sun set a while ago, the lights are on. Brilliant racing under the lights, Filippo. So just go through the last couple of drivers. Francesca Rodriguez out of the race, Shinji Sen, Arroyo, Sai, Morkis, Tencha, Cherian, Wyman, Knessa. All we can say, better luck next year. Keep the heart beating faster, as Rotax saying. What an evening of racing. What's it like? We started it when it was dark, 5 o'clock. It was already dark. We've raced all the way through to nearly 9 o'clock at night. It's fantastic, isn't it, Filippo?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Sometimes we race with the sun, sometimes with the night, and it's really hard also for the drivers to adapt at different situations, because I can say as a driver that the artificial lights sometimes are difficult to understand how to do, because you feel like you go fast, it's strange.
But a lot of the drivers have been saying that it feels like driving in daylight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been great to have you along, so thank you very much for watching. Now, don't go away. What? We're gonna go away. I'm gonna run up to the studio. In a little while, we're gonna have the studio show. Filippo, you're gonna be back for the final tomorrow.
Of course.
It's gonna be the last race of the 2021 Grand Finals. In Sarno, they saved the best for last, and we got to commentate on one of the best races that we've ever seen. Close action. The studio show is in at 9:10 local time. Now, talk a little bit about DD2. Van Leeuwen, Barbarou, Bazell, but Jacob Bazell, still plenty of winners, but we've got some real outsiders, and this event has got a few surprises left in it yet.
I think there are, watching the pre-finals, there are 2-3 drivers a little bit faster as speed than the others. Then there is a big pack of some drivers that can fight for the podium, but they can use the battle between the top drivers to try to go also them in the fight for the win.
Okay.
I can,
like you say,
like Pico, like Jacob Bezel, like Chevalier, like
smarts, use their intelligence.
Exactly. In grand finals, everything can happen. Especially the finals are crazy races.
Crazy races. Well, we hope that you will join us for those crazy races. Myself will be joined by Filippo again for DD2 by Sanne van Valsteen. Champions will be helping to guide you through the biggest day of racing in the world of Rotax karting, one of the biggest days in karting anywhere in the world. At 9:10, we will be live in the studio with Jen Wade and a host of guests and guest drivers. But for now, this has been a Kart Data production. The Rotax 21 Grand Finals. 1 day to go, finals day tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2021 from Bahrain International Karting Circuit here in Sakhir. And this is actually our last live studio for the week, unfortunately, but fortunately tomorrow it's finals day. We've had a thrilling day, exciting racing, and of course know that half of our drivers will be going home this evening from several classes. So they're packing up, but in the meantime, we've got the grids, we're ready to go, and tomorrow is the day when we will crown our new champions. We missed it last year, but this year it's been spectacular. And so far, we have to thank everybody for joining us who can't be here, unfortunately. Limited spectators this year, but on social media. And we have to say thank you for the comments, for messaging, for huge shout outs to everybody. And we hope you've been enjoying the coverage, even though you can't be here. I've got a great show lined up this evening in the studio. But before that, what I'd like to do is just take a little bit of a look at what's been happening today as I welcome two of my guests for this evening. Well, joining me this evening, Christoph Adams. Now, Chris, I'm going to ask you to share the microphone, and also Matthias Niem from Lebanon. Now, Christoph Adams, probably been to more grand finals than any other driver. Is that for sure? How many times? 14, 15? 15 in a row. Now, Chris, tell me, where are you really from? Are you from Belgium? Are you from France? Are you from the Netherlands? Or who are you racing for? And
I was racing before for France. I'm from Belgium, and now I'm racing for the Netherlands.
Okay, so tell me, what's the story behind that?
When I won my first grand final, I joined a club from France, and they support me for the license, and I start like this to become French.
What year was your first grand finals?
My first grand finals, it was in Viana de Castelo, in Portugal.
Yes, in 2006.
2006.
Yes, okay, 2006. And how many times have you stood on the podium?
Only 2 times.
Only 2?
The first step.
Okay. Okay, and Matthias, I know he hasn't been here as long as you, one of our DD2 drivers, but I thought it was also nice to have one of the new generation of our grand finals, you know, how many times? 6 seasoned drivers, I should say. 7?
I've managed to qualify for the grand finals 6 times.
6 times.
And hopefully I catch up to Christoph's number.
Well, it's a little bit like certain other people in other classes like Formula One. They always set the bar high, and it really is a long way there. You know, when you're looking at 15 times qualifying for the grand finals. Maybe just tell us a little bit about your racing and how you came to be at the grand finals.
Yeah, just continuing where we left off. The grand finals, to be honest, is my favorite week of the year. I wait for it every year. That's why I hope to one day match his number. I started karting at a very young age because my father used to race, and then we're 3 boys back at home, really similar age, and we've all started together. And since 14 years now, I've been in karting and Rotax all along, and then every championship we managed to win. Sometimes we have a ticket, sometimes not. And lately, the past 4 years in a row, I've been here, been competitive, and I'm really enjoying every moment we've got in this kart.
Of course, I know your brother was in that last race because you were watching.
Yeah, correct. That's why I'm still in my race suit. I finished my race straight to the grandstand to watch his last race. Unfortunately, I think he hasn't made it to the final tomorrow. He had a tough week. But he has to get through this. He has to learn. I didn't qualify for the finals in my first 2 years, and then after that, I've been able to compete almost at the front. So it's a learning curve. Everybody has to go through it, and he will too, I'm sure.
Of course, I've seen you also MENA champion. I've seen you racing at the International Trophy, helping the young drivers in Team Lebanon as well. But it's really, really nice to have you and the team here. We'll come back to you, Matthias, in a second. But Christoph, I want to ask you, what makes you really, I know you try really hard. I've seen you racing all around the world. We run into you in Japan and South America and everywhere. You're just popping up there, going for a ticket most of the time. Other times you just love racing. Yes. And you're a busy man also. I mean, you're running a business.
Yes, I have to work sometimes, more than sometimes. But I don't run for the ticket. I go everywhere when I can meet some friends. I'm invited and I enjoy because I like to travel. But if I can win the ticket in the same time, I'm happy. But it's not my first goal. My first goal is to enjoy and to have nice traveling, and then I'm happy.
And I remember the days where you were running 2 classes in the Euro, series, and all these young guys are, complaining about, oh, gee, and Chris is running 2 classes. So it is about having fun, and like you say, that was one thing in the pandemic, wasn't it, that you missed, was your friends.
Yeah.
Because you weren't able to see them. There was hardly anyone at the track.
But I was able to do it before. Now it's not possible anymore. No. It's too tough.
Yeah, too tough. Tell me, what has been one of the best memories for you at the Grand Finals? I know that's a difficult question.
No, because my 2 wins. I won 2 times, but I prefer Sharm el-Sheikh, the second one.
Yes.
Because I was very competitive. Don't forget, before it was mixed with young one. We were half master, half young one. Yeah. And when I can beat the young one, I'm very proud. That's it.
Yeah, Sharm el-Sheikh with the camels and in the desert, and another fantastic event. I mean, we've been to some really brilliant, locations. What about you, Matthias? Has there been any special memory? I know racing with your brother or one of your brothers here. Sometimes it's one, sometimes the other. Any special memories in particular, or even as Chris said, anything that, maybe off the track that has sort of...
To be honest, the past 4 years have been really well. More or less, the event has run the same way for me. Little unlucky and little competitive. But what is really special about the Grand Finals is we are going to places we never imagined. 2018, we were in Brazil at the end of the world. Now we're in Bahrain. That is really special. When we go to, if you select a race to go, you will go to Europe because that's where it's competitive and that's where the level is. But Grand Finals is taking us to places, and because this event is so special, you see people from 40, 50 countries traveling all this way. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have the Australians, South Africans here, but everybody travels from all over the world, and you as Rotax choose these unique locations for this event. It is really special, and honestly, I'm privileged to be here. Every event is special.
I have to ask you one question, which Henry Baudet has thrown in. He said, if you could race in one particular country for the Grand Finals, where would it be?
Ideally, at home in Lebanon, at Pit Stop Karting, our home track. That's a track all of Team Lebanon has graduated from, because our whole championship is just on this one 850 meters track we've got. Coming from there to these big tracks, much more grip, much larger grids. I'm so proud of all Team Lebanon, how they're performing, almost fighting at the front in every category with little to no preparation. I mean, all year I and the rest, we just sit on YouTube and watch the races going on in Europe or wherever, the big races, and then we get this one chance to race these big names over here. When we find ourselves competitive with them, even sometimes quicker to the names we only see on TV, it is really satisfying, but also shows that we are working in the right direction in Lebanon. We just need some more opportunities, especially now with the crisis our country's in. It is really difficult. Motorsports isn't a cheap sport, but we're taking advantage of the opportunities we get, and that's why I said I'm really happy to be here, and I'm sure my teammates are as well.
And I know that Lebanon absolutely love this, and even with the Middle East North African Championship, you've got coverage on the major TV channels, and it really boosts that morale. What about you, Chris? Where would you go? I'm really interested. I figured you'd say Lebanon. Something I just thought, how are we going to fit this tent and all these people at that little track? But that's okay.
But for me, I'm okay with Lebanon.
He's okay with it?
I don't know, because for me, outside Europe, it's always nice.
Yes. Any special country you'd like to I know you've been all around many circuits.
For me, in South America is
South
the best.
America. I also knew you'd say that.
Not only for the tracks,
no.
Also for the kindness of the people, and I like it very much.
Very welcoming. Of course, we love Brazil, didn't we?
Yeah, also.
We love Brazil. You stayed a bit longer. Okay, so great memories. I have to ask you about the Bell helmet, because we've actually got these beautiful little model Bell helmets that everybody got today. They're absolutely beautiful. I think one's going to go missing off the table, but you've got the Bell hat on. So, I mean, this is really perfect. Tell us about the Bell cap, and it's also on your race suit, I noticed.
Yeah, I know Michael Omento is working long time for Bell, and also the Cohen family, who made the Bell factory.
Yes.
Already long time, and they support me already 15 years, and I like it very much because I saw the development of the helmets. Before it was not so nice, and now it's the best. For me, it's the best quality.
And we have you to thank for that. We have you to thank for that. 15 years at the Grand Finals, 15 years with Bell, and now they're located, if you don't know, just next door to the circuit.
Yeah, I visited them 2 days ago.
Okay.
And I was surprised how they make that, because I thought it was very easy, but it's not.
No.
How many layout of polyesters and the painting, everything. This artwork, they are working there more than 200 people.
Incredible.
Incredible. It's big factory, and it's very nice.
It is very nice, and of course I know for a fact that they, after the Formula One race here in Bahrain, they relocated to here.
Yeah.
And very welcome partner as well this year. This is just fantastic. What a great surprise for everyone. Normally you get a medal, but now you've got a little helmet. So really beautiful. We've actually got a special video that Bell have given us, so we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to wish you guys luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I really hope that you have a great day's racing in the finals, and hopefully I'm talking to you at the podium.
Thank you.
Let's take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you. For your time. Thank you. what an interesting insight into what is one of our major partners. And who better to tell me more about it? Helmut Vogelsam from BRP Rotax. Now, I know you're in sales, Helmut, Rotax karting, but of course have you been to every grand finals?
Yes, definitely. I think I'm one of the few who have managed, to be at all of them. Yes. So I'm really happy and proud about that.
You can be proud. I'm just one behind you. I miss Puerto Rico, but I don't mind because it was raining. But Helmut, welcome to our last studio for this grand finals. But I guess you're relieved in one way that we're in Bahrain after the last year and, the challenges and everything. But, it's really, really special to be here. Yeah. And I really think everybody at Rotax can be proud of that too.
Yeah. Definitely last year was a real challenge for us. We have been in the preparation first here to come to Bahrain, then, because of the changing situation with COVID, we have decided to move to Portugal, to Portimao. We have been fully in preparation for the event, all the setup, all the logistics have been done in the right way. And finally, it was a really tough decision following the development of COVID, And in respect of the safety of our customers, finally we have decided to cancel the event, which was really a tough decision, believe me.
Well, I know all the guys were basically there on location already.
Yes.
And we are watching every day the numbers.
Yeah.
And in the end, some people also couldn't travel at all.
Yeah.
So, but it was heartbreaking.
Yes.
For all the drivers and the mechanics and teams and everybody. But safety came first, health and safety, I understand that.
Definitely.
So, but let's go one step back to Sarno. 20 years, we celebrated in Italy. We had fireworks that went on and on and on. I think almost like the 50th year National Day last night.
Yes.
Maybe not as big, but as long. It was brilliant. It was a perfect celebration in Italy. Under Mount Vesuvius. Tell us a little bit about, after that, what happened with Rotax. I mean, we know what happened with the grand finals, but what actually happened? Because I know it was also, you had production, people still wanted to drive, and
yes.
It was like it was moving around the world. But what happened at Rotax?
Yeah, always where there's a threat, there's also an opportunity. And what we have seen, the behavior of our customers changed. We have a specific definition for this phenomenon. We call it staycation, which means people stay home for their vacation, and they
I know about that.
and they spend definitely more for their leisure time. And we see this in the entire industry, even with the BRP products. There is really a high demand of the market, and our challenge now is, together with our suppliers, to be able to fulfill the demand of the market.
So you actually had more demand because perhaps people weren't traveling, they were, staying home and having fun.
Yes.
So when we look at now, we're here in Bahrain, we've got the Rotax Project E20, electric power. I can hear it out on the track there. What is the future? I know you can't tell me too much because you're not involved with the whole product range, of course, outside of karting. But from here, where do we go? I mean, we've got, the bar is high now with Bahrain. Mm-hmm. We've got electric karting. Mm-hmm. Which direction? You're flat out trying to get the demand, to meet the demand. Any insight into which direction you're going?
The only thing I can tell you on this point, in whichever direction the industry is going or the demand of the market is going, I think we are well prepared. I think this was the challenge we had to prove here. And we tried to prove it at the highest level, at an international event, that BRP Rotax is also not just good in the design and production of combustion engines with a history of 100 years. We also have proved, that we have a new technology, which is electric powertrains, that we have the capability to design such a product and to offer our customers a great experience in this new electric world. So what we definitely see is, you know, the new generation, they are definitely more into electric powertrains, yeah, than our generation, let's say it that way, yeah. And definitely we will be prepared.
Okay, I'm sure you will. One last question, and I won't tell anyone. Where is the next Grand Finals?
Yeah, this is a real secret. And
Because people keep asking on social media, so if you can just like tell me, then I can like settle that one.
yeah, unfortunately,
A
I
hint?
can't. No.
No hint.
No, I can't. The
When
only
will
thing
I-
I can
when will
tell
I
you,
know?
I think you should wait for tomorrow, because
Okay.
I think we will announce the date and location for the next year's Grand Final.
Okay,
by
so
tomorrow.
everyone needs to be watching tomorrow, not only for the finals, but also for the announcement.
Yes.
And is it going to beat this in Bahrain? That's what we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, we're going to say thank you very much, Helmut. I know you're a
Thank
busy
you,
man, but it is really nice always to hear from you, and we're happy to be here at the Grand Finals.
Yeah.
So good luck tomorrow. We'll be waiting for that announcement, and Henry now is going to give us a
Yeah.
recap on today's pre-finals,
Okay.
find out who's on the
Yeah.
grid and who's on pole position. So thank you so much.
Season's greeting from my side, and thank you, Jenny, for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Season's greetings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there we have it, some of the great products that BRP is producing there in Austria and around the world. Of course, fantastic always to hear from Helmut, 21 years.
Yes, I
Grand Finals.
know. That's get less for murder these days. No, no, I've got to say, these helmets that were given to each one of the drivers, absolutely superb. A really good gift for all their efforts. You know, very unique. You know, absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. I like the way that Kai Riat said, I'm not sure I fit into that one, but yeah, excellent.
No, it is, and of course the same logo that we see everywhere. I think that might be Lachlan Robinson.
Lockie
there, if
Robinson,
I'm
yeah,
right.
I know. Lockie's dad was saying how proud he was to see his son on this massive billboard.
So now he's got the
I didn't want
helmet
to
as a
say that it was
souvenir.
probably because he was on a slowdown lap and he was the only car slower to get in focus. But
Yes,
hey,
but you won't say
I'm
that.
joking.
He
I
finished
wouldn't-
second in the
I wouldn't
race.
say that. He finished second.
Yes.
And what a day of racing we've had. 11 races, and I've got to say, looking at my list, apart from one dud in DD2 Masters, well, not a dud, but it was a tactical race. We've had 10 super races, some great racing, some desperate racing. There's going to be a lot of drivers that are disappointed. the results are still provisional. The only results that I've got that are official are E20. That started the day, so we may as well start there. Oscar Palamel. Now, here we go. Me and Alex Goldschmidt had a bit of a discussion. Alex thinks that Oscar's birthday is today, and we think it's yesterday. Regardless, it was whether it's a belated birthday gift or a real birthday gift, victory today. He starts pole position for the final tomorrow. Theo Kakati came second. Hannes Morin, a battling drive up to third. Kakati will start alongside Palamel, but my man to watch tomorrow is going to be Poland's David Oleszna. Now, a lot of people know that David lives in Wales, a place where I know very well. So Poland are cheering from him. Landau International Raceway, birthplace of champions, global home of world motorsport, will be cheering for him.
Yes.
He's very, very fast, despite this, despite this being his first go in a.
Well, today
E20.
I'm sure I saw him in P2 at one stage.
He was at one point, then he went off a little bit and bounced
Yeah.
around, then came back on. But really good racing. Again, the E20 class has shown how competitive it is.
Yes, and just while we're on that note, shout out to our friends at Polski Karting.
Yes,
because
yes.
they're watching on. Hi to everyone in Poland and all our Polski Karting friends, Pavel, Magda, everybody.
Greetings.
Greetings, because they've been following also on Facebook and sharing and doing all that stuff.
Yeah,
Poland
we're
really
grateful
strong.
for all the Rotax challenges,
Yes.
the regional, the national challenges that share all the information. The viewing figures we're getting are very impressive indeed.
Very nice.
The complaints department is open about the Welsh commentator.
Okay.
But apart from that, we're
Yes,
really grateful.
so moving on.
So yeah, everything else is still provisional.
Yes.
So I haven't got grids for you yet. So we don't know. I mean, a Micromax, Nikita Lubimov from Estonia. Last time an Estonian was on top in the grand finals, a certain Yuri Vips.
Yes.
Lubimov won the Micromax final by a long way. The real talk was a battle for second.
Yes, but when we talk about Yuri Vips, he tested this week Formula One.
Oh, really?
In Abu Dhabi for Red Bull. So
not a bad progression.
Maybe
Soaking
maybe
wet junior Rotax win at Valencia in 2014. Abu Dhabi testing a Red Bull Formula One car. Zdenek Babicek finished second. Now, Zdenek Babicek involved in a real battle all the way through the final. Third, provisionally, is Kenzo Craigie from the UK. All 36 micros obviously qualify for the final. Now, here we go with the 4 classes where we have to whittle 72 down to 36. Mini-max. Matej Radenkovic from Belgium and Dovydas Gudlevicius from Lithuania were the winners in the 2 Minimax pre-finals. Boris Lisan, that's his first defeat of the season, of the week. He finished second, but imagine though that he will still start from pole position. Arate Endo, Julius Ochepa and Marcus Silkunas rounding out the podiums. We just had Matthias Najem on from Lebanon. Will Christopher El Fagali qualify for the Minimax final? Our international trophy winner from Lebanon. He had a spin early on, struggling. If he is in, he's going to be right at the back. As always, there's going to be a few shocks and surprises. Juniors, Thomas Stolsomanis. So we came into today with 3 drivers who were undefeated. Thomas Stolsomanis from Latvia, still undefeated. Again, a great race where he was under no pressure. The battle was all behind him. Enzo Ball was second, and from the United Arab Emirates, Federico Al Rifai finished second. The second one. Now we're really grateful that we've got somebody guest commentators. It's been great to hear from them. Matilda Olsen was in with me for the junior racing, and the second heat, Mirai Nishida from Japan won. Harry Linden second.
He won across the line, and Harry picked up second because 1 and 2 were fighting their way around the corner.
They came off the final corner on the penultimate lap, 3-4 wide.
Yes.
It was a great race. We're going to see Stolsomanis start from pole, I should imagine, in that one tomorrow. Seniors. Now, Zenek, little brother, he had a great day in micro, but once again, Teresa Babichkova in senior. What a fantastic race.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it, boys and girls, she's the favourite to win Senior Max.
18 years old.
And she's got Callum Bradshaw, world champion, Mark Kimber, grand finals champion.
In juniors.
And Clayton Ravenscroft, multiple British champion, right around her, as well as Paul Fouquemin from France. They're all right behind her on the grid. History has already been made this week.
Because she's already won.
And she's already won. Tomorrow's the big one.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what the Babičkova family in the Czech Republic are
Well,
going
there's
through at the
4
moment.
of them here racing. 3
Yeah.
of the girls,
I
one
think,
of the boys, but
I think Aliska may have missed out,
Okay.
but Petra in DD2 has got in.
okay.
In Masters, well,
Actually, there are a lot of families here
there
racing too.
are lots of families.
Which is
Ben
very
Cooper was
nice.
saying both Ali brothers from Canada may have got in.
Okay.
It looks like both Bazell brothers are in, both Hunter brothers are in.
Not sure about the Najames.
Well,
Gotta wait and
Matthias
see.
is in, and Christopher Sally, I think his week is over. 3
Okay.
out of the 4 Babičkovas. You know, we talk about the Rotax family.
Yes.
It's a big family. It's an international family, but within that family, there are actually real families.
Yes.
And
Which
there's a
is
few more as well.
ano-
The Dowlers from Canada.
Yeah.
And there's Noel and Griffin Dowler. I'm sure there are more, so I apologise if I've forgotten any. It's been a long day.
And also, when I think about Miri
Pacheco's from
in the
Chile.
juniors, him and his dad were the team winning the junior max pre-final, one of the
Right, yeah.
finals. So that was the dad and lad
Uh-huh,
as well.
yes.
And they're so excited, they can't even believe, I think, that they won the race in the end. But everyone cheering them on at home. Hi to Ninja, who's not able to be here, but it's really a big Rotax family.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Masters, so Ben Cooper was in the commentary box.
Yes.
Now, as always, please don't think that we've got favourites here as a broadcasters. It's anyone apart from the driver from Barry, Harry Linden. No,
3 times Grand Finals champion, Ben Cooper.
Ben Cooper, yeah, 3 times. I might have missed out one along the way, but you know, he was unashamedly supporting Pierre-Luc Wallet from Canada in Masters. However, Canada once again everyone once again having to play second fiddle to Morgan Riesch. So Stolzamanis is undefeated in juniors, Riesch undefeated in Masters. He won at an absolute canter, 7 seconds over his countryman Paul Louveau. Wallet was 3rd, but in contention. Everyone in DD2 Masters is going to be worrying. If Riesch gets to turn 1 first, is that goodbye, good night? Christoph Adams, who was here, you know, he said he's struggling a little bit, but it's great to have him in the final. Antiola Kainen moving up, maybe Matis Rodriguez. There are potentials, but Riesch, as you won't say got one hand on the trophy, but no one's beaten him, no one's looked like beating him. Maybe Wallet could beat him. The fairy tale is still on. The last 2 races, wow. First of all, great to have Filippo Laghi back in the commentary box.
Yes.
Everyone loves his passion. He speaks better English than me, does Filippo, and that's a thing. But the DD2 races, I think they were a little bit hectic for my liking. I think Antoine Barber won easily. Behind him, now Jakob Bazell got second. A great battle between Jakob Bazell and De Rua, and that was the second race, sorry. Jakob Bazell and a couple of others. Gianluca Savaglio, surprise package. Kyle Kumran, India, you're in the final. Malta in seniors in the final. We've got some great nations. I think Kuwait, Al Khaled in seniors had a bit of a problem, but these smaller nations with only 1 or 2 drivers competing. China in the final. So we've got Malta, we've got some of the smaller nations have got their 1 driver in the final. Panama, not sure. Sebastian Ng had a bad day. Had a bad day. Saudi Arabia, sadly, they've failed to qualify.
But he did say he didn't know how he'd go because the competition is really, really high.
Yeah, it's a learning experience.
So
all the drivers that fail to qualify for the final, they go back to their own countries and they'll be better drivers the minute they get back on track.
But it is a celebration of the champions at the grand finals, so they're here.
Yes, they're here.
Yeah.
It's an experience. What an experience. So the accident, I mean, Zendarua and Glenn Van Parijs, that will be ruminated over, battling for 2nd place or 3rd place in the race, both in the final, comfortably up near the top 10.
There
Martin
is absolutely
Van Leeuwen,
nothing between these guys, so we're going to have to wait and see.
Martin Van Leeuwen looking very quick indeed, but they almost ruined their own chances. It's been a great day. Tomorrow, though, is the day.
Tomorrow's the day.
That's
what it's all about. The whole year, getting here, but tomorrow is the day we'll crown our champions.
We will.
So everyone needs to be
very special
watching.
Champions too.
Yes, watching. Don't miss. Not only to find out where the next grand finals is, but Do not miss.
Really?
Yes, you have to
I
wait
told
till
you.
tomorrow. I tried to find out from Helmut, but he wouldn't tell me.
I got my
So,
opinions.
yes.
Landau International Raceway,
Okay.
South Wales.
I've got one more video.
Oh, really?
So, yes, something very special. And anyone that, you know, maybe like to watch it again can watch it on YouTube.
Yes, yeah.
So,
really good.
sit back and enjoy one of our very, very special videos. We'll be back shortly to say goodbye.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then it'll be competitive.
Well,
'tis the season to be jolly. Ho, ho, ho.
it's beginning to look a lot like...
The festive season, depending on what
Yes.
denomination you follow.
Yes, so this is it from us.
Yes.
That's it from me, and
Well, it's not it from me, it's not it from you. You're on interviewing duty tomorrow.
Yes.
It's it from the studio.
the studio. Thank you for joining us so much. We've had a lot of fun. Of course, sometimes a little bit of serious fun as well. But it's all about now the racing, the champions.
Yep, the celebration, 2 long years to get here. Tomorrow we crown our champions. It's been a fantastic event
Yes.
having so far. It's going to be even better tomorrow. Please stay tuned. Keep your comments coming in on social media. Look out on the YouTube channel, the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram, any other form of social media I've forgotten.
Yes, everything. And also on YouTube, make sure Rotax Karting.
And watch the films the guys
Yes,
made.
great
Absolutely,
films as well.
Absolutely great films.
So we're going to have to say ciao and goodbye and season's greetings from us.
Season's greetings.
A special shout out actually to our friend Harry Edgar. They're in Thailand playing golf, who's messaging every day, and he should be here working. So Harry, we're still waiting for you.
What's
Thanks
going
for
on?
watching, and make sure you're watching all day
Golf?
tomorrow. Playing
Golf is a good walk, spoiled.
Okay, we're going to go and eat some chocolates.
Well,
have a great evening,
can't.
great morning, great
I'm
day,
watching my
wherever
figure.
you are. We'll be posting on social media and on our website what time to tune in tomorrow to watch the finals. Live all day till the podium. And we're going to hear where the next grand finals
Yes.
is going to be.
Thank you for watching. See you
Thank
tomorrow.
you for watching.
Have a chocolate.
Yes,
Ho,
don't
ho,
mind
ho.
if I do. Ciao.